Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 451 Nick Fury has no choice. Chapter 451 Nick Fury has no choice. Trident Building. Natasha brought Bruce Banner and Betty to SHIELD, and Betty was arranged to rest in the reception area, while she took Bruce Banner into Nick Fury's office. Bruce Banner was actually a little surprised. He didn't expect Nick Fury to let him into the SHIELD headquarters. Wasn't he worried that he would suddenly go berserk and tear down the place? Nick Fury looked at the two people who came in and said, "Welcome, Dr. Banner." While speaking, Nick Fury glanced at Natasha. Natasha turned around and left the office without stopping. Her mission was just to bring Bruce Banner here. Bruce Banner watched Natasha leave and said jokingly, "Are you really not worried that I'll turn into the Hulk and tear this place down?" Nick Fury said, "I believe that your control over transformation has reached a certain level where you can initially control your emotions." Bruce Banner was not surprised that Nick Fury had information about him. After all, he had been living in the Avengers base during this period. Although it was called the Avengers base, the main people inside were Natasha, Hawkeye, Jessica, and Steve Rogers. As for Smith Doyle and Tony Stark, they rarely came here. "I think you called me here not just to talk to me about this." Nick Fury didn't beat around the bush. He took out the Dragon Ball and placed it in front of Bruce Banner. Looking at Bruce Banner's surprised expression, he said, "It seems that you know Dragon Ball, then things will be much easier." Bruce Banner nodded. "Yes, I do know about the Dragon Balls, the magical items that have the power to grant wishes." Bruce Banner was a little curious about how Nick Fury got the Dragon Balls. Now that the other party knew about the Dragon Balls, how would he face Smith Doyle? Nick Fury continued, "I want you to represent SHIELD in the Dragon Ball contest. With Hulk's strength, he has a chance to win the championship." Hearing Nick Fury's request, Bruce Banner showed a helpless expression, and then said, "You've got the wrong person for this. Anyone in the Avengers is more suitable than me." Nick Fury asked doubtfully, "Why do you say that?" "With Hulk's strength, the only ones who can pose a threat to him are Thor and Smith Doyle. The other members of the Avengers are not stronger than Hulk." Bruce Banner said, "You should understand my situation. In order to solve the problem of Hulk, I tried to commit suicide several times, even swallowing a bullet to commit suicide, but it didn't work." Nick Fury also knew about Bruce Banner's past and nodded immediately. Bruce Banner continued, "I once got a Dragon Ball by chance and obtained a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle." Nick Fury was also stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Bruce Banner had also participated in the Dragon Ball competition. Since Bruce Banner was not on the list of the second session, he must have participated in the first Dragon Ball competition. Nick Fury asked, "Even if you weren't a match for the champion in the first edition, you shouldn't think you won't be any less advantageous than the other Avengers members in the battle for the Dragon Balls? Could it be that one of the rules of the Dragon Ball battle is that transformation is not allowed, so you can only participate as Bruce Banner?" This is the reason Nick Fury thought of. Otherwise, with Hulk's fighting power, it shouldn't be possible. Bruce Banner shook his head. "That's not the case. If that were the case, I wouldn't be so helpless. Hulk has his own will. When he learned that I had obtained the Dragon Ball, he wanted to make a wish to destroy him. He threw away my Dragon Ball as soon as he transformed, although he finally found it with Betty's help. But in the battle for the Dragon Balls, Hulk refused to fight, and no matter what I did, it was ineffective. Even if forced to transform, Hulk would not choose to fight and would even leave the scene." Hearing this answer, Nick Fury thought for a moment and said, "Then can you please communicate that this time we are fighting for SHIELD, fighting to prevent war for the people of the world, not making a wish to destroy the Hulk?" Bruce Banner said, "Although Hulk has his own will, he is still more of a child and very stubborn. He won't help me in the Dragon Ball battle. He will simply admit defeat when the time comes." Hearing that there was absolutely no hope, Nick Fury was somewhat helpless and said, "It seems I have no choice but to choose someone else." Bruce Banner said, "I'm sorry I can't help you with this." After saying this, Bruce Banner said goodbye and left Nick Fury's office without stopping. Nick Fury didn't try to persuade him to stay, as he was now worried about who to choose as the contestant. After some thought, he finally asked someone to find Jessica Jones, who was his second choice besides Bruce Banner. He finally handed the Dragon Ball to her and asked her to represent SHIELD in the battle for the Dragon Ball. After all, the most powerful single person in SHIELD, except for those who are uncontrollable, is the girl Jessica Jones. The next day, the Assassin's League. All the participants were present in a small auditorium. Smith Doyle looked at everyone. The 6 elders of the Assassin's League were the gunsmith, Mr. X, the cross, the butcher, the pharmacist, and the repairman. They were the 6 elders who raised him and did their best to teach him skills. Smith Doyle did not abandon them because of the changes of the times. Instead, he pushed them forward on his big ship as much as possible. The 6 people did not disappoint Smith Doyle. Each of them had a sense of chi and their strength was greatly improved. Among them, Mr. X and Cross even used themselves as experiments and became the first group of people to take the super divine water. Because of their bloodline ability of bullet time, their potential was fully released under the super divine water, and their combat effectiveness was the highest among the 6 elders. The back row included Fox, Wesley, Balma, Selena, Michael, Alexei, Melina, John Wick, and the additional members of this meeting, the brother and sister Su Wenyu and Pietro Yuanda. As for Yingli, she stayed in the Assassin's League as Su Wenyu's wife and was not eligible to attend this meeting. After scanning everyone, Smith Doyle said, all the Dragon Balls have been revived and have their respective owners. Next up is the holding of the 3rd Dragon Ball tournament, the distribution of tickets to participants, and the verification of their wishes. End of this chapter. Chapter 452 Arrangement. Chapter 452 Arrangement. Smith Doyle looked at Bulma below and asked, Bulma, when is the Universal Capsule Group's new product launch scheduled? When Smith Doyle mentioned the new product launch, he knew that he had not forgotten about it, so he said, based on the preparations during this period, the press conference was scheduled for 7 days later. Hearing this, Smith Doyle asked, isn't the time too tight? Bulma said, invitations have been sent to relevant groups, and online pre-launch activities have been carried out. If it were any other company, this timeline might be very tight, but with the popularity and industry status of the Universal Capsule, there's no need to worry. Our launch event in 7 days will attract global attention. Hearing that Bulma had already made arrangements, Smith Doyle nodded with satisfaction. He believed that when the Universal Capsule came out, the whole world would be shocked. The other members present at this moment were also curious about what the new product of the Universal Capsule Group was. After all, the previous new product launches had introduced 3 products, a combat effectiveness tester, a magnetic levitation car, and a big white robot. However, they did not ask because they were in a meeting. After confirming the new product launch, Smith Doyle brought the topic back to the Dragon Ball Championship. This is the 3rd Dragon Ball contest. You will now distribute tickets to Dragon Ball holders. Selena and Melina, you are responsible for issuing Dragon Ball battle tickets to Lorelei, the holder of Planet 2. Smith Doyle then took out a file bag and handed it to the 2 of them. It contained Lorelei's information, current location, and a copy of the Dragon Ball radar. Because of the special abilities of the Banshees, Smith Doyle arranged for 2 female members to distribute the tickets to avoid any accidents. Alexei and Wesley, you are responsible for issuing tickets to the holder of the 6 planets, Captain America Steve Rogers. Su Wenyu and Michael, you are responsible for issuing tickets to Jessica Jones, the owner of the 3-star sphere. John Wick, you and Fox, you are responsible for issuing tickets to Tony Stark, the holder of the 1 planet and 7 planets. I'm handing out tickets to Iker Casillas of Camartage. While speaking, Smith Doyle handed the corresponding files to everyone, but everyone soon discovered that only the information of the owners of 6 Dragon Balls was announced, and 1 was not announced. Mr. X asked, God, doesn't the 4-star planet need an invitation? Smith Doyle said, also, our members are lucky this time. Last time, Eddie Brock found a Dragon Ball and sold it to Tony Stark, so this time, one of our members got one as well. When everyone heard this, except Su Wenyu, they all looked at everyone curiously, wondering who had obtained the Dragon Ball. Then Smith Doyle looked at Pietro and asked, Pietro, what are you going to do with the 4 planets you obtained? Are you going to participate yourself or sell them in exchange for some resources? Pietro felt everyone's gaze and said, I gave the 4-star ball to my sister Wanda. She will participate in the battle for the Dragon Balls. Smith Doyle nodded when he heard that Pietro gave the Dragon Ball to his sister. Very good, now the personnel for the 7 Dragon Balls have been determined. Su Wenyu was a little surprised at this moment. He didn't expect that the Eternals did not get the Dragon Balls, but Tony Stark got 2 Dragon Balls again. Speaking of which, is this guy the son of destiny? According to the information obtained by Su Wenyu, Tony Stark can be said to be the only candidate who has participated in 3 consecutive sessions. In terms of quantity, it is really surprising that he has obtained 3 Dragon Balls in total. In addition, among the magicians in Kamar Taj, one of them actually got the Dragon Ball. I wonder how strong this magician is compared to the last one. After giving instructions to everyone, Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, "According to what I know, all the Dragon Ball holders this time should be in New York except the one in Kamar Taj." Wesley took out the Dragon Ball radar, clicked it, and instantly saw that there were 6 Dragon Balls around. They actually gathered together. Is this the Dragon Ball's gathering characteristic? Smith Doyle smiled and said, "This is the 3rd Dragon Ball contest, and it's also the last one I plan to hold. Everyone, cheer up. The venue has been arranged, and I hope to have a perfect ending." When Smith Doyle said that this was the last session, everyone who joined later was surprised. They didn't expect that the Dragon Ball battle would be the last session. The old men from the Assassin's League smiled, and they should have taken their smiles back long ago. They actually didn't want the Dragon Balls to be released, as it would upset the balance and create trouble. Alexei exclaimed, "Chief, will this never happen again?" At this time, Wesley reacted and asked, "Boss, are you going to change the competition system?" Wesley did not forget that Smith Doyle had asked everyone to submit a reform plan for the Dragon Ball battle. After hearing Wesley's words, everyone who attended the previous meeting also reacted. Smith Doyle said, "That's right. After this competition is over, the format of the competition will be completely changed. As for the new competition system, I will announce it to everyone after this Dragon Ball competition is over. Alright, everyone, get moving and make this the final Dragon Ball battle a success." When they heard that the competition was just being reformed and not that the Dragon Balls would be taken back and no longer released, some people were disappointed, while others were happy. The existence of Dragon Ball is hope, not only the hope of the Assassin's League, but also the hope of all the contestants and even the whole world. Following Smith Doyle's order, everyone left the meeting room with the file bags. At this time, Balma came up and asked curiously, "Why are you planning to go to Kamar Taj to distribute tickets this time? Weren't Wesley and his son in charge of Kamar Taj last time?" Smith Doyle smiled and said, "I want to let the elders like Cross take a break. Let the young people handle the running around. I didn't arrange for the elders to run errands this time." Bulma asked doubtfully, "You're reluctant to use the elders, and now you're letting the big boss take action personally." Smith Doyle explained, "I need to visit the Ancient One in Kamar Taj to discuss some matters with him. The issuance of tickets is just a side note. As for the competition, it will be arranged after the press conference. By the way, I didn't ask you on the spot just now, can you help me verify Wanda's wishes? Even though it's someone we're close to, we still have to go through the proper procedures." Bulma nodded and agreed. End of this chapter. Chapter 453 Kamar Taj Library. Chapter 453 Kamar Taj Library. The other side. The Eternals gathered together. Ajak looked at everyone and asked, "Everyone, how is the Dragon Ball situation going?" Mockery spoke in sign language. "I haven't found anything here. I've tried my best to search uninhabited areas, including tropical rainforests, craters, deserts, and other places. Although there is no news about Dragon Ball, a speedster has appeared on Earth. Although his speed is still far behind mine, he should still be very fast in the eyes of others." Ajak was a little disappointed to hear that Mockery had not found the Dragon Ball. As for being called the speedster by Mockery, he guessed that his speed must be over 100 Mach. A lot of extraordinary people have appeared on Earth recently, and this planet is developing faster and faster. Everyone nodded. With the increase in population and the emergence of more and more extraordinary people, everyone felt the signs of a major explosion of extraordinary people, and they didn't know whether it was good or bad. Ginge said at this time, "I haven't received any useful information from India. Although I have mobilized many people to search, we have found nothing except some fakes." Fastos reported, "There's no information about Dragon Balls being sold online, but I did find information about a lot of buyers, including Shield, Tony Stark, Su Xiling, and Killian from the now defunct AIM. I suspected that Killian had obtained the Dragon Ball, but he was captured by the Black Robe Patrol before I could go and confirm it. Several members of the Black Patrol have connections to the organizers. The Dragon Ball is either in the hands of a member of the organizer or Tony Stark, who was also present." Akaris frowned, then spoke, "Do you want me to snatch it from Tony Stark?" Ajax refused and said, "We have long agreed not to interfere in human affairs, and it should never happen to us to steal things from humans." After hearing the leader Ajax's refusal, Akaris didn't say anything more. Then the other members reported one by one and said that they had not found the Dragon Ball. At this time, Druid said, "No, I'm going to go take a look at that Shield and Tony Stark's house. This way, there won't be a fight, and we can still bring back the Dragon Balls." Ajak still rejected the Druid's proposal. It is no longer the case that there would be no evidence left after the control over humans was lifted. Now there are surveillance cameras everywhere, and there are even robots and artificial intelligence. By releasing the control, the Druid will only expose himself and may even cause problems in the process. Ajax said, "If there are no clues, keep searching. As long as we find the Dragon Ball before the battle for it begins, that's all. Makalai, arrange for the spaceship to reach the arena. If the Dragon Ball battle begins, it means we've lost our chance this time. Remember to make the spaceship invisible." Mockery nodded and agreed. The other side. SHIELD agent Coulson searched the towns near the Rainbow Bridge but did not get any useful information. There were no noteworthy cases in the local police system. He only heard some women say that their men were bewitched by a daughter, but fortunately the woman left. After hearing the news, Coulson, who had returned to the Airbus, said, "It seems that the person from Asgard has left. I wonder if she is the beauty that the townspeople are talking about." May asked. "Then, what happens next?" Coulson said, "Report the situation and have other department members continue the investigation. We'll return to New York and I'll begin selecting our team members." The other side. After receiving the mission, the members of the Assassin's League took action. Smith Doyle used the power of the Cosmic Cube to go directly to Kamartaj and opened a portal directly in Ancient One's office. Ancient One felt helpless as he looked at the familiar spacetime wormhole that appeared in front of him. This guy seemed to be a little impolite. Should I throw him out like Baron Mordo? Thinking of this, Gui waved his hand and a portal was directly put up. Smith Doyle looked at the open spacetime wormhole and immediately stepped in. However, he did not notice that after walking out of the spacetime wormhole, he directly stepped into the portal of Ancient One and appeared directly on a street in Nepal. Looking at the place where it appeared, Smith Doyle slapped his head, wondering how he could have opened the portal directly to Ancient One's office. Smith Doyle felt a little embarrassed when he thought of this. As for the fact that Ancient One had left him here with a portal, he didn't care. He didn't notice the portal when he went out, but he still noticed the halo behind him when he entered the street. He looked up at the house in front of him. Fortunately, Ancient One did not throw it far away, but placed it directly outside the house on the way to Kamartaj in Nepal. I went forward and knocked on the door. A wizard opened the door and came out. After seeing Smith Doyle, he said, "Sir, please follow me. The teacher has told you to come visit." Smith Doyle looked at what was happening in front of him, nodded, and said, "Excuse me, master." Under the guidance of the wizard, Smith Doyle came to Ancient One's office again. After sitting down, Smith Doyle said, "Sorry, I was reckless earlier." Gu nodded and gestured for Smith Doyle to have some tea. Smith Doyle took a sip from his teacup and said, "Tea here tastes better. In New York they either add milk or something else. It's really not to my taste." Ancient One looked at Smith Doyle in front of him and said, "This is Mount Everest holy tea. I'll give you a pound to take home and savor it slowly." Smith Doyle laughed, "Then thank you, Master Ancient One." Master Ancient One nodded, then said, "I'll notify Cassius to come over." Smith Doyle shook his head, "No hurry, I came here for another thing." Ancient One knew that Smith Doyle's visit was definitely not to distribute tickets for the Dragon Ball battle, so he immediately said jokingly, "Why, are you planning to accept the position of Supreme Mage?" Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "That's not the case. It's just that I have a magical genius here, and I want her to go to the library of Kamartaj to learn some magic and get in touch with some history of the magical world." It was Smith Doyle who thought of Wanda. Without a teacher to teach her and no magic books to learn from, Wanda had reached the level of tearing Thanos apart with her own exploration in the movie universe. But he didn't know what heights she would reach after learning magic knowledge. Of course, he would not let Wanda become a disciple of Kamartaj, so she chose to study in the library instead of becoming a disciple. End of this chapter. Chapter 454 Junior Sister? Chapter 454 Junior Sister. Since several coaching positions were released on Christmas Eve, everyone except Wanda has come to Smith Doyle to humbly seek advice, and Smith Doyle has also given them directions for moving forward. As for Wanda, Smith Doyle did not intend to teach her himself. Although he knew some demon magic because of Piccolo's ability, he was not proficient in actual combat. In his opinion, there was no need to use it to teach Wanda real numbers. Even Babadai from Dragon Ball and even his father, who had powerful attainments in magic and even created demon puppets, their own combat power was not outstanding and was a bit of a creative type. This was also the reason why Smith Doyle came to Kamartaj to see Ancient One. When Ancient One heard Smith Doyle's words, he thought about who in the Assassin's League would have such a request, and quickly locked onto Wanda, then said with a smile, "Can." Seeing that Ancient One readily agreed, Smith Doyle said with a smile, "Then I'll trouble Master Ancient One." At this time, there was a knock on Guyi's door and Cassius walked in. "Teacher, you are looking for me." Looking at Cassius with a respectful face, Smith was a little curious. "Will this guy still join Dormammu?" Ancient One said, "It's Mr. Smith looking for you." Smith Doyle said at this time, "Cassius, I'm here on behalf of the Dragon Ball Tournament organizers to give you the Dragon Ball Tournament tickets and to check some things with you." Cassius was a little surprised to hear that the person was the organizer of the Dragon Ball battle. He was surprised that this person was Smith Doyle. God's name was also very popular in Kamartaj. After all, there was wireless network here. On the other hand, he was somewhat delighted. He had been waiting for the other party to arrive and distribute tickets for the Dragon Ball battle. Cassius took out the 5-star ball he carried with him and said, "This is a 5-star planet. I wonder what needs to be verified." Smith Doyle said, "Cassius, let me confirm with you now. Do you personally want to participate in the Dragon Ball competition and compete for the final championship and the wish-granting spot?" Cassius heard Smith Doyle's serious tone and immediately replied, "Yes, I have decided to participate in the battle for the Dragon Ball." After hearing Cassius's answer, he took out the gold coin representing the Dragon Ball battle, handed it to Cassius, and said, "This gold coin is the ticket to the Dragon Ball battle, and it also serves as an identity. Now I will be responsible for informing you about the battle for the Dragon Balls." After informing Cassius about the Dragon Ball battle, Smith Doyle said, "As a contestant, you have a spectator quota and can bring no more than 10 people to participate in the Dragon Ball challenge as spectators. Also, let me check with you now. If you win the Dragon Ball contest, what will your wish be?" Cassius listened to Smith Doyle's introduction, and when he heard the other party ask about his wishes, he asked, "Can I wish for anything?" Smith Doyle said, "We will review your wish. If it's evil, or something that wants to destroy the world, you won't be eligible to make a wish even if you win the championship." Cassius immediately said, "I hope to resurrect my wife." Cassius originally learned magic in order to resurrect his wife, but although he learned powerful magic in Kamartaj, he still couldn't find a way to resurrect his wife, which made him very distressed. Now he finally has a glimmer of hope. Smith Doyle was not surprised to hear Cassius' wish. After all, he knew about it. He just lamented that this was the third person who wanted to resurrect his wife, and wished him good luck. Smith Doyle said, "I've recorded your wish. Before the match begins, someone will come to pick you and the spectators up to take you to the competition venue. Remember to keep your tickets during this time. I'll take the Dragon Ball." After saying this, Smith Doyle directly took the Dragon Ball from the other person's hand. Cassius nodded as he watched the Dragon Ball being exchanged for a special gold coin. After Smith Doyle finished this, he looked at Master Ancient One and said, "Master Ancient One, I have finished my work, so I will take my leave now." Ancient One also nodded and asked, "When are you going to send that little girl over?" Smith Doyle thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait until this Dragon Ball battle is over." Gu nodded and didn't say anything more. Smith Doyle used the power of the cosmic cube to open a space wormhole, leaving Kamartaj directly and returning to the Assassin's League. Looking at Smith Doyle who was leaving, Ancient One recalled Wanda's situation. Ancient One had observed Wanda, the girl who mastered the energy of chaos magic, throughout the long river of time, but ultimately felt that she was not suitable for Kamartaj, so he did not take her away to train her to become the Sorcerer Supreme. In Ancient One's opinion, Wanda, who is supported by the energy of chaos magic, does not need to follow the path of the Kamartaj mystic wizard. It is enough for her to learn some magical knowledge and history as Smith Doyle arranged. Otherwise, she would not have chosen Strange, who appeared later than Wanda. Cassius saw Smith Doyle had left and asked, "Teacher, Mr. Smith and Dragon Ball." Ancient One looked at his apprentice and said, "Smith Doyle is the guardian of the Dragon Balls." Cassius also understood that the other party was not just a staff member who came to distribute tickets. It seemed that the other party came only for the teacher's sake. "I will give my all, teacher." Gu nodded. "Just don't let yourself regret it." Cassius nodded, then asked curiously, "Are we going to have another junior sister?" Ancient One shook his head and said, "He's just borrowing books from the library. You know the purpose of Kamartaj, and that's sharing magic. I allow you to learn all this magical knowledge." Hearing that the other party would not join Kamartaj, Cassius did not say anything more. They were all beneficiaries of the teacher's purpose. Cassius did not stay any longer. After saying goodbye to his teacher, he went to the library to continue learning new offensive magic. He must not lose this time. Gui shook his head as he watched Cassius leave, still hoping that his apprentice could avoid the old path and change his destiny. However, since my apprentice changed his fate, I have to change the way I log off the line, which is really a headache. End of this chapter. Chapter 455 I have always lived in his shadow. Chapter 455 I have always lived in his shadow. The other side. Alexei and Wesley were on their way to the Avengers. Alexei looked at the photo of Steve Rogers in the file and said, "The chief understands me. I've always wanted to meet this Captain America. I wonder if he's heard the story of me, the Red Guardian." Wesley looked at Alexei and said puzzledly, "I don't think so. Wasn't he still working as a popsicle stick when you became the Red Guardian?" Alexei was speechless. Although he found that Captain America was a role model for him, he and Steve Rogers were not active in the same period. It was only after Captain America was frozen that he was injected with the serum developed by the Soviet Union and became the Red Guardian. Compared to Captain America's legendary and interesting short life, his Red Guard career was not so magnificent. After all, it was already the Cold War era at that time, and he was sent to Ohio to work as a hidden spy for several years. Of course, it was also because of those years of lurking and the birth of his nominal daughters Yelena and Natasha that he had the opportunity to join the Assassins' League. Although not in the same period, I was to the Soviet Union what Steve Rogers was to the United States at that time. Wesley curled his lips and did not expose Alexei, but said, "He certainly hasn't heard of you before, but now that you're a member of the Black Robe Patrol, I'm sure he knows you. Why, you want to spar with him?" Alexei smiled and said, "Haha, you still understand me. I also want to know whether Captain America is stronger or I, the Red Guardian, am better. Although we've been idle for many years, I've made a lot of progress back at headquarters and have trained in the gravity room quite a few times." Hearing Alexei's words, Wesley nodded and said, "You don't have a ticket to the competition, so you definitely won't have the chance to compete with him in the scramble. As for the process of issuing tickets, it is not suitable for competition. Let's end the game. Otherwise, if you fight him now, people who don't know will think you are threatening him by using your power." Alexei flexed his muscles and said with a smile, "I heard that his combat power is only 50 points. With my current strength, I should be able to crush him." Wesley smiled and then said, "Don't underestimate any opponent. Be careful of their sudden breakthrough." As they were talking, the two drove to the outside of the Avengers base, but the car was stopped before it entered the base. Two armed guards stood at the door, stopped the car and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Alexei said, "We're looking for Steve Rogers." The guard looked at the two people sitting in the car with the window open and said in surprise, "You are the Black Robe Patrol. I know you. Are you operating in conjunction with the Avengers? It was the captain who invited you." Looking at the somewhat familiar guard, Alexei said with a smile on his face, "Please inform us that Wesley and I are here to visit." Seeing that they were two superheroes from the Black Label Patrol, the guard left and ran back to the sentry box to make contact. At this time, Steve Rogers was digesting the information he got from Hawkeye. The organizer of Dragon Ball was Smith Doyle, the Inspector General of SHIELD and a member of the Avengers. The contestants in the previous session included Thor, the Sorcerer, the Eternals, and Iron Man Tony Stark. Although I don't know what the situation is with the Eternals and the Magician, Barton described them as being very powerful and opponents he cannot defeat. Looking at the shield hanging on the wall, Steve Rogers took a deep breath and said, "Even if the road ahead is difficult and dangerous, I will not give up for Peggy." At this moment, the phone suddenly rang and Steve Rogers answered the phone. "Alexei and Wesley from the Black Robe Patrol are here to visit." "Okay, I understand. Bring them in." Steve Rogers was a little confused about the arrival of these two people but did not refuse. If they were some fans, he might have asked the guards to send them away, but as a member of the boys' squad who was also a superhero, Steve Rogers had actually wanted to meet him for a long time. Soon the guards let the car that Alexei and Wesley were in pass, and Alexei drove directly to the bottom of the Avengers building. Steve Rogers looked at the two people getting out of the car at the bottom of the building and said in a gentle voice, "Welcome both of you." Alexei and Wesley came up and said, "Hello, Steve Rogers." After shaking hands with the two men, Steve led them into the Avengers building and said, "Honestly, waking up and seeing so many extraordinary people really made me feel a lot of emotions, especially the boys who have joined the ranks of superheroes. It made me realize that the world is really different." Wesley nodded and said, "You have indeed lived in wartime and now, and there are indeed great changes. Also, we need to thank the Universal Capsule Group for letting the public know about the existence of extraordinary people." Alexei asked, "You know my story?" Steve Rogers nodded and said, "The famous Red Guard, a member of the Black Robe Patrol, is active and brave in the fight against crime. I've actually seen your promotional video." Alexei raised an eyebrow at Wesley, as if to say, see, I knew he knew about me, his former enemy. Alexei continued. Then do you know the origin of my name, Red Guard? Steve Rogers shook his head and asked, isn't that the nickname you got after joining the boys? Just like Iron Man. Wesley laughed when he heard it. Alexei, I told him he didn't know about your past, but you didn't believe me. Alexei nodded helplessly. Well, actually, I'm also a recipient of the super soldier serum. It was originally developed by the Soviet Union to counter your existence. You've always been my imaginary enemy. Seeing this, Steve Rogers took out his notebook, wrote down the 3 words Alexei, Soviet Union, and Red Guard, and said, you know, I just woke up not long ago and I'm still learning a lot. I will learn about your past history. After hearing Steve Rogers' serious words and the action of taking notes, as well as the contents of several pages in the notebook, he knew that the other party was not joking, and his expression became serious. I hope to have a chance to spar with you. Steve Rogers also nodded, then took the 2 of them to the reception room and said, I wonder what the 2 of you are visiting for. End of this chapter. Chapter 456 Steve and 039's speculation. Chapter 456 Steve's speculation. Alexei said, we are the organizers of the Dragon Ball battle and need to verify some matters related to the Dragon Ball with you. Steve Rogers was also stunned when he heard Alexei's words. He looked a little surprised and then said, I didn't expect you to be the staff of the organizer. This is beyond my expectation. Although Steve Rogers knew a lot about Barton's situation, he didn't know who was the organizer of the Dragon Ball War. When he heard about the other identities of the 2, he guessed, could it be Eddie Brock? No, it can't be Smith Doyle, right? If it could be anyone, it could only be him. Alexei and Wesley smiled and did not tell Steve Rogers the answer. Could it be that there are other existences that I don't know about? Alexei said, you'll find out when you participate in the Dragon Ball battle. Steve Rogers nodded. In fact, it didn't matter who the organizer was. Even if it was really Smith Doyle, judging from Nick Fury's performance, there was no possibility of him using a backdoor. Wesley then spoke, Steve Rogers, I need to check with you about the Dragon Balls. Are you sure you want to participate in the Dragon Ball battle, compete for the final championship spot, and obtain the qualification to make a wish? Steve Rogers said seriously, I'm definitely going to participate in the Dragon Ball battle. Wesley nodded and said, please take out the 6 planets you have earned. Steve Rogers was not surprised at all to hear that the other party knew that he had obtained 6 planets. You know, only Barton and Nick Fury knew about the Dragon Balls. The fact that the other party could find them meant that he had a positioning ability that he didn't know about. Steve Rogers took out the Dragon Ball he was carrying and placed it in front of the 2 of them. Wesley took out the gold coin representing the ticket to the Dragon Ball battle and said, this is your ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. It represents your life in the Dragon Ball battle. You must keep it safe. Steve Rogers took the gold coin from Wesley and looked at it in his hand. The workmanship and texture were very exquisite. Wesley then introduced the relevant matters of the Dragon Ball battle, and then said, we need to confirm the content of your wish with you. If the wish involves evil or destroying the world, you will be disqualified from making a wish even if you win the championship. Hearing Wesley's words, Steve Rogers said, my wish wouldn't involve that. My wish is for Peggy Carter to be young again. When Alexei heard the name Peggy Carter, he instantly thought of her. After all, he knew Steve Rogers' public information better than anyone else, and he naturally knew that the 2 had been lovers, but they did not live together because of Steve Rogers' plane crash. Alexei couldn't help but sigh. It's such a desirable love. I hope you can succeed. Wesley glanced at Alexei and said, okay, I've registered your wish. Also, as a contestant, you will have no more than 10 spectator spots. We'll pick you and the spectators up before the game begins and take you to the competition venue. Steve Rogers nodded and said, thank you. After giving the ticket to Steve Rogers, Alexei and Wesley did not stop and left the Avengers base directly. On the way back, Wesley said jokingly, it's such a long for love. Alexei, I would suggest that Aunt Melina frees you and release you after a few decades, so that you can experience the love you long for. Hearing Wesley's words, Alexei's face turned pale, and then he said gratefully, Wesley, I was just talking nonsense. Don't tell Melina about this. She really could do it. Looking at Alexei's expression, Wesley asked curiously, real or fake? Alexei nodded and said, Wesley, I'm serious. How about I introduce you to Yelena? Wesley punched Alexei and cursed with a smile, are you asking me to fight Ivan Vanko? Alexei smiled and said, no way, Natasha already has someone she likes. Why are you competing with the chief for who holds the highest position in Natasha's heart? The symbiote in Wesley's body lifted Alexei from the car and hung him in the air, and said, I think you want to run back. Fortunately, the 2 of them were driving a convertible sports car, otherwise Wesley would not have been able to do so conveniently. Although Alexei didn't mind running back, it was still comfortable to ride in a car. I surrender. Seeing this, Wesley used the symbiote to pull Alexei back to his seat and said, Natasha and Yelena followed an unreliable father like you. I don't know what sin they committed. Alexei smiled and said, maybe it's the good fortune I accumulated in my previous life. Wesley was a little helpless, and then said, honestly, I don't think Natasha is a good person. She mainly works for SHIELD and rarely returns to the base, and she does so in secret. Alexei shrugged his shoulders and said, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. I can't help her. This is something she decided on her own. Besides, how many women wouldn't be attracted to a man like Boss? Wesley also nodded and didn't say anything more. With the 2 Dragon Balls successfully recovered, 2 tickets for the Dragon Ball battle were also given out, and John Wick and Fox came to the Stark Tower in the center of New York. With Fox by their side, the 2 easily entered the building and met Tony Stark under the guidance of the staff. Tony Stark looked at Fox and John Wick walking out of the elevator door and said, long time no see, Fox, John. Let me think about why you are here. It can't be the Universal Capsule Group's new product launch, right? I've already received the invitation, so it shouldn't be about that. Is it a battle for the Dragon Balls? Fox nodded, then said, Tony, the Dragon Ball competition is about to begin. We are here to give you the competition tickets. You are still lucky enough to get 2 Dragon Balls this time. Tony nodded. He knew that it was almost time for the Dragon Ball battle to begin. If it was postponed any later, it might cause more chaos. After all, other Dragon Ball winners might want to get a few more before the competition. This time, he didn't even see the seller on the internet. End of this chapter. Chapter 457 True Adamantium. Chapter 457 True Adamantium. Tony Stark started to complain. I also won 2 last time. I hope the contestants this time won't be too outrageous. Fox nodded, then took out 2 gold coins and handed them to Tony. This is your ticket to the competition. 2 lives. You know the rules, so I won't go into detail. But this time you need to give me the Dragon Ball. Tony Stark took the gold coin and said, no problem. Tony then came to a safe, opened it and took out 2 Dragon Balls from it, one for the star and one for the star. Tony, has your wish changed since the last time you registered? Tony shook his head and said, nothing has changed. I'm still going to revive my parents, but I'm a little torn. When I really win the championship, should I revive my father or my mother? It's a difficult decision. But luckily I haven't won a championship yet, so I don't have to worry about it for now. Hearing Tony Stark's complaints, Fox nodded. Thinking of the relationship between him and Smith Doyle, Fox said before leaving, Tony, Smith said this is the last Dragon Ball competition. If you don't want to have any regrets, you'd better give it your all. After saying that, Fox left Stark Tower with John Wick without stopping. On the way back, Fox looked at John Wick and said, John, did I violate the rules in this matter? John Wick nodded and said, according to procedure, we shouldn't tell him. Even if he's the boss's friend, it's the boss who's saying it. But I don't think the boss will mind. After all, you are the boss's girlfriend. Fox nodded and said, I'll tell Smith Doyle. Tony Stark in Stark Tower, after seeing the 2 leave, recalled the words Fox left when he left, that this was the last Dragon Ball battle. He didn't know whether it was because of his repeated persuasion that Smith Doyle finally changed his mind and took back the Dragon Ball or for other reasons, but he knew that if he wanted to resurrect his parents, he must not miss this opportunity. After all, no matter how good your luck is, it will run out. You can get the Dragon Ball this time, but next time you may not even get the Dragon Ball. Tony Stark walked to a wall and pressed a button. The wall opened and inside was a wall of Mark series battle suits neatly arranged. All of these suits were made of secondary adamantium, and the one in the middle was made of real adamantium. As for the original adamantium alloy material, the military's response was that it was out of stock, and Tony didn't know whether it was true or not. Just these battle suits made of adamantium and secondary adamantium cost Tony a lot of money, especially the battle suits made of real adamantium. Tony Stark had to pay a lot of favors in exchange of interests, otherwise the military would only be willing to sell secondary adamantium. Looking at the battle suits in front of him, Tony Stark murmured, "This time, I must win the championship and make a wish to the dragon." At this moment, Pepper Potts walked in, looked at the wall of Iron Man suits, and said jokingly with a smile, "Why, are you getting self-absorbed?" Hearing that it was Pepper's voice, Tony said seriously, "The third Dragon Ball battle is about to begin, and this time I'm going to give it my all." Pepper Potts walked up to Tony, shook his hand and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you don't succeed this time, try the next one, and the one after that. I believe you can always win the championship." Tony's anxiety disorder had just been resolved, and Pepper Potts didn't want Tony to fall into it again. At this time Tony Stark said, "Fox told me that this will be the final Dragon Ball contest." Upon hearing the news, Pepper Potts was also stunned for a moment, then she held Tony's hand tighter and said, "Tony, I believe in you, just do your best." The other side. Su Wenwu and Michael found Jessica Jones, who was shopping in the mall based on the positioning of Dragon Ball. Michael started to complain. "I originally thought she would be at the Avengers base so we could still be with Alexei, but I didn't expect her to be shopping in the mall. No wonder her range of movement is so small." Su Wenwu said, "Let's go, she's seen us too." After getting the Dragon Balls from Nick Fury, Jessica Jones did not return to the Avengers base to train. The information Nick Fury gave her was too scary, so Jessica Jones chose to go shopping to relax. Especially Nick Fury's wish put Jessica Jones under great pressure, and the names of the contestants in the previous session were even more terrifying, especially many of them were members she knew, such as Thor and Tony Stark, as well as magicians, Eternals, and Su Wenwu, the former leader of the Ten Rings gang, whom she didn't know. Especially the magician, Jessica Jones didn't know how to deal with such an enemy. At this time, Jessica Jones also saw Michael and Su Wenwu. She didn't know much about Su Wenwu. After all, there was not even a photo in the information Nick Fury gave her. But she knew Michael, the only werewolf in the boys, who had powerful strength. Looking at the two people coming over, Jessica Jones said, "Michael, are you here to see me?" Michael nodded and said, "Yes, Miss Jessica Jones." Jessica Jones wondered, could it be that there's been another major case recently that requires the boys to borrow the power of the Avengers? Michael shook his head and said directly, "We are the staff of the Dragon Ball battle organizer, and we are here to confirm some things with you. But this isn't the place to talk." Hearing that it was a staff member of the Dragon Ball battle, Jessica Jones was surprised. How is it possible? "We, the Avengers, aren't the organizers of the Dragon Ball battle, but you, the Black Robe Patrol, are." Su Wenwu said at this time, "The Black Robe Patrol is not the organizer, and are you sure you want to talk to us here?" After hearing Su Wenwu's reminder, Jessica Jones also reacted. "I'm so sorry, this isn't the right place. How about going to my place?" Su Wenwu and Michael nodded, and the two followed Jessica Jones out of the mall. Jessica Jones's residence was not purchased by herself, but was given as a welfare by the Avengers, a nice apartment building in New York. End of this chapter. Chapter 458 Nick Fury and 039's Ambition. Chapter 458 Nick Fury's Ambition. Jessica Jones returned home and looked at the two of them and asked, "Would you like something to drink? I have Coke, coffee, and whiskey." Michael shook his head and said, "Thank you, let's get down to business first." Jessica Jones nodded, "Please say." Su Wenwu then said, "Jessica Jones, I'm Su Wenwu. Michael and I are the organizers and we are here to check with you about the Dragon Ball competition. Are you sure you want to participate in the Dragon Ball battle, compete for the final championship spot, and obtain the qualification to make a wish?" Jessica Jones nodded and said seriously, "I'm definitely going to participate in the Dragon Ball battle." Su Wenwu nodded and said, "Please take out the 3-star ball you have obtained." When Jessica heard the other party mention her 3-star ball, she was still shocked by Su Wenwu's name. According to the information she knew, Su Wenwu was the champion of the previous session, and now he is the staff of the other party. Is there something she doesn't know about? Although she was stunned for a few seconds, Jessica Jones quickly reacted and took out the 3-star ball in front of the two of them. Su Wenwu looked at the 3-star ball the other party took out, and after confirming that it was correct, he took out the gold coin representing the ticket to the Dragon Ball battle from his pocket and said, "This is your ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. It represents your life in the Dragon Ball battle. You must keep it safe." Jessica Jones took the gold coin from Su Wenwu and looked at it carefully. She didn't expect that this gold coin actually represented a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. Su Wenwu then introduced the relevant matters of the Dragon Ball battle, and then said, "We need to confirm the content of your wish with you. If the wish involves evil or destroying the world, you will be disqualified from making a wish even if you win the championship." Hearing Su Wenwu's words, Jessica Jones remembered what Nick Fury had told him, and then said, "With the ever-increasing population, the Earth's resources are becoming scarce. I wish for a new continent to appear in the Atlantic Ocean near New York, rich in resources." After hearing Jessica Jones's wish, Michael and Su Wenwu immediately realized the problem with this wish. It was not about the expansion of the global area or the increase of global resources, but about the Atlantic Ocean near New York. This wish was obviously not Jessica Jones's but the wish of SHIELD behind her. Michael couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure this is your wish?" Jessica Jones looked at Michael and asked, "Is my wish illegal? This shouldn't be a destructive wish, it should be considered a positive one." Su Wenwu glanced at Jessica Jones at this time, and he had already decided that this was someone being instructed or a tool, and immediately said, "No problem, I've registered your wish. As a contestant, you will have no more than 10 spectator spots. We'll pick you and the spectators up before the competition begins and take you to the competition venue." Jessica Jones nodded and said, "Thank you." After Su Wenyu took the Dragon Ball and distributed the tickets, he took Michael away and returned to the Assassin's League. On the way back, Michael couldn't help but say, "Su Wenyu, her wish is clearly in the interests of SHIELD and even the US government. You're trying to create a new land rich in resources near the United States. You're simply taking us for idiots. If such a wish is realized, how could ordinary people be helped? I even suspect that a new war will be started because of this continent." Su Wenyu nodded and said, "So her request was to create a new continent in the Atlantic Ocean near New York, not in any other ocean. She wasn't even asking for an increase in the Earth's area or resources. And it's close to the Atlantic Ocean, it's a new world, and it's rich in resources. Do you think this is a wish? No matter how you look at it, it's at least 2 wishes, maybe even 3. You can't just combine the details to make multiple wishes into one." "Of course, this is just my guess." Michael nodded and then said, "It seems that the black-brined egg from SHIELD has quite big ambitions." Su Wenyu also agreed, but then said, "Ambition without corresponding strength is a recipe for disaster. We have recovered the Dragon Balls and sent back the wishes. Let's see how the leader arranges it." The other side. After seeing the 2 leave, Jessica Jones did not stop and went directly to the Trident building to report the situation to Nick Fury. Nick Fury looked at Jessica Jones, who walked in, and asked, "How is the situation?" Jessica Jones took out the gold coins given by Su Wenyu, placed them on Nick Fury's desk and said, "This is a ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. It's a pure gold coin. It's probably just a token of trust and doesn't have any special value. This ticket allows you to bring 10 spectators to the Dragon Ball battle. They will pick me up before the game. This gold coin representing the ticket cannot be lost." Nick Fury nodded, picked up the gold coin, looked at it, and then said, "It really has some of their style. Is this a tradition retained by mainland hotels?" Jessica Jones wondered. "Continental Hotel?" Nick Fury said, "Assassin's Brotherhood, now you understand." Jessica Jones nodded. After joining SHIELD, she learned a lot of information, including the Assassin Brotherhood, the Assassin's League behind it, and Smith Doyle. Jessica said in surprise, "So the owner of the Dragon Ball is actually the Assassin's League?" Nick Fury nodded. "That's right, at least that's what we know." Jessica Jones was puzzled. Then why did Smith Doyle release the Dragon Ball and hold this Dragon Ball battle? Wouldn't it be better for him to keep it for himself? His strength couldn't have been gained by wishing, could it? Nick Fury shook his head. "I don't know about that, but according to the intelligence we've obtained, he has given away all the wishing opportunities in recent years. As for why he did this, maybe he is an idealist." Jessica Jones was shocked when she heard this, then she remembered what happened to Su Wenyu, and then she said, "There is a situation. The previous champion, Su Wenyu, has joined the Assassin's League. He was one of the staff members who issued me the Dragon Ball battle ticket this time, and the other one was Michael." After hearing what Jessica Jones said, Nick Fury immediately thought of a situation. Could it be that Smith Doyle was using the battle for Dragon Ball to select powerful forces for his organization? It seemed that this matter needed attention. End of this chapter. Chapter 459, The Symbiote Star Found. Chapter 459, The Symbiote Star Found. Nick Fury kept this matter in mind. The specific situation depends on whether this year's champion will join the League of Assassins. Then he asked, "Do they have any objection to your wish?" Jessica Jones thought for a moment and said, "Michael had some opinions and asked me if it was my personal wish. But Su Wenyu didn't stop me. He said he'd recorded it and would report it to the organization for review. However, the wish didn't deviate from the rules they set, so there shouldn't be any problems." Nick Fury nodded, then asked, "Did they tell the other contestants who the contestants were?" Jessica Jones shook her head. "No, we may need to arrive at the scene to find out." Nick Fury thought for a moment, then said, "I have another method that can enhance your strength. Would you like to consider it and increase your chances of winning?" Jessica Jones asked, "Is that the super serum that Shinharan and Doniger injected?" Nick Fury shook his head and said, "It's not that thing. I even doubt that the serum has any effect on you. Your strength is inherently stronger than the extraordinary power created by the serum." Jessica Jones asked curiously, "What the hell is that?" Nick Fury stood up and said, "Let me show you the background of our shield." Nick Fury then took Jessica Jones out of the Trident building and went to a secret underground base. After entering the underground base, Jessica was full of curiosity as she looked at the heavily guarded base. It turned out that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a large number of unknown secret bases and 084 items. As the two passed through security checks and protective gates, they finally arrived at the laboratory in the underground base. There were sealed spaces in the laboratory, each containing a symbiont. These symbiotes were created when Nick Fury obtained the route of the Life Foundation's rocket launch. He repeatedly flew the spacecraft along the route and finally found the special planet. He then had a mechanical device bring back several symbiotes. Jessica Jones looked at the squirming life form inside and asked doubtfully, "What is this?" Nick Fury said, "This is a symbiote. You may not understand these things now, but you definitely know their other form. Venom Eddie inside Wesley." Hearing these two names, Jessica Jones immediately remembered the information about the two people in her mind, and then asked, "So, their abilities are related to the symbiote?" Nick Fury nodded and said, "That's right. Their abilities are enhanced by the symbiote. According to our experiments, when the symbiote combines with humans, it greatly enhances their strength, creating a situation where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Given your strength, I think the improvement will be significant. Of course, there are drawbacks. The host needs to be recognized by the symbiote in order to fully exert its strength. Of course, if the host is strong, it is easier to gain the recognition of the symbiote. Also, the symbiote has two weaknesses. One is that it is afraid of fire, and the other is afraid of sonic attacks. But you're different from ordinary people. When facing fire and sonic attacks, you only need to cancel your transformation and fight with your true form. After all, you're a powerful transcendent." After hearing Nick Fury's introduction, Jessica Jones said, "That's a good choice. What should I do?" Nick Fury said, "Show them your strength and let them choose." Obviously, Nick Fury knows Jessica Jones's situation very well, and he knows the nature of these symbiotes even better and knows how to get along with them. After hearing this, Jessica Jones did not hesitate to show her powerful strength and terrifying jumping ability that was comparable to flying in front of these symbiotes. After Jessica Jones finished her presentation, Nick Fury ordered, "Open the isolation chamber." With Nick Fury's order, all 4 isolation chambers were opened. The 4 symbiotes, the yellow-red symbiote, the green symbiote, the yellow-black symbiote, and the purple symbiote, all rushed towards Jessica Jones at the first moment. Seeing that the 4 symbiotes all chose Jessica Jones, Nick Fury smiled. At this time Jessica Jones shouted, "I'll only accept one of you." The next second, the 4 symbiotes actually started fighting. Although they were only in symbiote form, it did not mean that they had lost their fighting ability. Although they were very weak, they could still determine the winner. In the end, the green symbiote won by speed and successfully entered Jessica Jones's body. As for the other 3 symbiotes, they did not die, but returned directly to the isolation chamber. After combining with the green symbiote, Jessica Jones directly entered the transformation mode. Looking at his new appearance and the sharp weapons transformed from his arms, he spoke, "It has indeed been enhanced a lot, but the specific situation still needs to be tested." Nick Fury nodded and said, "It seems the symbiote suits you very well. What's his name?" Jessica Jones spoke up, "She's a whip." The other side. Among the 6 contestants in the Dragon Ball battle, 5 have already obtained tickets to the battle, leaving only the last one, the Banshee Lorelei. At this time, Lorelei and her men had already arrived downstairs of the Red Ribbon Group, but they did not wait for the members of the Black Robe Patrol to appear. At this moment, she was a little impatient and could not help but speak, "It's no use just waiting like this. Let me go in and take a look." Just as Lorelei was about to use her abilities to enter the Red Ribbon Group, her subordinates shouted, "Selena, the captain of the Black Robe Patrol, is here." Hearing her subordinates' words, Lorelei, who had just opened the car door and walked out, stopped. After all, the one who made her feel difficult among the Black Robe Patrol was Selena. If she could control the other 6 people, Lorelei would not be worried, but now she was asked to confront Selena alone, and Lorelei was unwilling to do so. Then Lorelei stopped, but Selena and Melina, who had gotten out of the car, walked towards Lorelei. At this moment, the passers-by around couldn't help but want to get close to Lorelei after seeing her, and as they watched her for a while, they automatically became Lorelei's believers. Lorelei looked at the 2 people approaching, her expression unchanged. At this time, Selena and Melina came to Lorelei, but a lot of men had gathered behind her. End of this chapter. Chapter 460 Venom Eddie, you are miserable, you are abandoned. Chapter 460 Venom Eddie, you are miserable, you are abandoned. Selena frowned secretly as she watched the men gathering around her. At the same time, she thought of the information she had seen in the file bag. Lorelei had an extremely strong power of charm. Just by seeing the other person, she would be charmed and immersed in it. The most obvious weakness was that this ability was ineffective against women. Seeing these ordinary people, they had no means of resisting Lorelei, who had earned the name of a banshee in Asgard. Lorelei, we are from the Dragon Ball tournament organizers and need to verify some Dragon Ball related matters with you. Let these ordinary people go away. Lorelei was very surprised to hear that the other party was the organizer of the Dragon Ball battle. According to her understanding, it should be Smith Doyle. The other party seemed to be one of the Avengers, not the Black Patrol. Just as Lorelei was thinking, Heimdall's voice sounded in her mind. Lorelei, they are Smith Doyle's men, the organizers, no doubt. Follow their instructions and exchange the Dragon Balls for tickets to the competition. Tickets are now distributed, which means all the Dragon Balls have owners. Let's prepare for the next competition. However, it was Heimdall who had been keeping an eye on Lorelei's situation. Since he was far away from Asgard and had no close contact with her, and he was also a powerful god in Asgard, he was not affected by Lorelei. After hearing what Heimdall had told her, Lorelei smiled brightly and said, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I've been constantly disturbed since I came to Earth. It's either men who are eyeing my beauty or women who are jealous of my charm. I've overreacted a bit. Then Lorelei turned around and said to everyone disperse. Miss Selena won't hurt me. After saying this, Lorelei waved to everyone. After hearing Lorelei's words, the man behind her left reluctantly, but he did not go far and kept his eyes on Lorelei. Seeing so many men obeying Lorelei's orders, Selena understood even more clearly how powerful she was. Lorelei turned back to Selena and said, shall we just talk here? Are you sure you don't want to go somewhere else? I can't suppress my charm. I think the flow of people here is quite large. Selena said, come with me, let's change places. After saying that, Selena turned and walked towards the Red Ribbon Group's building. At the same time, she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Eddie Brock, asking all male members in the building to return to their offices or rooms and not leave without receiving notice. Eddie Brock, who received the news, immediately issued an emergency order, requiring all male employees in the building to enter their rooms or closed offices and not leave for the time being. Even Shinharan and Shang-Chi received the same order. Everyone who received the emergency order immediately put down their work and took action. Fortunately, the Red Ribbon Group had conducted emergency order evacuation drills before. Although no one knew what happened this time, no one questioned it because the people who had questioned it before had already left the Red Ribbon Group. You know, the Red Ribbon Group offers very generous salaries and never treats its subordinates unfairly. Of course, the requirements are also very strict. After giving the order, Eddie Brock also sent a message to Selena asking what happened. Selena replied to the message while walking slowly towards the building, inviting contestants for the competition. Her abilities are somewhat special, so for safety reasons, she should avoid contact with men. Looking at the content of the information, Eddie also understood that the members of the Dragon Ball battle were more dangerous than each other and their abilities were endless. As the host of the previous session, he had gained a lot of knowledge. At this time, Venom ran out and said sarcastically, poor little Eddie, it seems that you didn't receive an invitation from the host this time. Hearing Venom's words, Eddie was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. The tickets for the competition have started to be distributed, but he, the host of the previous session, has not received any notification. I wonder if the boss is going to abandon him. Eddie instantly lost his composure and quickly called Smith Doyle. It didn't take long before the call was connected. Smith Doyle's voice came from the other end of the phone. Eddie, what's going on? Eddie quickly asked, boss, isn't a new Dragon Ball contest about to begin? Do I need to make any extra preparations for hosting this one? Eddie didn't ask himself if he was the host, but very smartly asked himself if he needed to make any additional preparations. After all, he didn't make any mistakes this year. Instead, because of the superhero team plan, he was entrusted with an important task by the Assassin's League and became the CEO of the Red Ribbon Group. He also married his lover. It can be said that he reached the peak of his life. Under such circumstances, Eddie Brock thought it was no surprise that he would continue to serve as the host of this year's Dragon Ball battle. Smith Doyle on the other side also smiled when he heard Eddie's words. He knew exactly what the other party was thinking and immediately said, Eddie, I already have a choice for the host. Although you can't be the host, you can bring your wife to attend this event as a spectator. Also, what was the final outcome of Killian's case? You should know what I mean. Eddie Brock was somewhat disappointed when he heard that he would not be the host of the third Dragon Ball contest. Surprisingly, Venom guessed it right. However, the fact that he could bring his wife to watch the game showed that he was not marginalized. After all, he was still the CEO of the Red Ribbon Group. Hearing about Killian, Eddie quickly replied, boss, Killian's case has been confirmed. He will be treated as a terrorist and will be executed. This wasn't an easy task. It involved a lot of resources. After all, he was alive when he was captured, and many forces are interested in the extremist virus. Hearing Eddie Brock's words, Smith Doyle sneered and immediately said, "Keep a close eye on this matter. I don't want any scapegoats to appear. We've been involved in so many bombings, and so many innocent people have been implicated. If he continues to live in peace, wouldn't the establishment of the Black Robe Patrol be in vain? You have to know that in the original plot, Tony Stark killed Killian. If Killian survived because of him, his trip would have been in vain." Eddie immediately said in a serious tone, "I promise to complete the mission. When the time comes, I will personally oversee his execution and ensure that not even a ash is left." End of this chapter. Chapter 461, Refining the Heart in the Red Dust. Chapter 461, Refining the Heart in the Red Dust. The other side. Selena took Lorelei into the Red Ribbon building. At this time, only women were left in the office, and there was not a single male employee in the corridor. Selena was still very satisfied with the company's efficiency. Lorelei obviously noticed this as well. Although she had only been on Earth for a short time, she was aware that men were the majority in a company, but now she didn't see any. Thinking about how Selena walked extremely slowly and used her cell phone on the way here, she understood what was going on. However, Lorelei was not angry at all about this phenomenon. Instead, the smile on her face became even bigger. Selena took Lorelei all the way to the conference room, and no male staff appeared in front of the three of them. The three of them sat down in the conference room, and Selena said, "No one will disturb us here. Now let's talk about the battle for the Dragon Ball." Lorelei looked at the two women in front of her and said with a smile, "Judging from your reactions and arrangements, you should be very familiar with my situation. Logically speaking, my story shouldn't have spread to Midgard." Seeing their reactions, Lorelei said again, "Midgard is the Earth, you know. Thor probably won't tell anyone about my story with him." Selena said, "The Assassin's League naturally has its own intelligence system. The information we possess isn't limited to Earth." Seeing that Selena didn't say much, Lorelei didn't ask any further questions and just nodded. Melina on the side said, "Now we will begin to verify matters related to Dragon Ball with you." Selena then asked, "Lorelei, are you sure you want to participate in the Dragon Ball battle to compete for the final championship spot and obtain the qualification to make a wish?" Lorelei nodded and said, "I'm definitely going to participate in the Dragon Ball battle." After all, she was able to leave the prison in Asgard because of the battle for the Dragon Balls. If she dared not to participate at this time, Odin would definitely chop her alive. Selena nodded and said, "Please give us the 2 planets you have obtained." Hearing the other party directly mention the second planet, Lorelei also understood that the guardian of the Dragon Ball, Smith Doyle, definitely had the ability to locate the Dragon Ball. It might be like Thor's hammer, which could be summoned to his side anytime and anywhere. Otherwise, he would not have found her directly and clearly pointed out that it was the second planet, leaving her with no chance to seduce the male members of the Black Robe Patrol. Lorelei took out the 2-star ball she had brought with her and placed it on the table. Selene took out the gold coin representing the ticket to the Dragon Ball battle and said, "This is your ticket to the Dragon Ball battle. It represents your life in the Dragon Ball battle. You must keep it safe." After saying that, Selena placed the gold coin on the table and pushed it towards Lorelei's position. Lorelei took the gold coin, examined it in her hand, and said, "Compared to the quality of Dragon Ball, this ticket is a bit mediocre." Selena ignored Lorelei's teasing and continued to introduce the relevant matters of the Dragon Ball battle. After the introduction, she asked, "We need to confirm the content of your wish with you. If the wish involves evil or destroying the world, you will be disqualified from making a wish even if you win the championship." Hearing Selena's words, Lorelei recalled the deal she made with the God King Odin when she left Asgard. "My wish is very simple. I want God King Odin to be able to accommodate more of Odin's power and not be troubled by the growing Odin's power. Or I want God King Odin to return to his youth. If the dragon can fulfill the first wish, then my wish will be the first. If not, my wish will be the second." After hearing this, Selena looked at Lorelei, thinking in her heart that Asgard had changed its strategy this time and did not send Thor but a banshee who wielded the power of charm. If there were no female contestants, it would be possible for the other party to succeed in stealing the chicken. However, the attraction of Dragon Ball is still very great, even the God King of Asgard is not immune. I just don't know why the other party didn't participate themselves but sent this banshee. Don't they want to bully the weak? Selena, not knowing the reason, didn't think much about it, but said, "Okay, I've registered your wish. Also, as a contestant, you will have spectator spots for no more than 10 people. We'll pick you and the spectators up before the competition begins and take you to the competition venue. Also, a friendly reminder, your previous actions have caused a commotion. Don't surround yourself with too many ordinary people. They are of no use to you. If there are casualties or threats, the punishment here will be even more severe than in Asgard. Hearing Selena's warning, Lorelei said nonchalantly, "This is something I can't control. They always come up to me on their own initiative, which is very annoying to me. If you're worried, how about letting me follow your Black Robe Patrol? You're all transcendents, so you shouldn't be worried about this. By the way, after I came to Earth, I also heard a term called refining the heart in the mortal world. Maybe it can be helpful to you." Haha. At this point, Lorelei covered her mouth and laughed out loud. Although Selena was not charmed, she had to admit that Lorelei's smile was very beautiful. Fortunately, the other party's ability was useless to women, otherwise it would be really scary. "I'm sorry, the Black Robe Patrol is not responsible for receiving people from Azajid. They all have important work to do. I'm just reminding you of your behavior. If you cause any losses and Mr. Smith is held accountable, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." When Lorelei heard Selena mention Smith Doyle, she put away her smile. This man was the guardian of the Dragon Ball and was designated by the god King Odin as someone who should not be provoked. Lorelei nodded and said, "Don't worry, my goal is to win the championship. I have no interest in these people. If there's nothing else, I'll leave." As she spoke, Lorelei put the ticket for the Dragon Ball battle into her pocket. Selena nodded and said, "Let's get you out of here." The three of them then left the meeting room and escorted Lorelei out of the Red Ribbon building, watching her get into a red sports car and leave. Melina looked at Lorelei as she left and said, "This Lorelei's ability is even more terrifying than the pheromones in the Red House back then. If we leave her here, I know for sure something will happen to those men in the Black Robe Patrol." Selena nodded, "I hope she doesn't cause any trouble. The boss won't care if she's an Asgardian or not." End of this chapter. Chapter 462 Wish Review Past. Chapter 462 Wish Review Past. Assassin's League. All the staff who distributed the tickets for the Dragon Ball contest have returned, and the wishes of all the ticket holders have also been compiled. Smith Doyle looked at the wishes that were collected. Tony Stark's wish was to resurrect his parents. Smith put it aside without any surprise. Steve Rogers' wish was to make his girlfriend young again. Smith Doyle was not surprised after reading this wish. Although many people think that Steve Rogers is a saint and that Dragon Ball's wishes would be more inclined towards public resources, Smith Doyle knows that Steve is first and foremost a human being with his own regrets, and Peggy Carter is the person he would rather risk traveling through time and space to keep. Apart from this, it is Jessica Jones's wish or Nick Fury's wish that reflects the other party's ambition. They actually want a resource-rich continent close to the Atlantic Ocean in the direction of New York. Smith even thought that this wish was a test of Nick Fury. If his wish was granted this time, the scope of his wishes and his demands would be higher the next time he got the Dragon Ball. What really surprised him was the wish of the Banshee Lorelei, or rather, the wish of Odin. The God King actually wanted to live again. As for why the other party didn't do it himself, Smith Doyle believed that it was definitely not because of the ever-increasing power of Odin. Even now, Odin still had the power to unleash his full strength. The only possibility is that the other party has concerns, and it is definitely not because of face. It involves life and death. Face is the least important thing for a God King who has lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, especially under the premise of living again. The only one on Earth who can take down Odin and is willing to do so is the Ancient One. After reading the wishes of the 5 contestants, Smith Doyle opened the wish of the last contestant, Wanda. Because Wanda was already at the base, the process was even simpler. Bulma used the ticket coins to exchange for Wanda's Dragon Ball and asked about Wanda's wish. As for wishes, Wanda doesn't have any wishes. Even if she did, she wouldn't say it in front of Bulma. She couldn't tell Bulma, "I have feelings for your boyfriend." That's not something a normal person would do. Finally, with Bulma's reminder, Wanda's wish became that Pietro could have a chance to avoid death. Since Smith saw that Pietro died from a bullet in the future, Wanda didn't know whether her fate could be changed. Even though Pietro had improved to the point where he was not afraid of bullets, she expressed her wish as this in order to avoid tragedy. Since it is not certain whether Pietro will die, it is also a good idea to give Pietro a death-proof buff. In fact, Wanda had thought of another thing, that is the Senzu-bean, but Smith only released one, and it was still in Selena's hands. If Pietro could carry a Senzu-bean with him, as long as he was not killed instantly, as long as he was still alive, he could eat the Senzu-bean and be resurrected to full health on the spot. Smith Doyle smiled at Wanda's wish. His words at the time still had an impact on the brother and sister. Smith Doyle directly approved the wishes of the 6 people and did not ask the Dragon Ball holders to change their wishes. Even the wishes of Nick Fury and Odin, Smith Doyle had no intention of changing them. His normal combat power now stands at 22,000 points, having increased by 1150 points in the past 6 months. After this wish, he's confident his normal power will surpass 10, and with the addition of the Kaioken, he'll be able to surpass 1 million. By then, he'll be able to test even Odin's strength, and he won't be afraid of him getting younger. Nick Fury won't be a problem either, and even with Captain Marvel, he'll be able to dominate him. Seeing that Smith Doyle had granted everyone's wishes, Wesley Below was hesitant to speak, but finally couldn't help but said, "Boss, is Jessica Jones's wish really okay?" Looking at the worried Wesley, Smith Doyle said, "The wish itself is fine and complies with our rules, but the multiple requirements of this wish make it impossible for Shenlong to grant one wish on the spot. At least 2 wishes are needed to fulfill it. So even if the other party wins the championship, the final wish will not be what they imagined, there will definitely be deviations. And among these contestants, it won't be easy for Jessica Jones to take the championship. It's the final Dragon Ball competition anyway, so why not give him a chance?" Compared to adding another continent, a God King's wish to regain his youth has a far greater practical impact. If his wish is to infinitely endure Odin's power, that situation is even more complex. After hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone present was stunned for a moment. On the contrary, Suenyu could best understand Smith Doyle's words. As an immortal, he knew very well that the impact caused by an immortal with great strength and power was really not comparable to that of a continent. After all, Odin is known as the ruler of the 9 realms, which represents the territories of at least 9 planets with life. Smith Doyle believed that if Odin could make a wish for the ability to infinitely withstand the growth of Odin's power, then Odin would no longer have to worry about his life, and he might even have the ambition to challenge the Celestials again in the future. After all, Odin's family had a perverted ability, which was that the longer they were active, the stronger they became. Odin died because he could not withstand the growing power of Odin. Applying the characters in Dragon Ball, the abilities of this family are somewhat similar to Broly, and their combat effectiveness increases every second. It's just that Broly won't kill himself because of his surging combat power, but Odin's family has this problem. Speaking of which, Smith Doyle also envies Broly's bloodline, whose combat effectiveness is increasing every moment. He just doesn't know when the opponent's character card will appear, and which version of Broly it will be. Although Smith Doyle thought a lot in an instant, he still collected his thoughts and said, "The wish has been approved. Everyone, take a break." The day after the Universal Capsule Group's new product launch, we'll arrange for personnel to pick up the contestants and take them to the island to begin the 3rd Dragon Ball contest. Everyone nodded and said, "Yes." At this time, the battle for Dragon Ball was only spread in a small range, but in the ordinary world, the new product launch of the Universal Capsule Group attracted the attention of the whole world. At this moment, even an organization like SHIELD had to pay attention to it. It was true that the previous press conferences of the Universal Capsule Group had brought great shock to the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 463 Team Building and New Product Launch. Chapter 463 Team Building and New Product Launch. After a whole week of warm-up, people all over the world are discussing the new product launch of Universal Capsule Group. Everyone is guessing what kind of products Universal Capsule Group will launch this time. After all, whether it is the combat effectiveness detector, the magnetic levitation flying car, or the big white robot in cooperation with Vank Industry, they have all changed people's lives. Amidst this huge heated discussion, even the Black Robe Patrol had to give way to the Universal Capsule Group online. Trident Building. Nick Fury looked at Coulson in front of him and asked, "How's the team selection going?" Coulson reported, "A preliminary team structure has been formed, and one of the individuals currently selected is Agent Grant Ward. As a field agent in the team, I'm very satisfied with his abilities. I've also checked his past mission records and found him to be a lone wolf, but I believe he'll quickly integrate into my team." Donnie Gill, the team's only super warrior, possesses the ability to freeze. Although he's been seen in public and failed in his bid for the Black Robe Patrol, it's not a bad thing. He serves as the team's physical presence. Besides that, there are 2 other members in the team, Simmons and Fitz. One of them specializes in engineering machinery, and Simmons specializes in biochemistry. They fill in all the shortcomings of the team. Nick Fury nodded. Although the Sparrow is small, it has all the necessary organs and the staffing is perfect. However, you are really bold. There are not many extraordinary people in the Bureau who can be used, and you directly took away the most powerful one, Donnie Gill. Coulson nodded, then asked, "I heard that Jessica Jones went to the symbiote base, took away a symbiote, and became a symbiote warrior." Nick Fury nodded and said, "You were in charge of the plan to explore the symbiote planet. Last time, we only brought back 6 symbiotes, and 2 of them died during the experiment. Coulson nodded, then asked, Donnie Gill's freezing ability is very suitable for the symbiote. It can also increase the symbiote's resistance to fire, and the symbiote will enhance his freezing ability. Nick Fury shook his head and said, Coulson, setting up a team for you and allowing you to recruit candidates has caused dissatisfaction among many people. It can be said that this powerful team has exhausted your years of achievements in SHIELD. If you want more, Donnie Gill needs to exchange his own achievements for them. In fact, many people felt that your taking Donnie Gill away was excessive. You have to know that Coulson was once killed by Loki and his heart was stabbed. Even so, many senior executives of SHIELD were dissatisfied with the team formed in return. What's more, Coulson is not injured now and has taken away a powerful superhuman. If it weren't for Nick Fury's pressure, someone would have proposed to disband the team and replace the captain. Coulson nodded upon seeing this. He knew that he had made a lot of money this time with the director's support. I understand, sir. Nick Fury nodded and said, this time I called you back not because of the team, but because of 2 tasks. One of them is that you lead a team to attend the new product launch of the Universal Capsule Group to learn about their latest products and see if there is any demand for cooperation or procurement. The other one is the Dragon Ball battle. This time we have 20 spectator spots. I will do my best to let your team members know more about the world, but I can't guarantee that the whole team can participate. After all, you have a team of 6 people. Hearing the director's arrangement, Coulson quickly thanked him. Thank you, director. I'm very grateful to have a spot. Nick Fury nodded and said, okay, let's get ready. Let's see what new products the Universal Capsule Group has brought us this time. The next day, Los Angeles, Chinese Theater. Today, this place has been reserved by the Universal Capsule Group for its product launch conference. In a short time, the square outside was completely renovated, and there was no trace of the explosion. Today, the Universal Capsule Group, as a huge technology group and a cross-era technological product, no longer needs to rely on Stark Industries' shareholder status and the superhero god to attract attention. It has already attracted countless media and reporters here. At the same time, the new product launch of Universal Capsule Group is as strict as in previous years. Uninvited reporters and individuals are not allowed to enter the scene. It is not a place where you can just walk in with a press station and a microphone and camera. Media without invitation letters can only interview some people present from the periphery. But despite such strict regulations, the outer square was still filled with a large number of media and reporters. Only a few media outlets that have received invitations are eligible to enter the press conference. At this time, the reporters who were turned away were excitedly interviewing the visiting guests. Seeing Tony coming with Pepper Potts, the reporters outside the venue became very excited and immediately surrounded him. Tony Stark is indeed a frequent visitor. He always comes to support the Universal Capsule Group's new product launches. As soon as Tony got out of the car, a group of reporters surrounded him and put the microphone directly to his mouth. Tony, what do you think about the new product launch of Universal Capsule Company? Could you please tell me a little bit about the product type and direction of the Universal Capsule Group this time? Iron Man, is it possible for the Universal Capsule Group to transform into a military industry? After all, the magnetic levitation cars they launched have been modified a lot, and some have even been used by the military. Mr. Stark, some people say you didn't play any role in the last Killian incident. The Black Robe Patrol said you played a role only because you are a shareholder of the Red Ribbon Group. Looking at the increasingly outrageous questions, Tony Stark frowned secretly. Pepper Potts and Happy stood in front of the reporters' questions. Tony Stark is not giving any interviews right now. Thanks to the efforts of Happy and Pepper Potts, Tony walked out of the circle of reporters and entered the venue. However, the reporters who had stepped into the outer perimeter of the venue were unable to catch up and were stopped outside the door by security personnel. After entering the venue, Tony found that the people who came included Colonel Rhodes of the Air Force Weapons Research and Development Department, SHIELD agent Phil Coulson, and a group of young people, including Donnie Gill, who had participated in the Black Card Patrol election. In addition, there were Secretary of State Ross, the director of the CIA Weapons Procurement Department, the director of the FBI Weapons Procurement Department, and even some personnel from foreign departments responsible for weapons procurement. End of this chapter. Chapter 464 New Product Launch. Chapter 464 New Product Launch. Looking at those familiar faces, Tony was not surprised at all. As the Universal Capsule Group has grown to where it is today, every product launch has stirred the nerves of people from all parties. Although they have not launched many products, each one is a product that changes the world and changes lives. After a group of hot girls hot danced to warm up the audience, the new product launch conference officially began. Coulson sat in the audience, with his team members beside him. Fitz asked curiously, Simmons, what products do you think the Universal Capsule Group will release this time? Simmons thought for a moment and said, the first was the Combat Capability Tester, followed by the Magnetic Levitation Flying Car and the Household Robot Bimax. I suspect this could be the Super Soldier Serum, capable of creating extraordinary beings. Fitz was surprised. If it really is the Super Soldier Serum, then wouldn't all rich people become superhumans? Even if there is Super Soldier Serum, it shouldn't be sold openly like this. Donnie Gill said, I hope the products they launch can enhance my abilities. I don't want to be too far ahead of Chin. Agent Ward also spoke at this time. Maybe it's medical. Happy, the victim of the explosion at the Chinese theater, was said to be in a very serious condition and might never wake up. But after being sent to Mr. Smith, I heard that someone saw Happy appearing intact the next day. May also spoke at this time. It's very possible. I remember the Assassin Brotherhood had a wax bath with amazing healing effects. As long as the wound wasn't fatal, it could be healed overnight. Perhaps they've already upgraded it and are preparing to launch it on the market. When they heard about the Assassin Brotherhood's wax bath, several people nodded. It can be said that the effect of the wax bath is very famous even in SHIELD. After all, SHIELD purchases wax bath spots every year for seriously injured agents to receive treatment. Even Coulson, who is in charge of the Tahiti project, has to admire the power and convenience of wax bath treatment. You have to know what he knows about the Tahiti project. SHIELD has never made any breakthroughs in this technology, and the treatment method is simple, crude, and even a bit outrageous. That is to inject alien blood to allow the human body to repair itself and then combine it with external treatment from machines and doctors. Although it has powerful healing abilities and can even bring people back from the brink of death, Coulson still hasn't figured out the consequences of injecting alien blood, which has prevented SHIELD from using this technology. Coulson said at this time, then let's wait and see who of you guesses correctly. Rhodes, who was sitting next to him, also saw Tony coming, but their seats were not close. However, the product launch had already started and it was not convenient for him to go forward to communicate. He could only signal Tony with his eyes. Because he didn't bring back the Iron Man suit, Rhodes didn't become the Iron Patriot. The failure of the mission made life difficult in the military, and his importance was greatly reduced. Pepper Potts on the side whispered, Tony, Rod seems to want to say something to you. Tony also saw Rhodes's eyes and nodded to him, then said to Pepper, I haven't seen this old friend for some days. At this time, the lights on the stage dimmed, and a huge capsule was projected. This capsule was the logo of the Universal Capsule Group, and everyone was very familiar with it. As the button on the Universal Capsule was pressed, a white explosion pattern appeared on the screen. Bang! The smoke cleared and Bulma appeared on the stage. At this moment, a beam of light from the dark stage hit Bulma, shifting everyone's focus to her. Looking at Bulma on the stage, Tony Stark couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if Smith saved the universe in his previous life. Every good thing happens to him. Bulma's scientific research ability alone is not inferior to mine. Pepper Potts also nodded. You know, Smith Doyle owns the sacred Dragon Ball and can be said to be the guardian of the Dragon Ball. He is also a powerful supernatural being who leads the huge organization of the Assassin's League. He also has the help of Bulma, a top scientist comparable to Tony Stark. He is so powerful that it is terrifying. If you take a closer look at Smith Doyle's power, you will find out what a terrifying behemoth he is. Bulma on the stage said, Welcome everyone to the Universal Capsule Group's new product launch conference. As Bulma finished speaking, everyone present gave her a warm round of applause out of respect. Pa. Tony is also a little curious about what kind of product Bulma will bring this time. Is she finally planning to launch the treatment cabin on the market? Or has the extremis virus been modified and is ready to be released? Tony knew that the scientist Maya stayed in the League of Assassins, probably to seek asylum and investment, but Bulma probably looked down on the failed extremis virus. I just don't know whether it has been directly improved in this time and has reached the point where it can be launched on the market. As the applause stopped, Bulma spoke. Someone once asked me out of curiosity, Bulma, why did you name the company you founded the Universal Capsule Group instead of calling it Stark Industries or Vank Industries like other companies did? As he spoke, two searchlights shone on Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko. At this time, a capsule appeared in Bulma's hand, which looked exactly like the LG that appeared in the video just now, with no difference. At this time, the camera also turned to the Universal Capsule in Bulma's hand, and everyone's attention returned to Bulma's hand. Bulma continued. That's because this is the core soul of the Universal Capsule Group. After saying that, Bulma pressed the button on the capsule and threw it directly onto the stage beside her. Bump! The capsule turned into a house on the stage the moment it landed. Fortunately, the stage was large enough to accommodate it. Looking at the house that suddenly appeared, all the audience stood up excitedly, recalling what had just happened. The screen behind Bulma was replaying the scene of the capsule turning into a house, and everyone exclaimed in surprise at that moment. "Oh my god, how is this possible?" Even Tony couldn't help but exclaimed, "How did she do it? This uses space folding technology." Fitz on the other side also exclaimed, "It seems we all guessed wrong." Even Ivan Vanko did not expect that what Bulma developed would be so amazing. At the same time, Ivan Vanko thought of a situation, that is, if he put his battle suit into it, would he be able to take it out and put on the suit quickly at any time? End of this chapter. Chapter 465 Universal Capsule. Chapter 465 Universal Capsule. Ivan Vanko also considered the portability of the battle suit. However, long-distance satellite delivery like Tony's takes a long time, but carrying it with you is much faster. Tony Stark also thought of this problem. Coulson's face was solemn as he murmured, "Sure enough, another product that changes the world." At this time, Bulma continued. "The product we are launching this time is called the Universal Capsule. Since it's a universal capsule, it's more than just a portable house." As she spoke, Bulma took out a box containing colorful universal capsules. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Bulma took them out one by one and threw them down. Everyone saw that the capsule turned into a motorcycle, a car, a small plane, and even a big white robot. Looking at the stage filled with products, Bulma said again, "This is a universal capsule, a product that can truly provide people with a convenient solution. When I go camping in the wild, I no longer have to prepare a cumbersome tent or worry about not being able to carry a lot of clothes and supplies. You only need a box of universal capsules to solve all your troubles. What if you encounter extreme weather and hypothermia while hiking or camping? Just take out the universal capsule property model and you'll have a warm home instantly. What if you can't make your own food while camping? Take out the universal capsule and you'll instantly have a house where you can cook. Even if you encounter a tiger or a bear, you can hide in the house. When you get tired of hiking, you can always take out your favorite means of transportation. Even if you want to take the Bimax robot with you when you go out to take care of yourself, the universal capsule can still provide you with convenience." After hearing Bulma's introduction, ordinary people present thought about the convenience of life, or even real mobile real estate, while those in the military and special agencies thought about logistics and transportation. If 1,000 tanks are deployed to a remote battlefield, there will be considerable difficulties in transportation. In the process, we must also consider issues such as safety and enemy supply cuts, or even damage during the process. It is also difficult to transfer 1,000 tanks at the same time. However, with the universal capsule, even if 1,000 capsules are placed in a box, any soldier can carry it on his back and run hundreds of miles, not to mention other transportation methods. The people and forces who reacted all had their eyes shining. If this product could be used in the military, it would really change the pattern of modern warfare. After all, if you want to scan out a rocket force, that is very easy. But if you want to scan out a universal capsule containing a rocket force, that is a fantasy. Looking at the excited crowd, Bulma continued, "The universal capsule can not only be released, but also quickly recovered." Then Bulma walked to the displayed products, and when her hands touched the universal capsule group LG on these products and confirmed through palm prints, these products instantly turned back into a capsule, and Bulma easily picked up the capsule and put it back into the box. The recycling of the universal capsule is also very convenient. To prevent others from using the capsule recycling function, the palm print will be recorded. Once the palm print is verified, it can be easily transformed back into capsule form, and the weight is reduced to 50 grams at the same time. Even a huge property will only weigh 50 grams after being converted back into a capsule. At this moment, the media and ordinary people present were all speechless with astonishment, and could only applaud excitedly. Ross's assistant said, "The military will definitely be tempted by this and will be willing to buy this product at any cost. It will be of great help to logistics. Especially for cooperating with operations behind enemy lines, this thing is so convenient." Ross shook his head and said, "It's hopeless. The Universal Capsule Group will never allow the Universal Capsule to be used for military purposes. I know them very well." At this moment, Rhodes from the military's Air Force Department asked, "Ms. Bulma, can this universal capsule be customized for the military? For example, can it be used to encapsulate products like fighter jets?" After hearing Rhodes' question, everyone present looked at Bulma curiously. They also wanted to know the answer. You should know that the Universal Capsule Group, like the transformed Stark Industries, does not produce military products. Even Bank Industrial is affected by it and has not launched military combat robots. Bulma then spoke, the mission of the Universal Capsule Group is to use technology to change the future and change life, not to use technology to change war. Therefore, we will not be involved in the encapsulation of military products. The Universal Capsule only has civilian types. The types of capsules are divided into residential and transportation types. The transportation category is further subdivided into motorcycles, flying motorcycles, cars, maglev flying cars, helicopters, small passenger aircraft, etc. In addition to self-developed products, we also sincerely recruit partners. They provide the products and we are responsible for their encapsulation. In fact, the Universal Capsule Group could have taken over the market without recruiting partners, but Bulma felt that she could bring everyone along to play together, and that there was no need to open a factory for all product categories, as this was not cost-effective. At this moment, the manufacturer who saw the live broadcast immediately picked up the phone and called the purchasing department of Universal Capsule Group to inquire about how to cooperate and join the other party's supply chain. Rhodes sat down somewhat disappointed after being rejected, while Ross smiled and said, "You see, the Universal Capsule Group won't open up its doors for military use." At this time, Bulma on the stage continued, although we do not accept military customization, we can accept civilian customization. I believe there are always many wealthy people who want the properties they carry with them to be luxurious and unique. In this regard, the Universal Capsule Group accepts customized services, but the price will be very different from ordinary models. After hearing Bulma's words, some big players in the Middle East smiled. It turned out that the Universal Capsule Group understood them. You should know that they have been loyal users of the Universal Capsule Group from the very beginning. They have multiple sets of combat power testers, magnetic levitation cars, and Bimax robots. They even buy combat power testers of different colors to match the color of their hats. Wearing a combat power detector does not mean that you will discover some extraordinary people when traveling, but it is worn to tell others that you are rich and show your status. At this time, a reporter asked, "Ms. Bulma, will the introduction of a universal real estate capsule cause a collapse in housing prices? After all, mobile real estate that can be carried around and easily recycled has enormous advantages." Bulma shook her head and said, "Housing prices in major cities and central areas will not be affected. After all, in the city center, you can't put up a house without land." End of this chapter. Chapter 466 Reactions from All Parties. Chapter 466 Reactions from All Parties. The live broadcast of the Universal Capsule Group's new product launch conference was still going on. Hank Pym, who was sitting in front of the TV, was stunned by the technology displayed by Bulma. A sense of déjà vu came over him. The method of shrinking residential buildings into capsules was very similar to his Pym particles. However, through the live broadcast on TV, Hank Pym couldn't see what means the other party used, but it seemed that they were not using Pym particles. After all, for Pym particles, its function is not only to shrink objects, but more to create the Ant-Man suit, allowing ordinary people to have extraordinary powers through the Ant-Man suit. At this moment, Hank Pym couldn't help but sigh that every generation has talented people. In their generation, there was himself and Howard Stark, and this generation also has Bulma and Tony Stark. While Hank Pym was thinking, his daughter and apprentice were watching the new product launch of the Universal Capsule Group. As the chairman of the board of directors of Pym Technologies, Hope, after seeing the products displayed by the Universal Capsule Group on TV, immediately thought of the Pym particles that his father had always kept hidden. There are too many similarities between the two. Even Hope suspected that Bulma had developed the Pym particles. After all, isn't that the technology of Pym particles that allows humans to scale objects? What Hope didn't know was that Bulma actually created a shrinking bracelet that would shrink the human body after using it. However, if it were shown to others, both Hope and Hank Pym would think that the other party had copied the Pym particles. Just as Hope was thinking in frustration, her partner and her father's disciple Darren called her. Hope heard Darren's voice as soon as she answered the phone. "Hope, did you see the Universal Capsule Group's press conference?" Hope nodded and said, "I'm reading it." Darren said, "The principle behind the Universal Capsule product from the Universal Capsule Group is very similar to the Pym particles we are currently researching and replicating. This even gave me an idea. Perhaps we can start by researching how to shrink objects. We should also increase our investment in scientific research and must conquer Pym particles before the Universal Capsule Group develops the ability to shrink the human body. If we don't figure it out before them, the value will be greatly reduced." Hope nodded and said, "You write a note to increase the research funding, and I'll be responsible for signing it. The other side. In the Trident building, although Nick Fury did not go to the scene, he still watched the new product launch conference through the live broadcast. Looking at the products that appeared, Nick Fury did not think of the PIM particles, a product that had disappeared, but thought of the Tesseract. Nick Fury, who has a certain understanding of the Tesseract, is very sure that Bulma must have developed such a product by studying the Tesseract. You have to understand that in the hands of Red Skull and others, the Tesseract was used to develop energy beam weapons, but in Loki's hands, it was the key to opening a portal. In the hands of the scientist Bulma, it was likely space folding and scaling technology. Before this new product launch, Nick Fury had been wondering how Smith Doyle would use the Tesseract and what changes would occur after he took it away, but today he finally knew the answer. The only pity is that when the cosmic cube was in his hands, no scientist thought of this direction. I just don't know if we can customize some special products from Smith Doyle as SHIELD or the Avengers. It seems that I have to let Coulson talk about this matter. I just don't know if there is any hope. The new product launch conference ended quickly, and an online ordering channel was opened on site for 1 hour, with the number of orders placed on the spot exceeding $50 billion. It can be said that this new product launch conference has achieved unprecedented success. At the same time, the online discussions have occupied the top 5 hot topics. Countless people are imagining what their future life will be like, especially for office workers who have difficulty finding parking. With the car-shaped universal capsule, when they arrive at the office, they only need to capsule the car and put it in their pocket. They no longer have to worry about parking, nor will they receive a ticket for illegal parking. Of course, where there are joys there must be sorrows. Suburban properties will inevitably face the problem of falling values. Some people have begun to imagine parking their houses like cars, putting them out when they go home to rest, and taking them away directly when they go to work, even avoiding thieves. As for traveling, it is even better than RVs. Various RVs that were very popular in the past have suffered a decline. After all, no matter how convenient a motorhome is, it is not as convenient as carrying a house, and the comparability between the two is much worse. In addition to the fantasies of ordinary people, various forces and military representatives have received orders from their superiors, which is to find a way to make the Universal Capsule Group give in and allow the customization of military equipment. Even Tony Stark and Ivan Vanko saw the help that the Universal Capsule brought. After all, the convenience of carrying a capsule battle suit is higher than the speed of long-range delivery. However, although Tony thought of the convenience in this regard, he had no intention of speaking up. He knew that once he got the customized version of the battlesuit capsule from Bulma, it would bring endless trouble to the other party. After all, if he could make things convenient for him, Tony Stark, why couldn't he make things convenient for others? At the same time, Tony was also confident that he could develop a more convenient way to wear the battlesuit. The next day, with the successful conclusion of the Universal Capsule Group's new product launch conference, various forces sent personnel to negotiate with Bulma on the customization of the Universal Capsule. As a result, the answers they received were that military products would not be encapsulated. They were not even able to meet with Bulma, the chief scientist of the Universal Capsule Group, and CEO Fox. At this time, Bulma, Fox and others were all gathered in the Assassin's League meeting room. Smith Doyle looked at everyone in the meeting room and said, "First of all, I would like to thank Bulma for their research and development, which has once again brought us a product that changes the world, and for the complete success of the new product launch." The core members of the Assassin's League also applauded. Everyone admired Bulma's research and development capabilities. In everyone's eyes, Bulma's ability was even stronger than Tony Stark. In everyone's eyes, all the achievements, including the treatment cabin, were Bulma's. His scope of work was so wide that he didn't seem to be troubled by any lack of inspiration. End of this chapter. Chapter 467 The Third Dragon Ball Battle. Chapter 467 The Third Dragon Ball Battle Assassin's League Headquarters. In the conference room. As the applause subsided, Smith Doyle continued. Now that the new product launch is over, our next focus will be the battle for the Dragon Balls. The third Dragon Ball contest will be the last one, so I don't want to see any mistakes in it. The format of this Dragon Ball contest will still follow the rules of the previous tournament. All participants will compete in a 1v1 arena match to compete for the final championship. Every ticket is worth a life. The winner of the competition receives the opponent's ticket, and the loser loses his or her ticket. The person who ultimately obtains 7 tickets is the champion of this competition and has the right to make a final wish to the dragon. Hearing that this year's Dragon Ball competition would inherit the rules of the previous one, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. They only needed to follow the previous competition format, and the workload of the ring competition was not large. Yes, we will inform all participants of the competition rules on the way. Smith Doyle nodded, then looked at the martial arts conference host and said, "From now on, this person will be the host of our competition." The martial arts tournament host, who was sitting in the corner at this moment, stood up, bowed and said, "My dear colleagues, from now on I will be hosting various events as a tournament host." As the former host of the world's #1 martial arts competition, he has learned from Smith Doyle that the world's #1 martial arts competition will be held here in the future, and he will always be the host of this event. Looking at the handsome blonde man, everyone present smiled and nodded. Although the people present did not communicate much with the martial arts tournament host, they all knew that he was the one who was brought back to the Assassin's League by the leader a year ago. They had always been curious about what kind of work he would be responsible for, but they saw that he had no arrangements for a whole year. It was not until today that they discovered that the man in front of them had replaced Eddie Brock's identity as the host, which made everyone curious about him. Smith Doyle nodded and continued, "In order to ensure the safety of all participants, I will still serve as the referee of the competition. Medically, treatment cabins and wax baths will be available for contestants to use. Alright, everyone, please prepare to take the contestants and spectators to the competition venue." Everyone nodded and said, "Yes, boss." The meeting ended and everyone left the conference room. Then planes took off from the headquarters of the Assassin's League and headed for the contestants' locations. On an island in the Pacific Ocean where the Dragon Ball battle takes place. 2 years of infrastructure construction have brought about great changes to the entire island compared to the first Dragon Ball battle. The area of the top of the mountain, which was originally used as the arena, has become larger. Smith Doyle was able to determine through observation that a layer of the top of the mountain had been eliminated, which is why the usable area on it has become larger. Smith Doyle flew down from the plane with Bulma in his arms. He looked at the ground beneath his feet and found that the texture was somewhat different from before. He then dodged his feet and said in surprise, "The material has been changed again." Bulma nodded and said, "During the last Dragon Ball contest, the arena was often destroyed by the contestants. This time, I directly replaced it with secondary adamantium alloy, so it will be difficult for them to destroy it." Smith Doyle looked at the ground beneath his feet and couldn't help but sigh. "You've invested a fortune. I heard it costs $10 per gram. That's quite a lot of money." Bulma nodded and said, "It was Ross who introduced me, so I didn't have any trouble with the purchase." Smith Doyle thought for a moment and then said, "Actually, I suggest you use a mixture of vibranium and lesser adamantium. That way the ring will be more resilient and will also have the ability to absorb energy, making it much more difficult to destroy." Bulma asked, "Vibranium, as a sound-absorbing steel, is indeed very suitable for mixing with lesser adamantium to create a fighting arena. But we can't buy vibranium. Ivan Vanko has looked for Chala many times and also visited King Chaka. They said they no longer have vibranium, only the inherited Black Panther suit." Ivan Vanko was almost forced to seek help from a black market arms dealer. "In the end, I gave him some lesser adamantium attack, which allowed him to upgrade his suit." Hearing Ivan Vanko's miserable state, Smith Doyle wondered, with his status as Vank Industrial, can't he buy secondary adamantium? Bulma shook her head. "He can't buy it. The military won't sell it to him. I heard that some high-ranking military officials believed that he was Russian and that selling him vibranium would threaten national security, so they refused to approve it. If he wasn't considered a member of the Avengers, some people would even want Tony to deal with him." Smith Doyle was speechless after hearing this answer. This was truly American. "Didn't they put that label on you? You're not even a Midgardian after all." Bulma shook her head. "No, they firmly claimed that I was American and an outstanding elite with an American education. They even arranged for me to choose from a number of universities, all of which were willing to give me the status of a distinguished alumnus. Some high-ranking government officials have even asked if they can send their children to the Assassin's League's internal university." Hearing Bulma's answer and looking at the other person's blue hair, Smith Doyle's mouth twitched twice. These people are really, since they speculate like this, let them speculate as they please. However, it is indeed necessary to open a university dedicated to the Assassin's League. After all, there are quite a few members in the organization, and their children also need to study. Put this matter on the agenda. As for the vibranium matter, I'll figure it out. Smith Doyle knew very well that not only did Wakanda have an outrageous amount of vibranium, but that underwater country also had a large amount of vibranium. In the future, he might even have the opportunity to obtain the original adamantium, but that matter needed to be planned, otherwise he might not have the chance to get it. Bulma was also curious when she heard that Smith Doyle had a solution. She hugged Smith's arm and said, "What's the solution?" Do you know where I can find vibranium? Smith Doyle nodded and said, Wakanda already has vibranium, but they just don't want to release it. Then he asked, the scene is all set up now. Bulma nodded and said, I'll tell Fox that she'll still be responsible for establishing the internal university. I'll focus on scientific research. As for the competition venue, it has been set up. I just didn't expect Wakanda to be so hidden, unwilling to sell even if they have vibranium. It seems that it will be quite troublesome to obtain it. Smith Doyle nodded, but vibranium was not only found in Wakanda. However, he decided to visit Chaka in Wakanda after the battle for the Dragon Balls was over. End of this chapter. Chapter 468 Boarding the plane to the scene. Chapter 468 Boarding the plane to the Seneth other side. In Stark Tower, Tony was accompanied by Sue Shanky, Sue Xialing, Happy, Pepper Potts and the little boy Harry. When the Universal Capsule Launch Conference ended and he learned that the battle for Dragon Ball was about to begin, Tony arranged for someone to pick up Harry. As for Sue Shanky and Sue Xialing, they agreed to give each other 2 spectator spots at the Rose Manor. At this time, John Wick and Fox arrived to visit. Looking at the 6 people, Fox said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have such a breakthrough in audience numbers this time. I thought it was still just Happy and Pepper Potts. Tony also smiled and said, life always needs some variety. Then everyone boarded the Assassin's League plane and headed to the competition venue. John Wick said on the plane, the rules of this Dragon Ball competition are the same as the previous one. There are no changes. Tony Stark nodded after hearing this, while Harry looked at the people around him curiously. The other side. Alexei and Wesley came to the Avengers base, while Steve Rogers had been waiting for a long time with 10 SHIELD agents. Among these 10 SHIELD agents are Coulson, Fitz, Simmons and Commander Hill. As for Coulson's other team members, they did not qualify this time. Instead, Sidwell and Crossbones appeared among them. Coulson looked at the vertical takeoff and landing Airbus and couldn't help but sigh. It's exactly like our Airbus Center. Fitz nodded and said, if it weren't for the different paint job, I would have thought it was ours. I just don't know if their vertical takeoff and landing technology is the same. Commander Hill said, don't forget that the opponent has Bulma behind him who developed the Universal Capsule. With this scientific genius, vertical takeoff and landing is not a problem at all. Coulson and others nodded upon seeing this. As the plane door opened, Alexei and Wesley walked out, looked at the 11 people in front of them and said, Mr. Steve Rogers, you may take the audience members aboard and proceed to the competition. Steve Rogers nodded, and then led everyone onto the plane. The modified Airbus of the Assassin's League was very large, and a lot of adjustments had been made inside the plane. It had a dining area, a beverage area, a lounge, etc. After the 11 people entered the plane, they sat down in the rest area. As the plane took off for the game, Wesley came to the front of the crowd and said, Mr. Steve Rogers, before we go ashore, let me first introduce you to the rules of the Dragon Ball competition. Looking at Wesley in front of him, Steve Rogers nodded and said, sorry to bother you. At this time, the other 10 SHIELD agents also turned their attention here. They were also very interested in the rules of the Dragon Ball battle. Wesley said, this year's Dragon Ball contest will feature a ring battle format, with 2 participants randomly selected from all participants to compete in a 1v1 format. 1 ticket represents 1 point. The winner gains 1 point and the loser loses 1 point. Those with a score of 0 will be eliminated and disqualified from the next round of competition. The person with the final score of 7 will be crowned the champion of this Dragon Ball competition and will have the opportunity to make a wish to the dragon. Steve Rogers was also stunned after hearing this. At this time, Commander Hill asked, doesn't this mean that even if the champion is guaranteed to win every match, he still needs to fight at least 6 ring matches? Wesley nodded and said, yes, in fact the number may be more than this. Steve Rogers said firmly, I can fight any day as long as I can win the championship. Hearing Steve Rogers' words, Commander Hill glanced at the man in front of her. In fact, she already knew the relevant information about Dragon Ball when she was approved to be a spectator of this Dragon Ball battle, and she was not optimistic about Steve Rogers' hope of winning the championship. If the chances were really great, Nick Fury would never give the other Dragon Ball to Jessica Jones, but would give it directly to Steve Rogers to increase his chances of winning. But as far as he knew, Jessica Jones's current strength had far surpassed Captain America's, especially since she had been strengthened by the symbiote. Coulson had a question in his mind, that is, why Steve Rogers did not obtain the symbiote. If he had the symbiote, Captain America would be even stronger, just like Jessica Jones. You know, there are 3 symbiotes in the SHIELD laboratory. Sybil pushed up his glasses and asked, excuse me, are there 7 contestants in this Dragon Ball competition? As the true winner of the 3 stars orb, Sidwell didn't understand why Steve Rogers and Jessica Jones ultimately won the Dragon Ball competition, and he didn't know to whom his Dragon Ball was given. After all, his boss Pierce didn't explain all this to him, but he had a guess in his mind, that is, could Steve Rogers have become the captain of Hydra? Or maybe Jessica Jones, a more powerful superhuman, joined Hydra. It's impossible for Pierce to give away the Dragon Ball without winning over anyone. Wesley frowned as he saw an audience member asking a question. He didn't have the service to answer questions for the audience. After all, as soon as he answered one person, another one would continue to ask. Did he have to answer all the questions for the 10 audience members present? Seeing that Wesley didn't speak, Alexei on the side said, "Audience members don't have permission to ask questions, but Wesley has already made an exception and answered your questions. As for the other questions, you will naturally understand the rules of the competition when you arrive at the venue." Hearing Alexei's words, Sitwell touched his nose. He didn't expect that he was so unlucky that he was ignored when he asked a question. It would have been better to directly reject Hill's answer. It was really embarrassing. Steve Rogers came to the rescue of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. "I'm also curious about the number of participants in this Dragon Ball battle." Wesley glanced at Steve Rogers and said, "There are only 6 people in total." When they heard that there were only 6 people, everyone present immediately understood. After all, one of them had collected 2 Dragon Balls. But they didn't know who this lucky person would be. The other side. Su Wenwu and Michael came to pick up Jessica Jones. Compared with Steve Rogers, Jessica Jones's lineup was much stronger. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Alexander Pierce, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., all became members of the audience. In addition, there were Natasha, Hawkeye, Agent Number 18, Agent Number 31, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Senior Agent John Garrett. It can be said that the lineup is stronger than that of the audience members on Steve Rogers' side. Obviously, both Nick Fury and Pierce believe that Jessica Jones, who is strengthened by the symbiote, has a better chance of winning than Steve Rogers. As for why Nick Fury did not equip Steve Rogers with a symbiote, it was because Steve Rogers' Dragon Ball wish was for himself, not to fight for SHIELD. Naturally, Nick Fury retained the only 3 symbiotes that could create super warriors. Su Wenwu and Michael walked out of the plane and looked at the people in front of them, only to find that there were more than 11 people behind Jessica Jones. There were also other SHIELD security personnel and photographers taking pictures of the team of 11 people. Su Wenwu frowned slightly and immediately said, "Jessica Jones and 10 spectators, please board the plane immediately. We are about to depart for the competition." Hearing Su Wenwu's words, Pierce smiled and said to Nick Fury, "Looks like there's only room for 10 spectators. I was saying we couldn't watch this many agents go along." Nick Fury responded, "We were just trying. After all, we only had 10 people prepared. If the others didn't get in the way, we could have taken them along too. But it seems we failed." Jessica Jones then spoke, "Commanders, we are about to board the plane." After speaking, Jessica Jones took the lead and walked forward. Nick Fury and Pierce just smiled and said nothing when they saw this scene. Nick Fury just ordered, "Those who have received the mission, please board the plane with me." Following Nick Fury's order, 10 audience members walked out of the team and boarded the plane sent by the League of Assassins. Su Wenwu looked at the 11 people boarding the plane and nodded to the staff beside him. Then the staff closed the plane's door, and soon the plane entered takeoff mode, took off on the spot and flew towards the competition venue. As everyone sat down, Michael came to Jessica Jones and said, "Ms. Jessica, the ticket holder, let me now explain the rules of this Dragon Ball competition to you." Jessica Jones nodded, but Pierce, who was standing aside, looked at the members of the Black Robe Patrol in front of him, and thought of the shock he felt when he got all the relevant information about Dragon Ball. Smith Doyle has already developed into an unshakable behemoth, especially after the release of the Universal Capsule yesterday, which made this organization flourish. Unfortunately, the other party's nature cannot be recruited to become a member of Hydra. This battle will be held on an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. The third Dragon Ball contest will feature a 1v1 arena battle format, with a total of 6 participants. They will be randomly divided into pairs to compete, and the winner will receive the loser's ticket coins. Those with 0 ticket coins will be eliminated. Those with ticket coins will continue to compete until the owner of 7 coins emerges. They will become the champion of this Dragon Ball competition and be eligible to make a wish for the Dragon Ball. Jessica Jones was not intimidated at all when she heard that there were so many battles to fight. Instead, she was excited and asked, "Which lucky person got 2 Dragon Balls?" Michael did not hide it. After all, everyone would know it when they arrived at the scene. He immediately said, "Mr. Tony Stark has obtained 2 Dragon Balls." When Pierce heard this answer, a question came to his mind, that is, did Selena give the Dragon Ball she got to Tony? Thinking that Tony Stark got 2 Dragon Balls, Pierce was speechless. You have to know that in the case of Killian, Hydra believed that they could kill Tony Stark by catching him off guard. If they had snatched 2 or more Dragon Balls from Tony at that time, they would not have given the one in his hand to Nick Fury without any conditions. Jessica Jones exclaimed. He is truly a guy blessed by God. Nick Fury on the side also nodded. According to the information he knew, Tony Stark had obtained 2 Dragon Balls in the last session. He didn't know whether Tony Stark had found a way to identify the Dragon Balls, so he was able to collect 2 Dragon Balls again. At the same time, Selena and Melina took Lorelei on a plane to the competition venue. Unlike other contestants, Lorelei did not bring any suitors to the competition venue, but boarded the Dragon Ball battle plane alone. Compared with other planes, this plane is manned entirely by former Black Widow members, without a single male on board. After Melina finished explaining the rules of the game, Lorelei nodded and said, "It looks like there are no changes to the rules from the previous session." However, Heimdall had already explained to him the rules of the previous Dragon Ball battle, but he didn't expect that there would be no changes this time. It is said that the first and second battles are different. Melina nodded, yes, this Dragon Ball battle is no different from the last one. After understanding the situation, Lorelei didn't say anything more, but just waited quietly to arrive at the competition venue. At this moment, of all the contestants, only Cassius of Camartage has not been invited. At this time, our Smith Doyle came to a spaceship. Although Mockery's spaceship has advanced stealth technology, it cannot be seen with the naked eye, and even Bulma's technology is currently unable to scan this triangular spaceship. But Mockery's aura was as dazzling as a searchlight in the dark night in front of Smith Doyle, and he could not hide his figure at all. At this moment, Mockery looked at Smith Doyle outside the spaceship on the screen, and she was a little curious in her heart. Did the other party just appear in front of the spaceship by coincidence, or did he really discover her? Just as Mockery was guessing, Smith Doyle's voice came in. "Friends of the Eternals, it is not polite to park your spaceship on the playing field." After hearing Smith Doyle's words, Mockery lost his hope and immediately revealed the spaceship without hiding. The huge spaceship that appeared in the sky also attracted the attention of the members of the Assassin's League below, and Bulma looked up curiously. End of this chapter. Chapter 469 The Captured Eternals. Chapter 469 The Captured Eternals. Bulma looked at the spaceship that appeared above her head, her expression becoming serious. She didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, but its appearance here was definitely related to Dragon Ball. At this time, Smith Doyle was looking at the spaceship in front of him. If he had not sensed that there was only one person in the spaceship, he would have thought that the Eternals were coming to steal the Dragon Balls. Although there is only one person, it is not impossible. After all, parking the spacecraft above the stadium may not be without intention. You can't think that the other party is just there to watch the game. At this moment, a door opened on the spaceship, and an electronic synthesized voice sounded. "Please come in, Mr. Smith. I mean no harm." Looking at the open entrance on the spaceship, Smith Doyle flew in without any hesitation. He didn't believe that the Eternal spaceship could control him, and he believed even more in his own strength that it would be easy to dismantle the spaceship with his current strength. As Smith Doyle entered the spaceship, he saw Mockery greeting him inside. Mockery was holding a tablet-like control interface. He operated on it for a few times, and the mechanical synthesized voice sounded again. "Mr. Smith, I have no ill intentions in appearing here, please rest assured." Seeing Mockery's actions, Smith Doyle realized that this was the speedster among the Eternals and the one Pietro had met before. Unfortunately, the other party was a mute and could not speak but could hear. "Why did you fly the spaceship above the stadium?" Mockery was typing, and Smith Doyle soon heard the relevant content. "We are trying hard to collect Dragon Balls, but we haven't found any yet. We are unsure if we will miss this Dragon Ball battle, so we brought the spaceship here. Our original plan was to observe and see if the Dragon Ball battle hadn't started. If the other members continued to collect the Dragon Balls, and if the Dragon Ball battle had already started and no Dragon Balls were collected, we would give up this Dragon Ball battle and I would fly the spaceship away from here. I just didn't expect your perception ability to be so strong that you could actually detect our invisible spacecraft." Over the countless years, Mockery has flown her spaceship over various countries, and even passed by places like the White House many times, but has never been noticed. However, unexpectedly, Smith Doyle discovered her as soon as she arrived. The Guardian of Dragon Ball is indeed unfathomable in strength, and perhaps what he has shown is only a part of it. After listening to Mockery's explanation, Smith Doyle did not directly call for war and killing, but said, "The Dragon Ball competition is about to begin. All the contestants are on their way. No member of your class has been awarded a place. Now fly your spaceship away from the island, and from now on you are not allowed to fly your spaceship onto the island without permission. The first time I treated you as innocent, but if you do it again I will consider it a provocation and will blow up the spaceship." Hearing Smith Doyle's warning, Mockery nodded repeatedly and quickly typed, "Okay, I'll leave now. I'm very sorry for causing you misunderstanding. This won't happen again." Smith Doyle nodded, turned around, flew out of the spaceship, and returned to the bottom. With Smith Doyle's departure, Mockery did not dare to delay and immediately drove the spaceship out of the airspace. Bulma looked at the returning Smith Doyle and the departing spaceship and asked curiously, "What happened? Whose organization is that spaceship?" Smith Doyle asked. "It's Mockery from the Eternals. She's watching from above to see when we'll start the battle for the Dragon Balls so they can give up on collecting them." They thought they were hiding perfectly, but their personal aura was clearly revealed in the sky. Bulma heard that it was the Eternals and said curiously, "I didn't expect they had such advanced spacecraft and stealth technology. It's really surprising." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "I'll go get Cassius first. I'll leave this place to you." Bulma nodded and said softly, "Go ahead, everything is ready here, just waiting for the contestants to enter." Smith Doyle took out the cosmic cube, opened the space portal directly, and instantly appeared in the square of Kamartaj. The mages in the square, seeing the sudden appearance of the space gate that was inconsistent with their spells, immediately became alert, and someone went to inform the eldest brother Baron Mordo. Smith Doyle walked out of the space portal. This time he did not teleport directly to Ancient One's office, appearing to be more polite. Of course, this politeness was only what he thought. At least the mages who were on high alert in the square did not think that Smith Doyle was polite. Smith Doyle, who had walked out of the space wormhole, quickly discovered that something was wrong and said helplessly, "Please don't misunderstand me." At this moment, Baron Mordo was called over. Looking at Smith Doyle standing in the center of the square, although he was very unhappy with the guy who almost beat him to death, he still stepped forward to explain, "This is Mr. Smith Doyle, and he is not our enemy. I just didn't expect Mr. Smith to be able to teleport, and he even opened it directly in our Kamartaj." Baron Mordo beat around the bush and immediately asked, "Is Mr. Smith here to visit Mr. Ancient One?" After hearing Baron Mordo's words, the mages present relaxed their vigilance, as long as it wasn't an enemy. Smith Doyle looked at Baron Mordo in front of him. He didn't expect that the other party was so petty and dared to play tricks on him. Although he didn't beat him up here, he had learned a lot of hermaphrodite skills from Tony, and he was especially familiar with the words that touched his heart. "I have already visited Master Ancient One before. This time I am here to pick up Cassius and take him to participate in this year's Dragon Ball competition." Baron Mordo was also stunned when he heard Smith Doyle's words. He didn't expect that a new round of Dragon Ball battle would start so soon. Because he was not the first-hand contact with Dragon Ball, he naturally did not receive the news of the revival of Dragon Ball this time. At the same time, Baron Mordo's face turned ugly. After hearing what Smith Doyle said, Master Ancient One had obtained the Dragon Ball again, but this time he did not give it to himself, but to Cassius. Thinking of this result, Baron Mordo felt very uncomfortable. In order to protect his fellow soldiers from discrimination, he even begged them for help and almost paid the price of his life, but the teacher did not give it to him after obtaining the Dragon Ball. End of this chapter. Chapter 470 Smith, who never suffers a loss. Chapter 470 Smith, who never suffers a loss. Could it be that I am no longer the teacher's favorite student, or is it because I lost in the last Dragon Ball battle that the teacher no longer values me? Then do I still have a chance to succeed my teacher and become the supreme mage? Thinking of this, Baron Mordo clenched his fists in anger. If Cassius won the championship this time, his impression in the eyes of his teacher would definitely plummet. Although he wanted to take the opportunity to participate from Cassius, the organizer Smith Doyle had already arrived, and he had no chance to persuade Cassius. Thinking of this, Baron Mordo turned to the mage next to him and said, "Go and call Cassius over and tell him that Mr. Smith is here for a visit." At this time, the mages present also noticed that after the words Dragon Ball competition appeared, Master Mordo's face became ugly. Everyone was also curious about what this so-called Dragon Ball competition was. Smith Doyle found it quite funny to see Baron Mordo shaking with anger and clenching his fists. He was so angry just because he didn't get the Dragon Ball. I wonder if he would vomit 3 liters of blood when he found out that the position of Supreme Sorcerer was not his destiny, but was given to a guy who had only been learning from Kamartaj for a few months. Soon Cassius was found, along with 10 other mages. Smith Doyle took a look at the mages following Cassius and recognized at a glance that these were the people who would follow Cassius in the future. Unlike Baron Mordo, who participated in the Dragon Ball battle alone, Cassius allocated all 10 spectator spots to his 10 most trusted followers. Although he has not yet joined Dormammu, he has still won over a group of mages to follow him with his personal charm, and these 10 people are the 10 people he trusts the most. Baron Mordo, who already had a grim expression on his face, looked even uglier as he looked at the small group behind Cassius. Although he knew that Cassius had made friends with some mages, he didn't expect that it had developed to this point. It was actually a small group. At the same time, looking at the number of 10 mages, Baron Mordo immediately thought of the spectator spots. In order to prevent the Dragon Ball incident from disturbing the other mages, he did not bring anyone with him. Cassius looked at Smith Doyle in front of him and said respectfully, "Mr. Smith, I'm so sorry to have to make such a trip for you. As soon as you give me a notification, I will definitely rush to the stadium. Thank you for coming to pick me up." Looking at the respectful Cassius, no matter what will happen to this guy in the future, at least Smith Doyle is satisfied at this moment. At this time, Baron Mordo on the side asked, "Cassius, you're here with 10 mages, are you sure you want to spread the news about the Dragon Ball?" Cassius stood up and said to Smith Doyle, "Mr. Smith Doyle, please wait a moment while I explain to Master Mordo." Smith Doyle nodded with interest upon seeing this. He dared to release the Dragon Ball because he was not worried that it would be known by the extraordinary people and the magician group. Cassius turned around and said to Baron Mordo, "Master Mordo, I believe you have forgotten the purpose of Camartage. Our Camartage lineage has always upheld a sharing attitude since the time of our ancient master. There are no requirements for the magic books in the library. All mages can read and study them. In order to give hope to all living beings, Mr. Smith released the Dragon Balls to give people a chance. Then why should we contestants be stingy with the 10 spectator spots we already have?" Hearing Cassius' words, Baron Mordo's dark skin turned red and he said angrily, "Cassius, if these mages have any inappropriate thoughts in the future, you will be responsible for it." Cassius said with a smile, "Brother, you don't need to worry about these things. I trust my fellow mages." In order to prevent Cassius from repeating the mistakes of Baron Mordo, Ancient One told Cassius about how Baron Mordo got the Dragon Ball and what he did afterwards. He also knew that Baron Mordo, who was like a senior brother, was almost beaten to death. This also made Cassius extremely respectful to Smith Doyle, and he had no intention of hiding his interest in the Dragon Ball spectator spot. In Cassius' opinion, with the teacher's strength, if he had obtained the Dragon Ball and participated in the competition himself, he would have won first place with ease. However, the teacher did not do so. Instead, he gave such an opportunity to his students, first Mordo, then himself, and in the future it would be other mages. Adhering to his teacher's philosophy, Cassius also gave the viewing spots to the mages with whom he had a good relationship, hoping that they could learn about it in advance and prepare early, so that they would have the chance to get the opportunity given by their teacher in the future. On this special stage, it is very necessary to realize their wishes or make Camartage famous. Cassius didn't pay any more attention to Mordo after he finished speaking, but turned to look at Smith Doyle and said, "I'm very sorry to have wasted Mr. Smith's time. I've finished my business here." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "In that case, let's go to the competition site." After saying this, Smith Doyle waved his hand and opened a space-time wormhole that led directly to the audience area of the stadium. "Take your 10 spectators and enter this transmission channel. The competition venue is on the other side." Cassius nodded, then led his team of mages into the space channel, and once inside they arrived at the audience area of the island competition venue. Seeing all 11 people go in, Smith Doyle did not stop, but walked towards Baron Mordo and said, "Mordo, remember to say hello to Master Ancient One for me. I will come to visit you in a while." After hearing Smith Doyle's words, Mordo had no choice but to agree no matter how unhappy he was. "Yes, Mr. Smith." Smith Doyle left Camartage with a smile and closed the space channel he had opened. "Ha ha ha." Hearing Smith Doyle's laughter as he left, Baron Mordo clenched his fists again, while the mages in the square became curious about this so-called battle for Dragon Balls, and also wanted to know what Dragon Balls were. At this moment, Gui sat in the Zen room, put down the teacup, and shook his head helplessly. He really has a pure heart and can't stand any loss. After returning to the competition venue with a group of mages, Smith Doyle called a staff member and instructed, "You are responsible for explaining the rules of the Dragon Ball battle to Cassius and arranging for them to sit in the audience area." The staff immediately took the order and said, "Okay, Chief." End of this chapter. Chapter 471, the Third Dragon Ball Battle. Chapter 471, the Third Dragon Ball Battle. After leaving the competition, Macquarie immediately contacted Ajak, the leader of the Eternals, and reported the situation there. After receiving the news, Ajak immediately convened a meeting of the Eternals. With the arrival of Mockery, all the Eternals entered the spaceship. Ajak looked at everyone and said, according to the information obtained by Mockery, the third Dragon Ball contest is about to begin. All the tickets for the competition have been distributed, and Smith Doyle has seen through the spacecraft stealth technology. After hearing Ajak's words, everyone fell silent. They didn't expect that the revived Dragon Balls in this session would have owners so quickly, and the competition was about to start. Tina smiled and said nonchalantly, "So many years have passed, this little bit of time doesn't matter. If there's no chance this time, then we'll wait for the next one. If the next one doesn't work, then we'll wait for the next one. We've already waited for 1,000 years. The worst that can happen is we'll have to wait for a few dozen or even 100 more years. We'll always have a chance." Ajak glanced at Tina and knew very well in his mind that according to the current speed of development, the new gods born on Earth would not give him so much time. According to Ajak's calculations, the new gods would be born in about 10 to 20 years. If the Eternals did not want the Earth to be destroyed, they had to be prepared. Ajak said, "Before, there was no opportunity, so I could ignore time and wait, but now that the opportunity has appeared, I can no longer ignore it." At this time, Akaris spoke, "We've already missed this session, so what should we do? Are you going to rob them?" Hearing Akaris' words, Ajak frowned slightly, then spoke, "Akaris, don't you have any other ideas besides violence? Although I emphasize the importance of time, it does not mean that we must resort to violence. And can violence really achieve the desired effect?" In Ajak's opinion, even if the Eternals wanted to obtain it through force, they might not necessarily gain the upper hand. As the guardian of the Dragon Balls, Smith Doyle dared to release the Dragon Balls so openly, so he naturally had means of checks and balances, especially since the other party was very familiar with the intelligence of the Eternals and other powerful forces and individuals. It can be said that Smith Doyle is a person who knows the extraordinary world very well, and knows the Eternals, magicians, and Asgard forces. Knowing this information, the other party still dared to release the Dragon Balls. Naturally, there must be a means of checks and balances. Akaris spread his hands and said, "You are the leader, you decide what should be done." Seeing this, Ajak said, "After this session, just raise the purchase price of Dragon Balls. If 100 million isn't enough, then 200 million. If 200 million isn't enough, then 300 million. Even if a single Dragon Ball costs $1 billion US, I don't think it's excessive. Fastos, monitor the information related to Dragon Balls online and provide timely feedback. If there is any force that wants to acquire Dragon Balls, we will go directly to their door this time. Determine the other party's wishes. Perhaps some wishes don't require Dragon Balls, and we can help them come true. Also, after this competition, I will visit Mr. Smith Doyle again to see if he has any needs. Maybe some of his needs are something we can meet." At this time, Fastos spoke, "I heard that Vank Industries, a subsidiary of Smith Doyle, failed in its attempts to purchase vibranium and subadamantium. Even the Universal Capsule Group failed to buy vibranium. Material like this can be transformed if Circe puts all her effort into it." Circe nodded and said, "As long as it's a substance I've seen, it can be converted through my abilities. If it's a small batch, the production cost isn't that high. You should know that in the future timeline of the movie universe, Circe directly converted a huge new member of the Celestials into the original adamantium form, completely killing the other party." Ajax nodded, "That's one way. Talk to Smith and see if we can exchange a wish for a Dragon Ball for a certain price. If directly granting the wish is too much, exchanging it for a Dragon Ball and the right to participate is also very cost-effective." At this time, Ginge asked, "Since this competition has given up, can we take a spaceship and remotely observe the quality of the contestants in this year's Dragon Ball competition?" Macri shook his head and quickly recounted what happened in sign language. Everyone was surprised when they saw it. They actually saw through the spaceship. "I thought it was just a coincidence when the leader mentioned it earlier. I didn't expect there wouldn't even be a chance to watch remotely." The druid looked at Fastos and said, "Fastos, can't we watch the game live via remote satellite?" Fastos shook his head. "That island has been modified by the Universal Capsule Corporation. It's shielded in satellite mode, so we can't see the real situation at all. That's why the leader asked Mockery to go to the site to understand the progress." Gilgamesh shrugged his shoulders. "Since we are not eligible for this session, let's wait for the next one. This time we are preparing early, making plans a year in advance, and we must get tickets for the next session." Ajak also nodded and ended the meeting. However, they didn't know that the third Dragon Ball battle would be the last one. The other side. 5 Airbus planes successfully arrived at the competition site. Soon all the contestants and spectators got out of the planes and then entered the audience area under the guidance of the staff. Steve Rogers, who was sitting in the audience, was surprised to find that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the Secretary General of the World Security Council were present at the scene. He obviously discovered that someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. had obtained the Dragon Ball. Steve Rogers asked curiously, "Besides me, who else in S.H.I.E.L.D. has obtained the Dragon Ball?" Coulson said, "Your teammate, Jessica Jones." Steve Rogers looked in Jessica Jones's direction, and she winked back. As everyone arrived and took their seats, the blonde host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament appeared on the stage. The host of the martial arts competition was not a supernatural being. He appeared on the stage like an ordinary person and did not perform any fancy performances. Those who participated in the previous Dragon Ball competition were a little curious when they saw the strange blonde man who appeared. You know, the host of the previous competition was Eddie Brock, who is now the famous CEO of the Red Ribbon Group. Soon someone spotted Eddie Brock on one side of the audience. At this time, Eddie Brock was looking at the man on the stage. He didn't expect that this guy had taken away his hosting job. On the stage, the martial arts competition host held the microphone and said excitedly, "I am the host of this competition. Welcome all the contestants and spectators who have come here to watch the competition. The third Dragon Ball competition is about to begin." Eddie's wife spoke to comfort him. "You're already the CEO of the Red Ribbon Group, so stop trying to steal the hosting job from others. We must also give our colleagues some opportunities." Eddie Brock said helplessly, "You don't know the significance of hosting the Dragon Ball battle. I heard Michael say that he will be the host of the competition in the future." And held Eddie's hand and said with a smile, "Don't think too much about it. This won't affect you. Not all members of the organization will have the opportunity to watch it live." Eddie Brock nodded when he heard his wife say that. On the other side, Nick Fury had been observing everything on the island after getting off the plane. Although he didn't have the chance to walk around, he still took note of all the people who appeared here. The expressions of the people in the audience varied, but they were all looking forward to the upcoming game. But unlike ordinary audiences, some agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were obviously assigned different tasks after their arrival, and were recording something at a rapid speed. The host of the martial arts competition held the microphone, his voice filled with enthusiasm and excitement. "Now, let me introduce to you the 6 contestants participating in this Dragon Ball competition. The first contestant is Lorena from Coast Guard." A virtual screen appeared above the ring, with a huge photo on it, and the person in the photo was Lorelei. Lorelei, an Asgardian, is known as the Banshee. Even Thor, the god of thunder, once fell in love with her. If you think she's just a delicate woman, you're in for a big loss. At this time, the lights on the ring shone on Lorelei in the audience, but her position was different from that of everyone else. Lorelei was the only one in the audience, and the staff did not arrange for any other members to sit around her. But under the light, all the men who looked over couldn't help but say, "What a nice view." Lorelei's smile widened as the host introduced her first and even turned on the lights. Even without any contact, all the men who looked over couldn't help but feel a little favorable towards Lorelei. Coulson said to Steve Rogers, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Steve Rogers looked dazed for a moment, then he said, "It is beautiful, but I only have Carter in my heart." Coulson withdrew his gaze and thought of his cello-playing girlfriend, but at the same time, Lorelei's figure also appeared in his mind. Looking at Tony, who was a little infatuated, Pepper Potts couldn't help but grab Tony's waist. The pain brought Tony back to his senses, and he whispered, "There's something wrong with this woman. No matter how beautiful she is, she shouldn't be this attractive." The little boy Harry beside him said, "This sister is so beautiful, I really want to go over and get to know her." Compared to the determined contestants, the little boy Harry fell for the other party simply by seeing them. As the searchlight went out, Lorelei's figure fell into darkness again. The people in the audience came to their senses. Compared to the men who were attracted, the female members immediately became wary of Lorelei. Natasha even sighed in her heart, "She deserves to be called a banshee, she is really too attractive to men. If she continues to radiate like this, I can't imagine what will happen in the end." Jessica Jones also felt something was wrong. Lorelei had no effect on her, but the effect on men was obviously beyond normal. Could this be the other party's superpower? Nick Fury and Pierce came back to their senses and their faces immediately darkened. They didn't expect that there would be such a person in Asgard. Nick Fury couldn't help but say, "Asgard is too dangerous." Pierce nodded and said, "Yes, and those who are not of my kind must have different hearts." Even the Nordic gods, who are regarded as gods, have come to participate in the battle for the Dragon Balls. This shows that there are so many things on Earth that we don't know. The audience seats contained not only contestants but also high-ranking and core members of the League of Assassins, including vampires and werewolves like Ivan Vanko. However, because most of them had been informed of Lorelei's characteristics in advance, they did not follow the crowd to see Lorelei herself, and at most they just took a look at the virtual image. The League of Assassins has tested that Lorelei's photo has no seductive power. To achieve the actual effect, it is still necessary to see the other person being acted upon, and close contact or even physical contact is required for those with strong will. At this time, after the martial arts competition host introduced Karo Lele, he began to introduce the second contestant. The photo on the screen changed, and a photo of Steve Rogers appeared on the virtual screen. Steve Rogers, a super soldier born during World War II, is a beneficiary of the super soldier serum. He possesses a strong heart and good character. He was once frozen to save New York. He has outstanding fighting skills and is a powerful transcendent. At the same time, the searchlight shone on Steve Rogers in the audience, and sitting next to him were a group of SHIELD agents. Coulson sighed. "Captain, it's your turn to be introduced so soon. Will you be the first to appear in the round?" Seeing the searchlight shining on himself, Steve was wearing Captain America's suit and had his shield at hand. At this moment, Ivan Vanko's eyes fell on Captain America's shield. Unlike others, Ivan Vanko did not care about the super soldier serum. Instead, he was curious about the special shield. It was said that it was made of a mixture of vibranium and other materials. There was only one such shield in the world, and it had powerful defense and rebound capabilities. It seemed that the Chitori's energy weapons hitting it could be easily blocked and rebounded. Ivan Vanko was very interested in the structure of the shield. Lorelei also looked at Steve Rogers at this moment. She was not very interested in this extraordinary person from ancient times, but since he appeared on the list of contestants, he was someone who could be easily dealt with. When the other contestants saw that Steve Rogers was a contestant, they all smiled. End of this chapter. Chapter 472. Participants from all parties. Chapter 472. Participants from all parties. Everyone smiled because Steve Rogers was a contestant. Everyone present knew that Steve Rogers was active during World War II, and his combat effectiveness was not high after he reappeared in the public eye. Especially since the combat power detectors had been deployed long ago, everyone understood that Steve Rogers' combat power was only over 50 points during the Battle of New York. Facing such a weak opponent, everyone hoped that their opponent in the competition would be Steve Rogers. I just don't know which lucky person will take away Steve Rogers' competition gold coins. Even Jessica Jones, after being strengthened by the symbiote, hopes that she will face Steve Rogers. As they are both Avengers, it is better to lend a hand than to let others win the championship. At this moment, Tony Stark looked in the direction of Steve Rogers and thought to himself, it turned out that Steve got the Dragon Ball. Looks like his trip was in vain. Harry on the side said excitedly, "Tony, it's Captain. He's also a member of your Avengers, right? It's so cool that you two are going to compete on the same stage." After the Battle of New York, the captain seemed to have disappeared from public view. "I didn't expect him to come here." Tony held Harry's head and said, "That's not cool at all. I just don't know who Steve's opponent will be. It's definitely going to be a lucky guy." Harry asked in confusion, "Tony, don't you think highly of the captain?" Pepper Potts, who had witnessed the powerful strength of the extraordinary people in the first two realms, explained to Happy. Although Steve Rogers is a transcendent who appeared during World War II, he has no advantage in the battle for the Dragon Balls. Harry nodded, not quite understanding. From what he knew, Captain America, as a member of the Avengers, was synonymous with powerful strength. Pietro said to Wanda, "If that Lorelei from Asgard just now was a bit threatening, the captain is not dangerous at all and is no match for you at all." Wanda nodded. "Maybe he is the weakest contestant." Cassius and the mage group cared even less about Steve Rogers, especially since he had mastered several very offensive spells through hard training during this period, which made him full of confidence. As the searchlight went out, the virtual image of the ring match changed the photo again, and Jessica Jones's photo appeared on it. Jessica Jones, the holder of the 3-star Dragon Ball among this contestant, a member of the Avengers, and a powerful female warrior. If you underestimate her, you will suffer a severe blow. She is also the second female transcendent and the second Avengers member to appear in this tournament. She is truly an organization blessed by God. At this time, the lights on the ring shone on Jessica Jones in the audience. Jessica Jones was wearing a black jacket. Nick Fury and Pierce sat on her left and right respectively. Surrounding her were agents from SHIELD and SHIELD. At this moment, Lorelei looked at Jessica Jones's position. Lorelei needed to pay special attention to the female opponent among the contestants. She had also read relevant information about this Avenger, her powerful strength and terrifying jumping ability that was like flying ability. However, although she values Jessica Jones, based on the information she knows, she is not afraid of Jessica Jones's power alone. You should know that although her greatest ability, charm, is useless against Jessica Jones, she can compete with the goddess of war Sif in terms of fighting ability, and her strength is naturally not weaker than the other. Tony was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Avengers had collected so many Dragon Balls. You know, including these two and the two in his hand, the Avengers have collected a total of 4 Dragon Balls. No wonder the host said it was an organization favored by God. I just don't know what Jessica Jones and Steve Rogers' wishes are, and I didn't know in advance that they had the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, if I had bought them in advance, I would definitely have one this time. Pierce had a smile on his face at the moment, and said to Jessica and Nick Fury beside him, "The host said that the Avengers are an organization favored by God. It seems that we have a good chance." Jessica Jones also had a smile on her face and said, "With the help of the whip, my hope is still great." Nick Fury also nodded and said, "Tony also has the Dragon Balls in his hands. If the Avengers can work together, there is still great hope." Pierce smiled but said nothing. "The Avengers join forces. Why don't you tell me that Smith Doyle and the Avengers gave you the Dragon Ball? When there is no benefit, everyone can work together to fight against external enemies, but when they need to fight for their own interests, how can they work together? You know, there is only one wish." In the group of mages in the audience, Cassius had a detailed understanding of the Avengers organization because of the existence of Smith Doyle. He was also relatively clear about Jessica Jones's combat capability. He was not worried at all about such a pure power-type player. He could teach the other party a lesson with a mirror space. As for relying on force to break the mirror space, it's not that it can't be done, but that the other party doesn't have the ability. Pietro looked at his sister and said, "Wanda, there are quite a lot of female contestants this year. In the previous 2 sessions, there were only 1 or 2 at most. This year, including you, there are 3. Wanda smiled and said, "This shows that female transcendents are beginning to emerge. However, I'm not worried about this Avenger unless she has a major breakthrough in strength." Jessica Jones glanced at Lorelei and Steve Rogers. She was full of confidence in these 2 known players. Even without the blessing of the symbiote, Rogers was no match for her with his bare hands. As for the shield, I'm sorry, Jessica has never sparred with Steve holding a shield. Their sparring was always close combat without weapons. At this time, Sushenki, who was in the audience, had taken the super divine water with the help of his parents. His strength increased greatly and was no weaker than him who inherited the power of the dragon heart in the original universe. Now he can even fight with his father and even compete with his father for control of the 10 rings. Looking at the contestants appearing one after another, Sushenki was very depressed. The opponents were no problem at all for him with his greatly increased strength, but he did not get the Dragon Ball. Xiaoling, it seems that the contestants this year are much weaker than the last year. Su Xiaoling also nodded and said, "I didn't even see any Eternals in the audience. This generation might not be as dangerous as the last one." Su Shang clenched his fists in anger. It was a pity that he was not qualified to participate in the competition, otherwise he could have resurrected the lives of those who died in the Battle of New York. Tony heard the conversation between Su Shanky and Su Xiaoling, and he agreed that the competition this time was not as fierce as the previous one. He was even more happy about this situation, because at least it would increase his chances of winning the championship. As the lights went out, the photo of the virtual image of the ring match changed again, and the person who appeared on it was none other than Tony Stark. The host of the martial arts conference began to introduce Tony Stark, Iron Man, one of the Avengers, a scientist, a super rich man, a playboy. The only person in this Dragon Ball competition who possesses 2 Dragon Balls, holding 1 star ball and 7 star balls. But he is also the only person who has maintained his status as a participant in the Dragon Ball contest for 3 consecutive years. When I saw the information, I couldn't help but wonder whether he was lucky or unlucky. I was unlucky. I didn't win the championship in the previous 2 sessions and didn't realize my dream. He's lucky. He's been a participant in 3 Dragon Ball competitions in a row, and even won 2 Dragon Balls in the second and third rounds. I hope he can get what he wants and win the championship this time. Su Wenyu in the audience said to his wife Yingli. He also got 2 Dragon Balls this time. Even I admire his luck. Xiaoling and Shang-Chi also tried to collect Dragon Balls this time, but both failed. Yingli smiled and said, "Maybe it's Mr. Smith's favor to him." Su Wenyu shook his head and said, "If the leader did it on purpose, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Tony might just get his wish, and the battle for the Dragon Balls will just be suspended for a year. He truly relied on his luck and ability to obtain these 2 Dragon Balls." Su Wenyu didn't know how Tony Stark got the other Dragon Ball, but he had heard about one of them from his daughter. Moreover, the scene was full of extraordinary people at that time, and Su Xiaoling had no hope but to give up the opportunity. As for Shang-Chi, who was present at the time, Shang-Chi had not yet taken the super divine water, and his strength was not enough to have enough say in the boys. The most important thing was that the Dragon Ball was snatched by Selena instead of Su Shang-Chi. The other contestants also looked at Tony in surprise. They didn't expect that this guy had participated in 3 consecutive competitions. Could it be that Tony found a way to find the Dragon Balls through scientific means? Otherwise, how could he have obtained the Dragon Balls in 3 generations? Nick Fury and Pierce also wondered about Tony Stark. Nick Fury was even planning to find a chance to talk to Tony to see if he had really found a way to locate the Dragon Balls. Harry was surprised. Tony, you actually participated in 3 sessions, that's amazing. It's a pity that I haven't won a single championship. Looking at the chatterbox Harry, Tony rubbed his head and said with a smile, failure is the mother of success. I am very confident this time. Pietro and Wanda also looked at where Tony was, and they both thought of the bomb produced by Stark Industries that fell in their home when they were children. Pert looked at his sister and said, it's Tony Stark. Wanda nodded to show that she understood. Pert asked, how do you want to do it? He and Mr. Smith are friends. Pietro knew that his sister had always wanted to take revenge on Tony Stark, so he specifically mentioned Smith Doyle. Wanda smiled and said, I wanted him to feel the fear and panic we once had. It's not excessive, and there's no danger to life. During their time in the Assassin's League, they grew a lot, understood the League's philosophy, and realized who the real enemy was. The real cause of their tragedy was the person who dropped the bomb, the politicians and forces behind it, but not Stark Industries, which was just a manufacturer. Even without Stark Industries, there will still be Stark Industries and Totok Industries, but the intimidation suffered in the past still needs to be retaliated. Hearing his sister's answer, Pietro nodded and said, I trust your sense of propriety. At this moment, after knowing that Tony was also a contestant, Steve Rogers' face became resolute. Even if it was Tony Stark, he would do his best for Peggy Carter. Jessica Jones is worried about the bombs and laser weapons in the Iron Man suit. These things are not friendly to the symbiote, but everything will be much simpler as long as Tony's suit is torn into pieces. She hopes that other opponents can destroy some of Tony's suits. Su Shanky looked at Tony Stark beside him and wanted to say something but finally didn't say it. He was not good at morally blackmailing others, and he knew something about Tony's wishes. Compared to the previous session where no one cared about Tony Stark, the contestants this time thought that Tony was a big enemy and a strong contender for the championship. As the searchlight moved away, the photos of the people on the virtual screen in front of them changed again, and the martial arts competition host introduced the 5th contestant, Cassius, a mystic mage from Kamartaj, the ancient land of magical heritage, a disciple of the supreme mage, proficient in all branches of white magic. There wasn't much introduction to Cassius, but just one sentence was enough to make everyone who knew about the last Dragon Ball battle look serious. Even Tony Stark couldn't avoid it. You know, although a lot of things happened in the year since the end of the last one, Tony also paid a lot of attention to this group and ability of magicians. Among them, Tony Stark has not yet figured out a way to crack the mirror space used by the previous magician Baron Mordo. He doesn't know if he can break the opponent's mirror space by using his battlesuit to attack from the outside while he destroys it from the inside, just like Thor did. At this time, Steve Rogers and Jessica Jones were a little troubled. Although they had heard Barton talk about the magical damage of Baron Mordo in the previous session, the other party's description was confusing. They did not understand the other party's spells, nor did they know how the other party was defeated. They only knew that the 2 people disappeared, then the hammer appeared, and then Thor won. But looking at the solemn expressions of everyone present, the 2 knew that this so-called magician was not simple. Lorelei smiled and said, a wizard from Earth? How interesting. End of this chapter. Chapter 473. The first match begins now. Chapter 473. The first game starts now, monthly ticket +1. As the lights shone on Cassius, the agents around Nick Fury began to quickly sketch his portrait. Regarding the emergence of an unknown supernatural force, which is the place where magicians are inherited called Kamartaj, Nick Fury needs to search for clues of the other party in the database through character information. After receiving the information from Barton and learning about the Eternals and the magicians, Nick Fury conducted an investigation, but found nothing, as if these people did not exist. But this time, he must find out some information. Pierce was also full of curiosity about this group of wizards at this moment. The battle for Dragon Ball created by Smith Doyle attracted the Asgardians from faraway outer space, and even magicians he had never known before, and even the Eternals who appeared in the intelligence but had not yet been seen. All of this made Pierce realize that he, the leader of Hydra, did not even fully understand the Earth. How can a force that doesn't even know much about the Earth be qualified to talk about ruling the world? At the same time, Pierce became interested in the Gideon Malik family that followed Hive within Hydra. Perhaps the being they served was also a long-lived race similar to the Asgardians. John Garrett, a senior agent of SHIELD, who was sitting next to him at the moment, had already learned what Dragon Balls were and what role they played through communication with the audience. Hearing that Dragon Balls can fulfill any wish, John Garrett, codenamed Clairvoyant in Hydra and a senior agent of SHIELD, the first thing he thought of was his own body. Ever since his body was severely injured, he has been maintaining his health with the resources of both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Recently, he has been targeting the extremist virus that had just been sent to S.H.I.E.L.D., but these things cannot solve his physical problems once and for all. Because Coulson was not dead, John Garrett did not pay attention to Coulson and did not know that there was some special substance in S.H.I.E.L.D. that could heal him. Now he has set his sights on Dragon Ball, but the situation he has learned now makes him despair. The enemies here are too advanced, and he needs to think carefully and plan to see if there is any hope. At this moment, after Sue Shanky learned that there was a group of magicians among the contestants, he also realized that although the difficulty of this session had been reduced a lot, he still couldn't win easily. At least unless his father passed the 10 rings to him, he really didn't know how to crack the mirror space. Soon the searchlight moved away and Casillas' photo on the virtual screen was changed again. Wanda Django Maximoff, a natural-born magician and heir to chaos magic. At the same time, the searchlight hit Wanda, and everyone also saw Pietro beside her. No one present looked down on the female contestant who appeared again. There is a saying that the less introduction, the stronger. After understanding the power of the wizard, a natural-born magician appeared. It can be seen that the other party is very talented, but for this Wanda, the people present know very little, just like the Wizard of Camartage is mysterious. At this time, Tony Stark heard that another wizard had appeared, and suddenly felt a headache because his anti-mage suit had not been developed yet. Steve Rogers was a little confused. How should he fight against this group of mages? Of course, some people were confused and some were excited. Jessica Jones wanted to test her limits at this moment. After being parasitized by the symbiote, she still had no effective opponent. The extraordinary people in SHIELD were not her opponents in the first place, and with the bonus of the symbiote, they were no match for her with one punch. Lorelei also held her forehead and said, "It seems there are quite a few wizards in Midgard." At the same time, Lorelei was also complaining in her heart. Wasn't it said that there were very few female contestants? This is almost half of them. Heimdall, who was observing Lorelei from Asgard, immediately reported the situation of the contestants to the god King Odin. After the martial arts competition host introduced all 6 contestants, he said, "All the contestants have been introduced. Next, the participants for the 1v1 arena battle will be randomly selected." 6 avatar frames with photos of the contestants appeared on the virtual screen. These avatar frames were divided into 3 groups, 2 by 2, with the word versus written in the middle. There was also a Dragon Ball pattern next to each avatar, and there were 2 Dragon Balls next to Tony Stark's avatar, which meant that Tony Stark had 2 points, and he needed to be defeated twice to be eliminated. Soon, the photos in the avatar frames began to scroll rapidly, and after a few seconds, the martial arts conference host shouted, "Stop." Following the martial arts tournament host's stop call, the rolling photos slowly stopped, and finally the photos were completely frozen. Steve Rogers vs. Wanda, Tony Stark vs. Jessica Jones, Lorelei vs. Casillas. Looking at the results appearing on the virtual screen, the martial arts host excitedly announced, "The first round of match list has appeared. You lose if you fall out of the ring, you lose if you surrender, you lose if you lose the ability to resist, and you lose if you can't get up within 10 seconds after falling to the ground." To ensure that all contestants can safely use their full strength, the referee for this competition is Smith Doyle. When a real life-threatening situation arises, Mr. Smith Doyle will rescue the contestant, which of course means the person being rescued loses the competition. After hearing the words of the martial arts tournament host, the audience who came here for the first time were all very fond of the rules of the Dragon Ball battle. There was no worry about life and all contestants could fight freely. Of course, the audience who don't know the truth are curious about the organizers' strength. They are so strong that even Smith Doyle, the top human being, was invited to be the referee. The contestants who knew the truth knew that Smith Doyle was the real owner of the Dragon Balls and was also known as the guardian of the Dragon Balls. He had the power to suppress the contestants. You know, even in the last session, where he was so high-end, he was able to overwhelm the entire audience. At this moment, the contestants were looking at the list of contestants on the screen, all of them envious of Wanda. The softest persimmon among the contestants had finally fallen to Wanda. Tony Stark also held his forehead. Steve Rogers was simply asking for his life. With the magician's fancy abilities, he would definitely kill Steve. It would be more cost-effective to give this Dragon Ball to him. As for Steve Rogers' wish, no one knows what it is, but maybe he can do it. Coulson encouraged. Come on, Captain. I believe you can create a miracle. Nick Fury in the audience area on the other side shook his head and said, the Captain is in danger, but I hope he can test the depth of this mage. Just as everyone was looking at Wanda with envy, the martial arts tournament host shouted, now, please welcome the contestants of the first event to the stage. P.S. This chapter is not included in the second one, it will be updated normally on the second. End of this chapter. Chapter 474, Shield with Taunting Effect. Chapter 474, Shield with Taunting Effect. Steve Rogers stood up from the audience, put his shield on his back, and walked towards the ring under everyone's gaze. Seeing that her opponent had already entered the stage, red magical energy gushed out from Wanda's hands, and she flew up and landed on the stage in the surprised eyes of everyone. Watching Wanda's appearance, Cassius discovered that the magic of this inheritor of chaos magic was different from that of Kamartaj. Many viewers were surprised. Oh, my god, this wizard can actually fly. This is incredible. Is this the magician? That's completely different from what I expected. I thought she would use some magical item like a flying carpet. Harry looked at Tony Stark curiously and asked, Tony, don't wizards need wands? Tony explained, kid, you're just a wizard from a storybook. None of the wizards I've seen need a wand. Harry nodded seriously. It turned out that storybooks were all lies to children. At this moment, the audience's attention was focused on the ring. The SHIELD agents began to evaluate the contestants' strength, and some took out the second-generation combat power detector and put it on to better record the moments of each contestant. The staff of the organizer immediately noticed the situation of the audience on the side of the SHIELD agents, but did not stop them from recording the contestants' data. At this moment, Smith Doyle, as the referee, appeared between the two and said, the first arena battle of the third Dragon Ball contest begins now. As Smith Doyle finished his words, he immediately withdrew from the ring, leaving the competition venue to the two people. However, he did not leave far away. Instead, he used the air dance technique to float outside the ring, ready to rescue at any time. Of course, the one who may need rescue this time is not Wanda, but Steve Rogers, who may be in crisis. Although it has not been too long since Wanda awakened chaos magic, her strength has been significantly improved in the Assassin's League, a land full of extraordinary people. She is even more powerful than during the battle with Ultron. After all, there are a large number of extraordinary people here who can compete with her and even test the strength of her magic. From all aspects, not only illusions and confusions, but also attacks were tested, and the two also practiced with the cat immortal for a period of time. In the ring, the two did not communicate. Steve Rogers held the shield in front of him and approached Wanda. Because he didn't know much about the magician, Steve Rogers approached cautiously and didn't rush over with his shield raised. Wanda smiled when she saw Steve being so cautious. Let me test the hardness of your shield. Wanda saw red magical energy condensed on her right hand, and the energy gathered into a ball and smashed towards Steve Rogers' shield. Boom! The magic bullet hit Captain America's shield and made only a dull sound, without causing any effective damage, let alone shattering the shield. Seeing this, Wanda frowned slightly. You know, the magic bullet she just threw was more powerful than a grenade, but it didn't have any effect at all. Obviously, Wanda didn't know that even if Steve only needed to place a high-explosive grenade on the shield, its power would only cause a slight shock. It was impossible to break the shield with this strength. Wanda continued to throw magic bullets at Steve Rogers' shield, and the magic bullets became visibly darker red and grew in size from the size of a fist. Boom, 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 boom. Smith Doyle, who was watching this scene from above, also frowned. What was going on with Wanda? Why was she fighting against Steve's shield? Or was it that the person fighting against Steve automatically locked onto the target as the shield? Harry in the audience saw Steve Rogers staring at Wanda's attack approaching and said excitedly, the captain is not afraid of this mage's attack at all. That shield is so powerful. Tony watched the battle on the field, his eyes fell on Steve Rogers' shield, and he said, this is a shield my father made. It's said that due to the special material and chance, there's only one. I didn't expect it to be so hard. Even Tony Stark doesn't know the synthetic proportions and materials of this shield, otherwise it would be difficult for others to break through his defense if such strong materials were used to build his battle suit. Because there hadn't been a big battle between Tony, Thor and Steve, neither Tony nor Steve knew that this shield could even withstand a full-strength hammer from Thor without a scratch. A shield agent in the audience began to speak. Wanda's combat power is increasing rapidly, already surpassing Steve Rogers by a factor of 1.3, but it's still ineffective against the shield and cannot break through the defense. The value has more than doubled. As Wanda's attacks on the ring continued to intensify, Steve Rogers was not without reaction. At the moment the magic missile exploded, even though there was a shield blocking and absorbing the energy, the huge energy released still pushed him backwards. Steve Rogers could only rely on the gaps in the flying magic missiles to advance quickly towards Wanda, but the arrival of the magic missiles made Steve Rogers take more steps back than forward. Wanda was also frowning at this moment. The magic missiles she used had been improved to such a level, but they could still be blocked. This shield was really a good thing, but she didn't know what material it was made of. It seemed that the material with such hardness should be able to make a dagger for Pietro. Thinking of this, Wanda asked Steve, "What material is your shield made of? It's quite hard." While Wanda was talking, Steve Rogers ran towards Wanda quickly with his shield on his head and said, "This was built by Mr. Howard." "I don't know." The distance between the two was not far, and Steve burst out with all his strength and instantly came to Wanda's side. Looking at the approaching opponent, Steve Rogers showed no mercy and charged towards the opponent with his shield. However, Wanda's reaction was not slow at all. In fact, when Steve was using the magic missile and approaching her under the attack, she had already noticed the other party's small movements. Wanda dodged Steve Rogers' attack by simply turning sideways. Her speed was even faster than Steve Rogers's. At the same time, when Steve turned sideways with her, she stretched out her hands and red chaos magic shone in her hands. End of this chapter. Chapter 475. Steve, please introduce Howard to me. I want to build weapons. Chapter 475. Steve, please introduce Howard to me. I want to build weapons. At this moment, Wanda used chaos magic to instantly create an illusion for Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers, who was knocked out, felt the scene in front of him change, and he instantly came from the ring to a dance party. The scene of the dance party seemed to have returned to the World War II period, and even the clothes themselves had changed into military uniforms. At this time, young Peggy Carter appeared beside him, called him, and invited him to dance. Looking at the dance scene and Carter's invitation, Steve Rogers vaguely felt that something was wrong, but looking at Peggy Carter in front of him, Steve Rogers still accepted the invitation and had a silent dance with Carter. On the ring and in the eyes of the audience, Steve Rogers' rushing figure suddenly stopped, and he stood on the ring motionless. At this time, Wanda came in front of Steve Rogers and easily took away his shield. At this time, everyone in the audience was also a little confused. Except for the wizards of Camartage, no one here knew magic. In addition, the two of them were very fast, so no one could see clearly what Wanda did. They only knew that the captain, who had just been moving forward under the attack, was stunned in an instant. One of the audience murmured, "Is this magic? I don't even know what she did to pin the captain down like that. You have to know that he is the captain. I can't imagine how helpless the others will be when facing the magician." At this moment, Jessica Jones's expression also became solemn. Such an opponent was extremely difficult to deal with. She had no idea when she would fall into the opponent's trap. Was it the magic missile that hit Steve Rogers, or was it because he got close to the target that hit him? Whip, if we face Wanda later and my consciousness is affected by her, you will be responsible for taking over the physical battle and waking me up. If you were to be affected by Wanda's magic, I would simply reclaim you and take over the physical battle myself. The Whip immediately responded in Jessica Jones's mind, "No problem, everything will be according to your arrangement." Obviously, when it comes to getting along with the symbiote, Jessica Jones's situation is different from Eddie's, and she is clearly in a superior position. Although Jessica Jones and Whiplash cannot put on, take off and fold the symbiote like a piece of clothing like Maguire's version of Spider-Man, they also have absolute initiative, which is the advantage brought by their own strength. Lorelei's eyes flickered. She was very familiar with the illusion magic of the wizarding community and had considerable experience in dealing with it. However, she hoped that a male contestant would eliminate Wanda, which would make things much easier for her. Cassius seemed to be thinking about something. Was it the magic of an illusion? It was really a completely different approach from Camartage. Obviously, he didn't know at this time that Wanda in front of him was the person Smith Doyle was going to send to Camartage, and also the junior sister he thought of. At this moment, Wanda held the shield with all her strength, and magical energy surged in her hands. Pa, pa, pa. In an instant, everyone in the audience area was using a combat power detector, and the combat power detector immediately started smoking and exploded. Not only were the first-time attendees not carrying their own combat power meters, but those who had experienced the second session generally assumed this one would be no worse than the last, believing the meters would be off the charts, and thus not wasting their money. However, SHIELD suffered a loss of over 3,000 million on the spot. Her combat power is off the charts. Steve Rogers has no hope. However, even the extremely capable Wanda was unable to destroy the shield. However, there was no disappointment on Wanda's face, but rather some excitement. She became more concerned about asking Howard to make a dagger for her brother. Obviously Wanda didn't know that the Howard Steve mentioned was Tony's father and had been dead for many years. She didn't know that this shield was created by chance, and even Howard couldn't create a second one. In the illusion, Steve Rogers let go of the shield in reality, and the dance scene in the illusion became empty in an instant. There was no human figure and no trace of Peggy Carter. However, it was this empty ballroom that trapped Steve Rogers, making him unable to leave the place with all his energy. As for the reason for the gap in the painting, it was that when Wanda just burst out with all her strength, she no longer maintained the scene in Steve's illusion. Wanda shifted her gaze from the shield to Steve Rogers, and threw out a red chaos magic. Steve was wrapped in the chaos magic and thrown out of the ring. The moment Steve Rogers landed, Wanda also dispelled the illusion on him. Steve Rogers woke up after landing, looking at everything around him blankly, and found himself outside the ring. In the ring, Wanda threw the shield towards Steve and asked, "Steve, after the game, please introduce Howard to me. I want him to help me build a weapon." Steve Rogers caught the flying shield. He didn't expect that he would lose so easily and lose the qualification to participate in the next competition. Although he was very disappointed that he did not win the right to make a wish for Peggy Carter, he did not forget to reply to Wanda. "Well, I may not be able to do this. Mr. Howard has been dead for many years." Upon hearing this result, Wanda was surprised. What a pity. The SHIELD agents in the audience area were speechless. They knew who Howard was, and Tony's mouth twitched slightly. This woman actually wanted to find her deceased father to make weapons. She was really creative. Speaking of this shield, he was also interested in exploring its structure. "However, if I can win the championship and resurrect my father, I can discuss the forging process and material composition of this shield." After all, this shield disappeared with Steve Rogers in the plane crash. When he reappeared with the shield, it was already the Battle of New York. Tony didn't take the shield seriously afterwards, but based on the situation just now, the material of this shield should be no weaker than secondary adamantium. I just don't know how much combat power Wanda can have when she bursts out with all her strength. At this time, the host of the martial arts competition came to the stage and announced excitedly, "Congratulations, Wanda, for winning this ring battle. Let's give her a big round of applause." As the applause ended, the martial arts tournament host continued, "Competitors, please return to the rest area. Now we will continue with the second round of the ring battle." End of this chapter. Chapter 476 Iron Man vs. Jessica Jones. Chapter 476 Iron Man vs. Jessica Jones. As Steve Rogers and Wanda returned to the audience, the tournament host announced, "In the previous match, Wanda showed us her mysterious magic. Now let's begin the second round of the competition. Please welcome the contestants." Hearing that it was his turn to go on stage, Tony Stark stood up, only to see the battle suit he brought to the side opened automatically. Tony Stark walked in, and after the battle suit closed, the lights in his eyes lit up. The next second, he took off from the spot and flew directly to the ring, and landed in a very showy superhero style. However, the upgraded arena was no less hard than Tony Stark's specially made battlesuit. Apart from the sound of metal collision, the arena floor remained unchanged. "Sir, the ring is made of secondary adamantium." After hearing Jarvis' report, Tony Stark slowly stood up. He originally thought that he was rich enough, but he didn't expect that Smith Doyle was no worse and actually built the entire arena with secondary adamantium alloy. Seeing Tony's appearance, the audience gave him a round of applause out of respect. When Jessica Jones saw that Tony Stark had already come on stage, she naturally did not waste time walking up slowly. Instead, she stood up directly, bent her legs slightly, made a gesture of accumulating power, and then jumped up. Jessica's jump was like a cannonball straight into the sky, and then she landed in the same way as Tony Stark. However, the recoil force from her knees and fists made Jessica Jones confused, and she almost shouted, "It's so hard." Jessica Jones thought to herself, "I can't be so pretentious next time. The toughness of this ring is a little beyond my expectations." Although Jessica Jones concealed it well, Tony Stark still noticed the change in her expression. Seeing the two people's cool appearance on the stage, none of the audience was stingy with their applause, but the staff of the Assassins' League showed meaningful smiles on their faces. Many of the staff participated in the construction of the ring and even conducted hardness tests. They couldn't help but smile at the thought of the way Jessica swooped down from the sky and landed with her knees and fists. The host left the stage, and referee Smith Doyle came between the two and said, "Submission, loss of combat power, being on the ground for more than 10 seconds, or falling out of the ring are all considered losses. The second battle for the Dragon Ball begins now." As Smith Doyle finished his words, he disappeared from the ring. Jessica Jones looked at Tony Stark. Both of them were members of the Avengers. They had fought side by side during the Battle of New York and had interacted with each other afterwards, so they were quite familiar with each other. Tony looked at Jessica and said, "Jessica, we are all comrades. I don't want to fight with you. It's not good to hurt the relationship. Just admit defeat." Hearing Tony Stark directly asking her to admit defeat, Jessica Jones could not accept this result and immediately said, "Maybe I won't be the loser. Let's see who's the winner." After saying that, Jessica Jones rushed towards Tony Stark. Facing the rushing Jessica Jones, Tony did not fly to avoid her, nor did he even use energy weapons. Instead, he took a fighting stance. Seeing Tony Stark's arrogant behavior, Jessica Jones cursed inwardly, "Watch me tear your suit apart." Facing Jessica Jones's punch straight to the face, Tony Stark directly handed over control to Jarvis. Clang! Tony blocked Jessica's attack with his right arm, and the sound of metal colliding with fists spread throughout the arena. Jessica frowned slightly. Why did this touch feel a bit like a ring? Then Jessica delivered a clean elbow strike, knee strike, and backhand punch. Bump, bump, bump. However, Tony took on all the smooth little combos, and apart from a muffled sound, there was no actual damage. The reason why Tony was able to keep up with Jessica's attack was mainly due to Jarvis. As early as after the last game, Tony fed all the fighting knowledge he could collect and some martial arts from various countries as data to Jarvis. He even fed the attack habits and methods of the Avengers members to Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, including Jessica Jones. Now Jarvis can be a master of imitation at any time as long as he wants. Tony Stark's voice came again. "Jessica, admit defeat. Don't struggle anymore, you are no match for me." Hearing Tony Stark's words, Jessica burst out with all her strength, "Giving up is not in my dictionary." As he spoke, he slammed his fists into Tony Stark's chest. Boom! A terrifying force burst out. Although it still failed to break through the defense of the suit, Tony Stark was still knocked away under the huge force. While being knocked away, the thrusters on Mark Suit's palms and feet worked at the same time, immediately stopping his retreating trend, and there was no risk of being knocked out of the ring. At this moment, the sound of the symbiote whip sounded in Jessica Jones's mind. "Jessica, let's fight together. You can't break his defense alone." Jessica Jones responded in her mind. "When we get close to him, you and I will work together to knock him out of the ring." Jessica Jones had already felt the unexpectedly high defense of Tony Stark's suit in the previous fight. Its material was actually somewhat similar to the ring. The two punches that had just burst out with all their strength did not even leave any obvious marks on the suit. This made her a little worried. She wondered if she, with the added bonus of the symbiote, would be able to remove the suit. A surprise attack might very well knock Tony Stark out of the ring. Nick Fury in the audience said with a grim expression, "Tony really used a secondary adamantium alloy to make his suit. Jessica is in trouble now." Pierce showed an interested expression. S.H.I.E.L.D. also knew about the secondary adamantium alloy. Before they broke up with the military, they had in-depth cooperation and used secondary adamantium alloy to build a shelter to resist nuclear bomb attacks. However, since parting ways with the military, they no longer provide S.H.I.E.L.D. with sub-adamantium. "We have to trust Jessica. Doesn't she still have a trump card?" At this moment, Pierce was very pleased with his own action of taking out the Dragon Ball. Even though his Winter Soldiers were all badass guys, they were good at assassination and sneak attacks, but this kind of ring battle was obviously not their forte. Steve Rogers failed shortly after his appearance, and the strength of the Winter Soldiers was only comparable to that of Captain America, so they had no hope either. Instead, once he shows up, Nick Fury will target him and track down his clues and traces. Nick Fury nodded and said, "Hopefully there will be good results." Although Nick Fury was prepared at the beginning of the competition, he still didn't want to see Jessica Jones take a turn. You have to know that on the surface Jessica Jones is already the strongest fighter in S.H.I.E.L.D. If even Jessica Jones is eliminated in the first round, then he can't think of any other way except to ask Danvers to come back. As for collecting all the Dragon Balls before the Dragon Ball battle begins, Nick Fury shook his head. Smith Doyle would never give this opportunity. As all the Dragon Ball holders appear, the other party will issue tickets for the battle. It is extremely difficult to achieve the goal of collecting all the Dragon Balls before the game starts. In addition, as more and more people and forces become aware of the existence of Dragon Ball, this idea becomes even more difficult to achieve. At the same time, a doubt was bothering Nick Fury, that is, why did Smith Doyle release the Dragon Balls, and what was the purpose of doing so? Nick Fury has always speculated about human nature with the greatest malice and never believed in any words that were meant to give mankind a glimmer of hope, but he has not yet figured out the purpose behind it. On the stage, Tony Stark, who had steadied himself, was also startled and immediately said, "What amazing explosive power, Jessica, you really can surprise people." Tony Stark never treated this comrade seriously and with all his strength, especially after he learned about her past from the SHIELD files. Tony was still willing to give this once poor girl a decent ending. Of course, no matter how much he sympathizes with the other party's past experiences, Tony Stark will not joke about ring fighting. This time may very well be the closest he has ever been to the championship. Jessica Jones leaped up, the blazing sun behind her, and then dived towards Tony Stark, shouting, "I can bring more surprises than these." Looking at Jessica Jones, who was rushing towards him like a cannonball, Tony Stark immediately used Jarvis to scan the other party's kinetic energy and speed, and then he stopped standing still and moved several meters to the side. As long as Jessica can't stop and maintain her momentum, she will have a close contact with the ring. At this moment, Jessica Jones also discovered that Tony Stark had left his original position. She originally thought that with Tony Stark's pride, he would take the attack on the spot or keep a distance of about 1 meter, but she did not expect that Tony would actually move several meters away from his original position. However, Tony Stark has the symbiote in his hands, so even if this distance is within the symbiote's attack range, the distance is safe enough to make Tony Stark relax his vigilance. Looking at Jessica Jones, whose momentum showed no sign of weakening, Tony Stark frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Doesn't this leave me any room for maneuver?" Under Tony Stark's gaze, Jessica Jones rushed directly to the ground. When she was about to come into close contact with the ring, the dark green symbiote instantly covered Jessica Jones's entire body, and then her limbs landed steadily on the ring. The next second, the transformed Jessica Jones extended tentacles from her back, instantly wrapped around Tony Stark's suit, and pulled him directly over. Tony Stark, who was watching the show, didn't expect that Jessica Jones would have such a change. He only knew about the symbiote. After all, he had seen and understood Eddie's venom. There was also a symbiote in the body of Wesley, a member of the boys. But Tony Stark was completely unprepared for Jessica Jones. As far as he knew, weren't the several symbiotes on Earth in the hands of Smith Doyle's members of the League of Assassins? The symbiote pulled the data from Tony Stark, and condensed the whip into a huge fist, which hit Tony Stark. Tony Stark, who had just broken free from his restraints, had no time to resist and was blown away. Boom! With the help of the symbiote whip, Jessica Jones's power was even stronger than before. Tony was instantly blasted out of the ring like a cannonball. "Jarvis, fly up, push your limb thrusters downward with full force, and don't land." Tony Stark, who was blown away, gave orders immediately. As long as he didn't land outside the ring, he would not be considered a loser. He still had a chance. Jarvis quickly adjusted himself upon receiving the command, supplying energy to the thrusters on his limbs at the same time. He immediately burst out with all his strength and rose into the air in a prone position. At this moment, Tony Stark was even a little relieved. Fortunately, Jessica's strength was strong enough this time, and she knocked him far enough away to give him the opportunity to adjust. If the strength only knocked him out of the ring, he would not have time to operate. Jessica cursed secretly when she saw the change in Tony Stark. "Oops, I used too much force." The next second, countless throwing knives flew out from Jessica Jones's back and slashed towards Tony Stark. "Get down on the ground." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, flying knives fell from the sky like rain, slashing towards Tony. In the time it took for the flying knife to shoot out and fall from above his head, Tony Stark had already stabilized his body and adjusted the posture of his suit, switching from prone position to normal upright flight. Boom, boom, boom. Countless green flying knives fell from overhead, hitting Tony Stark's suit and pressing it to the ground. Some of the flying knives that did not hit the battle suits flew onto the ground, raising dust like missiles. In the audience, Eddie Brock was surprised by Jessica Jones's symbiote and immediately communicated with Venom. "Who is that? Were there other symbiotes who came to Earth with you that time?" Venom said, "I don't know, I've never seen this guy. And it wasn't among the symbiotes that arrived on Earth last time." Hearing Venom's answer, Eddie Brock's face became solemn. You know, the characteristics of symbiotes are to eat and devour. If someone finds the planet full of symbiotes, the Earth will be in trouble again. Eddie Brock looked in the direction of Nick Fury of SHIELD, and thought to himself, is this the symbiote you brought back? End of this chapter. Chapter 477 Anti-Symbiote Suit. Chapter 477 Anti-Symbiote Suit. John Wick and Wesley in the audience area both looked at the symbiote transformed by Jessica on the ring. At the same time, they immediately communicated with the symbiote in their bodies, but the feedback they received was that they did not recognize the symbiote, and this one was not among the symbiotes that came to Earth together last time. The moment Smith Doyle in the sky saw Jessica and the symbiote transform together, his eyes fell in the direction of SHIELD. Since Whip has appeared, have the other symbiotes also come to Earth, or are there more symbiotes? How many symbiotes did Nick Fury and his team bring back from that planet? Has it alarmed the symbiote god Null? Smith Doyle didn't care about ordinary symbiotes, but he had to take the symbiote god Null seriously. According to him, when Null was first awakened, he did not accept the responsibilities given by the Celestials, nor did he accept the Celestials' actions of giving life to the universe, and he directly started a battle with the Celestials. He even used the original Black Death Sword to kill a member of the Celestials, but was eventually thrown back into the void by the Celestials. After returning to the void, Null further forged the Black Death Sword, but the flames and sound waves generated during the forging process became the weakness of the symbiote lineage. In the subsequent war, NAR launched a massacre in the universe, but was once again defeated and sealed by the Celestials. The Black Death Sword even fell on an unknown planet and disappeared without a trace. The power of the god of symbiotes, Nar, is like a supermodel for the current Earth. The Black Death Sword he created alone created the god Butcher Girl, and Nar at his peak even had a record of killing the Celestials. His strength should not be underestimated. It itself has the characteristics of immortality. Even the Celestials only chose to seal Null, and the sealed place was occupied and guarded by the symbiote created by Null. Smith Doyle's eyes fell on Eddie Brock. Because of his intervention, Eddie did not experience death, and naturally there would be no famous scene of Venom saving the host. This also led to the fact that the Code of Life was not born in Eddie's body. The birth of the Code of Life is not difficult. As long as the symbiont is willing to revive the dead host, the Code of Life will be born from the combination of the two. The Code of Life is the key to NAR's escape, and it is also a test given to NAR by the Celestials. Null represents darkness, death and destruction. He is unable to accept and understand the life creation of the Celestials. Because of his characteristics, the Celestials cannot kill Null and can only seal him. The only way to escape is through the symbiote created by Null. As long as the symbiote created by Null knows how to save itself from destruction, it will give birth to the Code of Life with the host. Null, who obtains the Code of Life, will have the key to escape. However, countless years passed, and no one in the symbiote family was willing to save the host, and naturally no Code of Life appeared, which also resulted in Null having no hope of escaping. Then Smith Doyle's gaze moved away from behind Eddie, and looked at the symbiote in Wesley and John Wick, and the whip in Jessica Jones's body. They all now have the potential to give birth to the Life Codex, as well as who knows how many symbiotes there are within SHIELD. As for why Smith Doyle immediately locked onto SHIELD, it was because the symbiote in Jessica Jones had no hope of being obtained except by SHIELD. As for the military in the original novel, they would only capture symbiotes for research, but would not create symbiote warriors for SHIELD. It seems that after this Dragon Ball battle, he will have to go to SHIELD. He doesn't want to face the god of symbiotes, Null, now. He'd better wait until he can transform into a Super Saiyan before considering such an enemy. As the smoke cleared, everyone's attention focused on Tony Stark again. At this moment, Tony Stark withstood Jessica Jones's rain of flying knives and did not fall to the ground. Instead, he soared into the sky and returned to the top of the ring. The experience just now made Tony Stark sweat for himself. If the area of hit had not been reduced, he would have been knocked to the ground and lost a ticket. Tony Stark flew back to the ring and said, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have the blessing of the symbiote." Tony no longer held back and fired the palm cannon in his hand directly. At the same time, the micro-missile on his shoulder immediately fired out and attacked Jessica. At this moment, Jessica, who had transformed into a whip, was like a green rabbit, running quickly on the ring. The speed was so fast that ordinary people in the audience area could not see it clearly. The virtual big screen turned on the slow motion of the small picture. Whip ran quickly on the ring to avoid Tony's attack. The exploding micromissiles did not cause any substantial damage except painting a black mark on the ring. With its sharp speed, Whip came to Tony's body and jumped up to appear above the opponent. Its arms were like a pair of sickles, and the tentacles behind it turned into javelins and attacked Tony Stark in the air. Swish, swish, swish. After a brief pause in the air, the whip launched a fierce attack. The javelin tentacles behind him were so fast that only after images were left. The sickles on both arms also slashed violently on the battlesuit. Boom, boom, boom. Under the high frequency and fierce attacks, Tony Stark was knocked down and fell onto the ring. At this moment, the combination of Jessica and the symbiote finally left a mark on Tony Stark's suit. Tony climbed up from the ring and Jessica also landed and attacked Tony Stark again. Tony Stark raised his arms and aimed at the whip that was rushing towards him. Seeing this, the whip didn't care at all. He leaned down to approach the opponent more quickly and was ready to avoid the attack at any time. However, Tony Stark did not use energy cannons or missiles to attack, but instead activated sonic weapons. Buzz! The sonic attack from both arms instantly enveloped the whip's body. The moment the sound wave enveloped her, Jessica Jones stopped running and stood there in a daze. The symbiote covering her body began to tremble instantly. The next second, the symbiote whip retracted directly into Jessica Jones' body, and then the sonic attack continued. Jessica Jones squatted on the ground, covering her head in pain, and the symbiote whip in her body was blasted out of her body by the sonic waves. The whip left its host and immediately spread out of the ring, obviously not wanting to stay within the attack range of the sound waves. Everyone in the audience who saw this scene immediately discovered the weakness of the symbiote, and many people set their eyes on Eddie and Wesley. End of this chapter. Chapter 478 Director, I tried my best. Chapter 478 Director, I tried my best. Wesley and Eddie were also a little helpless at this moment. This battle for the Dragon Balls directly exposed the fatal weakness of the symbiote to everyone. Although there are not many people present, they are all extraordinary people or people related to the extraordinary group, so the harm is extremely great. Wesley is better off. After all, he has taken the super divine water, and his bloodline ability and physical fitness have been greatly enhanced. Even if the symbiont is temporarily separated, it will not affect his strength as he has already entered the ranks of extraordinary people. And as the shooter in the team, Wesley is mainly responsible for long-range sniping. But Eddie Brock felt a little uncomfortable. As the CEO of Red Ribbon Group, his position itself affected the business of many people. Although assassination threats were not commonplace, they did happen from time to time. He had relied on Venom's powerful strength to get through them before. But now that his weakness has been exposed, if a few well-coordinated soldiers launch a surprise attack on him, the symbiote in his body will most likely be blown out of his body like Jessica Jones. You have to know that unlike Wesley, without the symbiote he is just an ordinary person, and shook her husband Eddie's hand, but she could do little to help in exposing her vulnerability. You are Mr. Smith's man, nothing will happen to you. Hearing his wife's comfort, Eddie nodded, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Selena in the audience area. At this moment, not only Eddie, Wesley and John Wick thought of Selena's experience, but everyone thought of Dragon Ball at the same time. Dragon Balls can eliminate the weaknesses of vampires, and if you make a wish, they can also eliminate the weaknesses of the symbiote clan. However, thinking of Dragon Ball and what they knew about the symbiote clan, they put this matter aside for the time being. They had no need to plan for the interests of the entire symbiote clan. On the stage, Jessica Jones covered her head in pain, but Tony Stark's sonic attack continued. After learning about Venom and the symbiote, Tony considered creating a separate anti-symbiote suit. However, after learning that their weaknesses were fire and sound waves, he no longer needed to create a separate suit. He only needed to install a sonic attack device on his wrist to perfectly deal with the opponent's symbiote. It happened that in this ring battle, she encountered Jessica Jones who had a symbiote. Jessica Jones was unlucky and did not meet the weakest Steve Rogers or Lorena, but faced Tony Stark who knew the weakness of the symbiote. At this moment, Jessica Jones thought about what she had seen. The infrasonic ultrasonic attack was ineffective against the deaf, and that the symbiote could repair damaged organs. Jessica Jones gritted her teeth and used the double peaks piercing the ears move on herself, temporarily making herself deaf. Everyone present showed a look of surprise, especially the audience who did not know the characteristics of the symbiote. They were all surprised at Jessica Jones's ruthlessness, who actually destroyed her own ears for a Dragon Ball competition. Even Tony Stark was shocked and stopped his attack. After all, the sonic weapon had lost its effect on Jessica Jones. Would you do this for SHIELD? Because Tony knows Jessica Jones, he knows that this little girl does not have to fulfill her wish through the Dragon Ball. It is more likely because of SHIELD or even the Dragon Ball in her hand. Jessica Jones, who had lost her hearing at the moment, didn't know that Tony was talking. After all, Tony was wearing a battle suit and her lip movements could not be seen. After failing to feel the sonic attack, Jessica Jones attacked Tony Stark again. Although Tony admired Jessica Jones's behavior, he would not give up the game and played the game immediately. At the same time, out of respect for Jessica Jones, he did not hold back at all this time. The two sides fought again, and with Tony Stark's full firepower, Jessica Jones, unable to break through the defense, was quickly defeated. 30 minutes later, boom! Jessica Jones, who was hit in the abdomen by the palm cannon again, fell to the ground on the ring with blood all over her body and her clothes torn. This time, Jessica Jones did not stand up again, but said, "Director, I tried my best." After saying this, Jessica Jones looked at the blue sky above her head and felt a lot more comfortable. In Jessica Jones's view, Nick Fury, who rescued her from the Purple Man, is half her benefactor, and the other half is Bulma and Smith Doyle of the Universal Capsule Group. It was the other party who developed and even announced the sale of the combat power detector, which allowed her to be discovered and have the basis to escape from the clutches of the Purple Man. At this moment, for the sake of SHIELD or Nick Fury's wishes, she felt that she had repaid part of the favor, and she felt a lot more relieved. The martial arts tournament host rushed to the ring in one step and started counting for Jessica Jones, who was lying on the ground. 1, 2, 3. Because of her deafness, Jessica's voice was quite loud when she spoke that sentence, and everyone in the audience heard it. The superhumans who knew SHIELD were all surprised at how Nick Fury could get such a powerful superhuman to work for him to such an extent. Especially when this sentence was said, everyone understood that this little girl's wish was not even for herself, but for SHIELD or Nick Fury. Pierce smiled and said, "Fury, this Jessica is your capable subordinate." Nick Fury nodded and said, "For a subordinate like this, I will not treat her unfairly." Pierce nodded without saying anything else. He could only sigh at Nick Fury's good luck. During the period when he was in charge of SHIELD, the combat power detector was introduced, giving him the opportunity to recruit extraordinary people. As 10 seconds passed, the martial arts tournament host took the microphone and announced loudly, "Congratulations Tony Stark for winning this battle." At this moment on the virtual screen, the number of Dragon Balls next to Tony Stark's portrait increased from 2 to 3, representing that Tony had taken another step towards becoming the champion. Following the announcement by the host of the martial arts tournament, the symbiote whip rushed onto the ring and entered Jessica Jones' body, beginning to repair her damaged body and ruptured eardrum. The audience applauded again, giving it to Tony Stark. Harry also said excitedly, "Tony won, and his Dragon Balls became 3. Pepper and Happy were also excited for Tony. After all, this was Tony's closest chance to becoming the champion. In order to resurrect his parents, Tony Stark had already prepared for 3 championships. End of this chapter. Chapter 479 Tony, when are you going to take number 1? Chapter 479 Tony, when are you going to win first place? With the symbiote's repair, Jessica Jones stood up, walked off the ring, and returned to the dugout. "I'm sorry, Chief, I was eliminated in the first round." Nick Fury said nonchalantly, "The responsibility for this failure doesn't lie with you, it's mainly because the materials used in Tony's suit are too advanced. If I'm not mistaken, he should be using secondary adamantium, which has a very high defensive capability. If you can't break through his defense, it will be difficult to win with your fighting style. Sit down, let's watch the next match together. Asgardians and magicians are rare sights." Jessica Jones nodded, and an agent handed her a trench coat. After putting it on, she sat down and waited for the next contestant to take the stage. The other side. After Tony Stark returned to the audience area, Harry excitedly shouted, "Tony, you have 3 Dragon Balls now, you're the closest to becoming the champion." Tony Stark opened his suit and stepped out with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the opening victory. "We need to win 4 more games to win the championship." Pepper Potts walked up to Tony Stark, gave him a hug, and said, "I believe you will be able to achieve your wish this time." Happy nodded in agreement and said, "Tony, you're going to win the championship this time." At this moment, little Harry, who was standing nearby, asked curiously, "Tony, even you have wishes you can't fulfill? What is your wish?" "You've made all my wishes come true." Harry didn't know what Tony's wish was, and he was also a little curious. What kind of wish could a big shot like Iron Man, who was a scientist, a superhero, and a super rich man, possibly have that required the help of a dragon to fulfill it? Upon hearing Harry's words, Tony paused for 2 seconds, but he didn't shy away from his own desire and spoke up, "I want to bring my deceased parents back to life." Little Harry pinched his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, "Then you might need to win 2 championships, otherwise you can only revive 1 person." Hearing Harry's words, Tony laughed heartily. Let's win the championship first. Thinking about it too early will only cause more trouble. At this moment, on the arena, the martial arts tournament host announced loudly, the match just now brought a collision of flesh and steel, which made everyone feel excited. Now, please welcome the third contestants, Lorelai and Cassius. As the host announced, Lorelai's face reappeared in the minds of the audience. The fleeting glimpse she gave during the opening introduction was unforgettable. Suddenly, a circle of light appeared on the arena, and smiles appeared on the faces of those who had watched the second Dragon Ball tournament. This was a teleportation portal specially used by magicians. The newcomers, unfamiliar with magicians, showed expressions of curiosity. After all, a golden halo appearing on the arena was bound to pique their interest. Some also noticed that a similar halo appeared in the audience area where Cassius was located. As the golden halo fully formed, Cassius stepped out of it. As he entered the arena, the golden halo behind him began to shrink and then completely dissipated. Upon witnessing this scene, Nick Fury and Pierce immediately thought of the wormhole in the Battle of New York. Nick Fury even thought of the Tesseract, having witnessed the Tesseract begin to teleport Loki there, a scene strikingly similar to what was happening before them. At the same time, an idea also came to Nick Fury's mind: how far could such a portal go? Is it the distance of a city, a state, or even a continent, or even the whole world, or even a distance beyond Earth, to be able to travel to other planets? As for why the mages couldn't be found before, with such a convenient method, finding their whereabouts was indeed extremely difficult. Pierce was also very curious about Cassius's teleportation ability. It was truly a great ability for transporting troops and launching surprise attacks. If Hydra had this ability back then, how could they have been defeated? You could easily send your enemies to hell. However, this group seems to be uninvolved in worldly disputes, since there is no trace of them in the records of World War II or even in Hydra's archives. The agents beside him quickly recorded Cassius's abilities, noting down details such as how he appeared and the size of the portal, along with illustrations. Meanwhile, the other spectators gave Cassius a warm round of applause for his entrance. Tony patted Harry's head and said with a smile, "Back in the warehouse, you said you were going to use magic, and I thought you were a real magician. I never expected you to pull out a Dragon Ball." At this moment, Pepper Potts and Happy realized that Tony's first Dragon Ball was actually brought by Harry. No wonder he established a foundation and brought Harry to participate in the Dragon Ball battle. At first, Pepper Potts thought that Harry had helped Tony during that special period, and Tony even wanted a child, so he invested more in Harry. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Balls were also involved, and everything became reasonable. Harry also said with a smile, "So this is what a magician is." I immediately thought of the Dragon Ball's ability to grant wishes, and I figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. I never expected it would require 7. The other side. With Cassius's appearance, Lorelai also stepped onto the ring, but this time she was wearing a cloak and her face was covered by a veil. Both athletes stepped onto the stage, the martial arts tournament host left, and referee Smith Doyle stood between them, speaking as follows: submission, loss of combat power, being on the ground for more than 10 seconds, or falling out of the ring are all considered losses. The third battle for the Dragon Ball begins now. As Smith Doyle finished his words, he disappeared from the ring. As Smith Doyle left, Lorelai looked at Cassius not far away, and suddenly ripped off her cloak and veil, revealing her true appearance. Lorelai's sudden movement immediately drew everyone's attention to her, especially the act of suddenly revealing her face, which, combined with her alluring charm, amplified the sensory stimulation considerably. Some ordinary people in the audience section were instantly captivated and developed an immense fondness for Lorelai. At this moment, Cassius, who was feeling the deepest impact and the greatest shock in the ring, was momentarily dazed when he saw Lorelai. End of this chapter. Chapter 480. Congratulations, Mr. Cassius. Chapter 480. Congratulations, Mr. Cassius. At this moment, Lorelai simultaneously unleashed her divine power to the maximum extent, enveloping Cassius with her alluring charm, while walking step by step toward him. I never imagined that there would be such a mysterious group of mages in Midgard. This really piques my curiosity. Mr. Cassius, can we be friends? Cassius felt that Lorelai, who was walking towards him, was like a spring breeze, bright and gentle, and every move she made touched his heartstrings. At the same time, the shadow of his longing for his deceased wife also seemed to fall upon Lorelai. At that moment, his deceased wife's voice appeared in Cassius's mind. "Cassius, I will become her and accompany you in another way." While Cassius was in a daze, Lorelai had already arrived in front of him. Without any hesitation, Lorelai took Cassius's hand. Lorelai knew very well that she could only completely captivate the other party with her charm by touching their body. If it was just a glance from a distance, these powerful beings would have a chance to sense something was wrong and even break free with their willpower. However, any physical contact, even just a handshake or an unintentional touch of the arm, can make these people fall for you. It's worth noting that even Thor, the eldest prince of Asgard, fell head over heels for her, even instigating a small-scale rebellion in Asgard. Unfortunately, he was eventually ambushed and imprisoned by Sif. She could easily take down Thor Odinson, let alone a mage from Midgard. The moment his hand was taken, Cassius was completely controlled by Lorelai. He no longer thought about the arena match, all he wanted was to be with Lorelai. Seeing this, Smith Doyle shook his head. People who don't understand Lorelai are very easy to fall for. Once they are charmed by Lorelai, they will only do their best for her and become super simps. Mr. Cassius, would you like to be my friend? Cassius held Lorelai's hand, a gentle smile on his face, and said in a soft voice, I am willing. Those who knew the two were in a ring battle, but those who didn't would have thought they were proposing to each other. At this moment, the host below the ring, holding a microphone, began to commentate. This is the first time I've seen such a scene in all my years of experience hosting countless tournaments. Two fighters who should have been fighting to the death have become friends in the ring. Could it be that sparks of love are about to fly? What an unexpected match. At this moment, Smith Doyle looked at the martial arts tournament host with some surprise, who was not affected at all. Is it because of the different rules of the universe, or is it that the martial arts tournament host's passion for martial arts is as hard as a rock, and his powerful will cannot be shaken by Lorelai's allure? Smith Doyle thought about the plot of Dragon Ball, where the host always insisted on being on the front line no matter how dangerous the martial arts tournament was, and it was indeed possible. Of course, there is also the possibility that it is due to the different universes, but Poole and the Cat Master are not here, otherwise we could test the specific reason. Jessica Jones, in the audience, was the first to react. She hadn't paid much attention when the contestant was introduced, assuming that the woman was simply stunning because of her Asgardian identity and her beautiful face. However, Lorelai's full charm had a very noticeable impact on the men in the audience, with some even saying, I envy Cassius. If Lorelai were holding my hand, I would give anything for her, including my life. I wish I could be Cassius's hand and feel the warmth of Miss Lorelai's palm. Even some of the SHIELD agents around her wore expressions of fascination. Looking at the scene unfolding before her, a familiar memory resurfaced in Jessica Jones's mind. The demonic purple figure she had once been haunted by. At this moment, Lorelai's image was completely fused with it. The purple man's ability is to control the women he comes into contact with through pheromones. It has no effect on men. However, although Lorelai's ability is not pheromones and seems more advanced with a wider range of influence, its methods are similar to those of the purple man, except that the target of her control has become a man. Jessica Jones murmured, I never expected to find a similar ability in Asgard. Cassius has lost. Even Nick Fury and Pierce had developed a liking for Lorelai at this moment, but since they hadn't interacted, Lorelai's focus wasn't on them. She managed to avoid making a fool of herself like the others, but she also kept quiet. At this moment, many viewers who brought their girlfriends or wives praised Lorelai's appearance in front of their loved ones, and even expressed their envy of Cassius. Even Tony Stark was affected, which angered Pepper Potts. On the stage, Lorelai had gone from holding hands to leaning against Cassius's chest. Cassius, this match is very important to me. Can you help me? At this moment, Cassius, who was completely bewildered, did not hesitate for a moment, and looked at Lorelai in his arms and said, Lorelai, you have made me feel the existence of love once again. You are the love I fell in love with at first sight and can never forget. I will help you with anything you want. As long as you let me stay by your side, I'm willing to do anything for you. Lorelai's smile was bright and captivating, stimulating Cassius's senses under the influence of the succubus's power. I'll miss you, but I need to win this game now. Please, Cassius. After speaking, Lorelai turned to face Cassius and kissed his forehead. At this moment, Cassius's mind and body were already lost in the joy, an endless joy that came from the bottom of his heart. That feeling controlled his entire body, making him even more lost than when he was practicing magic. Okay, I'll help you win. Host, I concede. Upon hearing Cassius's words, the martial arts tournament host rushed onto the stage, microphone in hand, and excitedly asked, Mr. Cassius, are you sure you want to admit defeat? Cassius nodded and said, Yes, I'm sure. The martial arts tournament host immediately announced, Mr. Cassius concedes defeat. Congratulations to Ms. Lorelai for advancing and winning the match. Let's congratulate Mr. Cassius on finding true love. End of this chapter. Chapter 481 Tony, caught in a pincer movement. Chapter 481 Tony, caught in a pincer movement. As the host of the martial arts tournament announced the results, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Despite losing the match, Cassius acted like a victor, picking up Lorelai and carrying her off the stage, returning to his mage team. Lorelai did not refuse, but instead whispered in Cassius's ear about his situation and who the people who came with him were. At that moment, a thought arose in Jessica Jones's mind. Could this year's champion be Lorelai of Asgard? As she pondered, Jessica Jones looked toward Wanda's location. There were 3 women in this Dragon Ball tournament, and since she had already been eliminated, Wanda was her only hope. It remains to be seen whether Wanda can eliminate Lorena, since it would be a real loss for Earth if an alien were to obtain the Dragon Balls. It's unclear whether Lorelai possesses any other abilities besides this purple man-like power, and whether Wanda is a match for her. Of course, the most important thing is that Wanda had the luck to face Lorelai and successfully defeat her twice. Otherwise, if she had been less lucky, it's not impossible that she would have been eliminated early. While Jessica Jones was still pondering, the martial arts tournament host announced. The first round of the Dragon Ball battles has concluded, and the winners are Wanda, Tony Stark, and Lorelai. Wanda and Lorelai each received 2 Dragon Balls, while Tony Stark received 3 Dragon Balls. The second round of the competition will still be a 2-on-2 battle, since each of the 3 players has 2 Dragon Balls. The third round of the competition will also consist of 3 matches, and the results will be randomly assigned on the big screen. Wanda's image was now fixed, while the images of the opponents she was facing began to scroll, allowing her to choose between Tony Stark and Lorelai. The results were quickly displayed on the big screen. Wanda's opponent was Tony Stark. Then Tony Stark's image settled, while the images of his rivals Wanda and Lorelai scrolled rapidly, eventually pausing on Lorelai's image. Match 2: Tony Stark vs Lorelai. Then came Lorelai's third in-ring match, where she would choose between Tony Stark and Wanda. The final result: Lorelai vs Wanda. As the match schedule was announced, the host loudly proclaimed, "The lineup for the 3 matches in the second round has been finalized. Players, please get ready. The second round of arena battles will begin in 30 minutes." As Lorelai returned to the audience area, the martial arts tournament host appeared. During this time, everyone's attention had already shifted away from Lorelai, and their eyes were now focused on the host and the list of opponents for the second round of matches. At this moment, Pietro looked at his sister and said, "Wanda, you're really lucky. Your first match is against Tony Stark, and your second match is against Lorelai." Wanda's lips curled slightly, and she began to speak. "I will teach him a lesson he won't forget. As for Lorelai, her abilities have no effect on me." Wanda had already realized Lorelai's abilities, and when Pietro stopped paying attention to Lorelai, she was no longer affected and became more rational. Pietro said, "You still need to be careful of Lorelai. After all, she comes from Asgard and this is her first appearance. We have no information about her, and no one knows if she has any abilities that we don't know about. Perhaps the other side will suddenly pull out a weapon, just like Thor did." Wanda nodded, and then said, "I'll be careful." Pietro looked at his sister, thought for a moment, and said, "I just checked the information. Howard Stark, who forged the shield for the captain, was Tony Stark's father. He died in a car accident many years ago. Steve probably won't have a chance to introduce him to you." Wanda was taken aback by Pietro's words, but thinking about the era when Steve Rogers was active, the person who built his shield was probably close to death even if he hadn't been in the car accident, given his age. "It seems the idea of building new weapons is going to fail. We'll try again later," Pietro said nonchalantly. "I'm not in a hurry about weapons. The leader said he would prepare a weapon for me made of secondary adamantium and let me try to see if I could use it." Wanda nodded in agreement. After the match, she would also undergo intensive training under Smith Doyle's arrangement. She had already asked for the mentorship opportunity she received at Christmas, but it would not be implemented until after the ring battle. At this moment, Tony, having rationally reviewed the situation, also saw his opponents for the next 2 matches, Wanda and Lorelai. Both of these female contestants were quite sinister. Originally, the lineup consisted of 3 men and 3 women, but in the first round, the 2 male contestants were eliminated, leaving only him. Just as Tony Stark was pondering how to deal with the two's abilities, Harry spoke up, "Tony, you're not going to give up like that sorcerer did, are you?" Tony shook his head vigorously, then said, "Something was off about that fight. Cassius shouldn't have acted like that, even though I don't know him well. Unless his wish is to win the favor of a beautiful woman." Pepper Potts, who was standing nearby, spoke up, "Isn't she like a succubus from a story, someone who makes men unable to resist her once she appears?" Tony nodded. Perhaps their abilities are somewhat similar, which is really a headache. The main thing is that the two matches were back-to-back. Wanda's side is not simple either. Steve Rogers was stunned on the spot, not knowing what trick he had fallen for. Tony thought for a moment, then stepped into the suit and said, "Jarvis, replay the fight between Steve Rogers and Wanda." The Mark suit, which had been standing upright to the side, was not idle. Jarvis had been recording the details of each ring battle. By reviewing the video replay, Tony Stark discovered that as long as Wanda didn't get close, he wouldn't be affected. After all, in the video, the problem only arose after Steve Rogers approached Wanda. The earlier magical attacks were blocked by Steve Rogers' shield and had no effect. Tony Stark decided that once the match started, he wouldn't give Wanda any chance to get close and would bombard her with bullets to knock her out of the ring. Tony Stark has never been afraid of anyone, even when it comes to medium and long-range saturation bombardment. End of this chapter. Chapter 482 Tony vs. Wanda. Chapter 482 Tony vs. Wanda. He was protected by a suit made of secondary adamantium, so the explosion wouldn't hurt him, but Wanda, with her mortal body, might not be able to withstand the attack. Having devised a strategy for his first encounter with Wanda, Tony Stark began to consider Lorelei's situation. Lorelei's problems are more serious than Wanda's. During the replay of the battle video, Tony sensed something was wrong. As soon as Lorelei appeared, Cassius lost all desire to attack. This situation is very dangerous. If you don't have the desire to fight when you go on stage, won't you lose anyway? Jarvis, deploy the suit. How long will it take? Jarvis replied immediately. The Seraph satellite is directly above the participating island and will arrive within 20 minutes at the speed of deployment. Tony nodded after hearing this and said, "Deploy all the battle suits from the Seraph satellite directly above the arena, and be ready to fight at any time. You are fully authorized to operate these suits. Furthermore, in the match against Lorelei, if I forfeit the match and fail to engage in combat in time, you must immediately take over my suit, mute the sound, and engage in combat on your own to knock Lorelei out of the ring and win the match." To avoid a repeat of Cassius's situation, Tony decided to leave the battle to Jarvis. With Jarvis's abilities and the support of multiple suits, as long as Lorelei's abilities weren't ridiculously powerful, there should still be a chance of victory. Of course, it's okay to lose a match against Lorelei. It's fine to probe for more information, as long as I don't cause any major problems and get captured like Cassius. Having made his decision, Tony Stark looked much more relaxed and then removed his mask, saying, "I'm determined to get my wish for the Dragon Ball this time." At this moment, Steve Rogers in the audience area looked at the second round match list. He had lost to Wanda and was no longer eligible for the next ring match. He wondered if Peggy Carter would be able to wait until he won the championship and get the chance to make a wish. Keep in mind that his generation was already one of the weakest, and it's uncertain whether he'll have another chance. Besides, Dragon Balls aren't easy to obtain. Should we ask Smith Doyle? The other party may not help him. Although the two were once comrades in arms, their relationship is not comparable to that of Tony Stark and Smith Doyle. You have to know that even Tony Stark had to honestly collect the Dragon Balls and participate in the Dragon Ball Wars in order to achieve his wish, so he himself had even less hope. Thinking about this makes one see hope and then lose it again. It's truly painful. I hope I have good luck. Just as Steve Rogers was feeling helpless and frustrated, Nick Fury's agents reported to him, "Sir, based on a comparison of global databases, we have found information on contestant Wanda." Nick Fury took the tablet computer handed to him by his subordinate and began to examine the information on it. Wanda Django Maximov was born in Sokovia, Eastern Europe. Her older brother is Pietro Django Maximov. Their parents died during the Sokovian unrest, and the siblings grew up on their own with the help of their neighbors. With only this basic information, ordinary citizens like these would typically only be briefly mentioned in global databases, perhaps with some additional school records, and if they have social security, their social security and employment records. To gain a more detailed understanding, it would be necessary to send agents to the area for investigation. After reviewing the above information, Nick Fury began to speak. "I never imagined that such a powerful, extraordinary flower could bloom in a small place like Sokovia. Send local agents to gather intelligence on them." Pierce looked at Nick Fury and said, "What, you've taken a fancy to this brother and sister?" Nick Fury said, "Superhumans should be the responsibility of SHIELD. Wanda is a magician. I wonder if Pietro is also a magician, or if there are any differences between them." Because of the short time frame, SHIELD did not discover that Wanda and her siblings had joined the League of Assassins. For such wild superhumans, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strategy was naturally to investigate, observe, recruit/release/detain them. Lorelai now knows that all the audience members on Caecilius's side are magicians, and that Camartage is the holy land of Earth's magicians, possessing great power. Among them, Caecilius's dragon balls were bestowed by the Ancient One. Lorelai was very curious about what kind of existence this Sorcerer Supreme was, that he could casually bestow dragon balls upon his students, and what was even more terrifying was that he did so for 2 consecutive classes. Did he not have any desires? Even Odin, the king of the gods, has the desire to achieve this. Such an existence is not one that I can afford to provoke. Fortunately, my goal is only to win the championship of this competition, which will not cause any harm to Caecilius and the others. In the next 2 matches, Lorelai was not worried about fighting Tony Stark. She believed that with her abilities, the Iron Man, known as a playboy, would definitely fall at her feet. On the contrary, it is the magician Wanda who needs to be taken seriously. After all, it is a ring battle, and the men she has charmed cannot provide any help. The only thing to be thankful for is that there is only one female opponent left. Jessica has been eliminated. He hoped that his opponent would be defeated by Tony Stark, but unfortunately, his opponent had 2 Dragon Balls, so even if Tony Stark won, he would still have a chance to fight him. Hopefully, this opponent won't be as strong as Sif, allowing me to secure a decisive victory. Only by achieving victory can we completely break free from the prison of Asgard. The 30-minute preparation time flew by, and the martial arts tournament host announced at the ring. The second round of the 3rd Dragon Ball tournament is now beginning. Please welcome our first contestants, Wanda and Tony Stark. As the tournament host announced, Tony flew onto the ring in his suit, and Wanda, not to be outdone, immediately used magic to fly over as well. The 2 stepped into the ring almost simultaneously, but Tony Stark wisely kept his distance from Wanda, so much so that Tony was practically near the edge of the ring. Wanda smiled inwardly at the sight, thinking, "Did you think that distance would prevent it? Innocent." End of this chapter. Chapter 483. Why not stop him? Chapter 483. Why not stop him? The martial arts tournament host, seeing the 2 had already entered the ring and ignoring Tony's somewhat distant position, led the referee, Smith Doyle, to the center of the arena as the host left. He then spoke. Submission, loss of combat power, being on the ground for more than 10 seconds, or falling out of the ring are all considered losses. Let's begin the first match of the 2nd round of the Dragon Ball battle. The instant Smith Doyle disappeared, Tony Stark did not hesitate. The miniature missile rack on his shoulder activated, ready to attack Wanda. However, Wanda on the other side was also prepared and had no intention of attacking at close range. She instantly condensed a large amount of dark red chaotic magic in her hand and slammed it directly onto the arena beneath her feet. The red magical energy instantly spread across the entire arena, moving so fast that Tony, who was preparing to attack, didn't even have time to react. However, although Tony didn't have time to defend, nearly 30 missiles in the miniature missile rack still carried out the orders Tony had given in advance and flew out to bombard Wanda. Upon seeing the incoming miniature missiles, Wanda immediately used chaos magic to create a protective shield for herself. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, Wanda acted quickly, casting illusion magic before the missile was launched and erecting a magical shield to resist the attack. Otherwise, Tony's missile would have been blown up. Wanda blocked Tony's attack, but Tony Stark had already entered the illusion. Tony looked down and saw the red magical energy spreading out, and immediately sensed something was wrong. This was a power that the other party had not shown in their stacked attack with Steve Rogers. However, when he looked up, he found that the scene in front of him had completely changed. It was no longer the scene of the arena battle, but had become a huge battlefield. Above their heads, they saw the portal opened by the Tesseract, and a massive Chidori army poured in like locusts and began to invade Earth. Tony then looked down at the ground and saw that Natasha, Hawkeye, Chinharan, Jessica Jones, and all the other Avengers were lying motionless on the battlefield. Even Steve Rogers' shield was broken, and Thor from Asgard was lying on the ground, lifeless. Tony looked around, trying to find Smith Doyle. Even though an irreversible disaster had occurred, in his heart Smith Doyle at least had the power to turn the tide. However, Tony Stark did not find any trace of Smith Doyle, which relieved him. He then bent down to check on Steve Rogers, at which point Steve Rogers grabbed Tony's hand and shouted, "You could have stopped him from leaving. Why didn't you stop him?" Tony was also taken aback for a moment, and then asked, "Who?" Steve Rogers said with difficulty, "Smith Doyle left Earth, and then the enemy came." Before he could finish speaking, Steve Rogers' grip on his hand suddenly gave way, and his arm fell to the ground, leaving him lifeless. Upon hearing Steve Rogers' words and seeing the devastation and annihilation of the Avengers, Tony Stark had a thought: could this be the Earth that was invaded after losing Smith Doyle? At the same time, a question arose in Tony's mind: why did Smith Doyle leave Earth? If Smith Doyle really did embark on an interstellar journey one day, should he do something to try and stop him? Or perhaps I should try harder to build a true steel army, so that even if Smith Doyle were to leave temporarily one day, Earth would not fall to the invasion of alien forces. While Tony Stark was lost in his dreamlike state, Wanda also saw through magic the things and experiences that Tony Stark feared. Unlike the romantic love that Smith Doyle had been involved in, his fears were about war and future alien invasions, as well as his determination to catch up. This illusion lessened Wanda's disgust considerably. At least this guy wasn't as annoying as she had imagined. Realizing she had achieved her goal, Wanda didn't forget she was in the arena. She immediately used chaos magic to attack Tony, who was wearing his battle suit. She didn't need much power, just pushing him off the stage would suffice. A dark red energy ball immediately appeared in his palm. However, unlike the previous one, this energy ball did not grow larger. Instead, it became even darker red without changing in size, and then it flew towards Tony. "Sir, would you like to activate sentry mode? Sir, would you like to take over the combat suit and begin fighting?" Before the fight, Tony only explained that Jarvis would take over if he failed to react or conceded defeat during the fight against Lorelei, without making any additional arrangements for the battle. Boom! The condensed magic missile exploded upon impact with Mark's suit, blasting Tony Stark, who was already near the edge of the ring, away. Without any intervention, Tony Stark and his suit fell off the ring. Seeing Tony Stark fall out of the ring, Wanda also dispelled the illusion magic on Tony Stark. In fact, Wanda could also easily send Tony Stark out of the ring using chaos magic energy, just like Steve Rogers. However, considering the previous fright she had caused, she wanted to embarrass Tony as well, so she used a compressed magic missile. As Wanda dispelled the illusion, Tony Stark awoke. Lying on the ground, he saw the sky above, but his mind was still replaying the illusion he had just witnessed. To avoid future regrets, he knew he couldn't afford to be complacent. As for relying on Smith Doyle to protect the Earth, or even preventing him from leaving, given Tony Stark's pride, he couldn't do something like that. As for losing a match, Tony Stark was a little disappointed but not bothered. He still had 2 Dragon Balls left, and he was sure he could turn the tide. At that moment, the voice of the martial arts tournament host came to my ears. "Tony Stark, the first participant in the second round of the ring match, has fallen from the ring. Wanda has won this ring match. Let's give Wanda a round of applause." At the same time, a Dragon Ball that was next to Tony Stark's image on the virtual screen moved to Wanda's image, indicating that she now possessed 3 Dragon Balls. Upon hearing the announcer's announcement, Wanda's lips curled into a smile. Not only had she won the match, but she had also vented the anger that had been building up in her heart for many years. Even Pietro in the audience section couldn't hide his smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 484. Tony, can you handle it? Chapter 484. Tony, can you handle it? The fight between Wanda and Tony Stark was very fast, even faster than the fight between Steve Rogers. However, the audience members were not disappointed at all, and they were all talking about the performance capabilities of chaos magic. Even Smith Doyle, when he saw Wanda bombard the arena floor with chaos magic, immediately thought of the scene in the TV series Wanda where Wanda used chaos magic to change Westview. Although this magical release is far less significant than the transformation of Westview in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it already shows glimpses of that event. Moreover, under his arrangement, the Wanda in his universe is definitely more powerful than the Wanda in Universe E199999. It's just unknown whether his Wanda will encounter the Wanda who has started sleepwalking through various universes to find her child in the future. Thinking about this, Smith Doyle actually looked forward to the future multiverse and the Super Dragon Balls that could traverse the multiverse, thinking that everything would become even more interesting then. Nick Fury in the audience looked serious. He hadn't expected that such a relatively mild Dragon Ball battle would produce so many formidable opponents. The power of this inheritor of chaos magic was so great that even Tony Stark, one of the Avengers' big 3, was powerless to resist. Nick Fury considers Smith Doyle, Thor Odinson, and Tony Stark to be the big 3. As for Steve Rogers, he doesn't even have a place among the big 3, let alone as the spiritual leader and team leader. In addition, his combat strength is only stronger than Natasha and Hawkeye Barton, making him almost the bottom of the Avengers. Make a note of the term, chaos magic, and when I get back, I'll look it up in the database and mythological literature to see if I can find any clues. The agent standing nearby nodded and said, "Yes, sir." At this moment, Nick Fury was more concerned about the dark red energy that Wanda slammed into the ring, which spread outwards at such a speed that Tony, like Steve Rogers, was caught off guard and had no reaction. During his break, he had briefed Coulson on the situation. According to Steve Rogers, he had entered a hallucination and encountered a younger version of Captain Carter. According to Steve Rogers' description, Nick Fury knew it was illusion magic. At first, Nick Fury thought it was a single target spell to be cast close to the opponent, but after seeing Wanda fight Tony Stark, this made Nick Fury realize that this was not a single target spell, but a genuine group illusion spell. He didn't know how far the impact would be, but the thought of pulling everyone in a large area into the illusion made Nick Fury realize that Wanda's danger had reached its limit. In his mind, she was yet another highly dangerous superhuman. Sure enough, after Smith Doyle appeared, hidden supernatural powers on Earth sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The key point was the Dragon Ball battle. If it weren't for this event, SHIELD wouldn't have discovered so many supernatural beings and forces. The other side. Lorelei's expression was also very solemn. Wanda's abilities were even stronger than she had expected, and Caecilius knew absolutely nothing about Wanda or the successor of chaos magic. Although Caecilius was willing to fight in the arena for her sake, even against Wanda, she dared not have such thoughts after being warned by Odin and Heimdall, and she forbade Caecilius from doing anything to disrupt the tournament. However, she needs to win this match against Playboy Tony Stark first, as dealing with men like him is her forte. Pepper Potts, in the audience, felt sorry for Tony Stark and hoped he wouldn't lose this time. A ring competition. As Wanda returned to the audience area to celebrate with her brother Pietro, the martial arts tournament host asked, "Mr. Stark, do you need a rest or to continue with the second match?" Upon hearing the martial arts tournament host's question, Tony, who had already stood up, flew back to the ring and said, "Not much energy has been used up, let's start the second match." After expressing his wishes to the host, Tony Stark instructed Jarvis, "Jarvis, you will be in charge of the suit from now on. There is only one requirement: win the game at all costs, and temporarily shut down any communication with the suit." "Yes, sir." After giving Jarvis his instructions, Tony Stark closed his eyes and rested inside his suit. Upon hearing that Tony Stark was about to begin the next match, the tournament host immediately announced, "Next up is the second round, the second match of the ring battle. Please welcome contestant Lorelei to the stage." As the second show began, Lorelei slowly walked out of the audience area. With her appearance, everyone's attention was once again drawn to her. Whenever she appeared, the men in the audience would feel a surge of goodwill towards her. Lorelei stepped onto the ring and watched the martial arts tournament host leave and Smith Doyle appear. Looking at the guardian of the Dragon Balls, Lorelei licked her lips. If she could conquer such a powerful man, then the trip would not have been in vain. Unfortunately, Odin, the king of the gods, forbade her from offending him. She didn't know if he could withstand her charm. At least she knew that Odin could withstand her charm and communicate with her normally, or even kill her. Smith Doyle ignored Lorelei's gaze and announced on the spot, "Submission, loss of combat power, being on the ground for more than 10 seconds, or falling out of the ring are all considered losses." The second round, second match of the Dragon Ball battle begins now. As Smith Doyle disappeared, Lorelei also turned her gaze to Tony Stark in front of her. "Do you think you can block my allure by hiding inside that suit of armor? You are too naive." Lorelei's alluring charm was fully unleashed, immediately having a significant impact on the audience. "Mr. Stark, I have heard of your great name even in faraway Asgard, a superhero in the Chitauri invasion. I idolize superheroes more than anything in my life. Can we be friends?" Pepper Potts, in the audience section, said through gritted teeth, "That bitch, she's using this trick again. We're doomed. I don't even know if Tony can hold on." Happy said with a dazed look in his eyes, "I don't know if Tony can handle it, but I really can't handle it anymore. I like her so much, she's so beautiful." Little Harry nodded in agreement. "She's so beautiful, I'd like to be friends with her too." Seeing that both of the people beside her had betrayed her, Pepper Potts helplessly covered her forehead with her hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 485 The Avengers and 039 Total Annihilation. Chapter 485 The Avengers Total Annihilation. At this moment, although Tony Stark had his eyes closed, Lorelei's voice echoed in his mind, and even her image appeared in his mind. Lorelei walked slowly toward Tony Stark, talking to him as she went, constantly trying to distract him with her voice and her allure. Looking at Tony Stark, who stood motionless, Lorelei smiled deep and she felt as if the third Dragon Ball was beckoning to her. Seeing that Tony Stark didn't react, Pepper Potts in the stands immediately stood up and shouted, "Tony, Tony." However, no matter how loudly Pepper Potts shouted, her voice had no effect on Tony Stark, who remained completely still. Seeing this, Jessica Jones shook her head in disappointment and said, "Tony is going to lose. It looks like the Avengers are going to be wiped out this time." Only 3 Avengers participated in this Dragon Ball battle. Steve Rogers and she were defeated one after another, while Tony Stark had already lost 1 game. If he lost this game, he would only have 1 Dragon Ball left. Having been defeated by the 2 in succession, Jessica did not think Tony had any hope of turning the tide. Jessica Jones then looked towards Wanda in the audience area. Next up was the showdown between Wanda and Lorelai, and it was anyone's guess who would ultimately win the championship. At this moment, many of the ladies in the audience no longer had a high opinion of Tony Stark, and even Sue Zeiling and others believed that Tony was about to lose the match. In the arena, Lorelai had already walked up to Tony Stark, the 2 of them no more than a meter apart. "Tony, let me see your face hidden beneath your suit." At this moment, the suit raised its arm, and Lorelai, confident of victory, lowered her guard, assuming that the opponent was about to step out of the suit. However, the next second a white light appeared, and a laser beam shot out from the palm, hitting Lorelai directly in the abdomen. Boom! Jarvis fired a palm strike that sent Lorelai flying, crashing to the ground in the ring. The sudden turn of events surprised everyone in the audience, especially since they all thought Tony had been taken control of by the other side. Sue Zeiling exclaimed in surprise, "My God, Tony wasn't controlled." Pepper Potts said, "Tony said he had a solution, but I didn't expect it to be true. I took a palm strike at close range. I wonder if my opponent still has the strength to fight again." Jessica Jones also murmured, "It seems there is still a chance to win, at least not to be completely wiped out." Of the 3 who still have a chance to compete for the championship, if one of them could win, Jessica thinks Tony Stark would be the best choice, followed by Wanda from Earth, and lastly Lorelai from Asgard. As an Avenger and a human being, she wanted this opportunity to remain within the human race, rather than giving it to outsiders. To everyone's surprise, Lorelai stood up from the ground and looked down at the spot where she had been hit by the palm cannon. Apart from a dark mark, there were no other injuries. Those who witnessed this scene exclaimed in amazement, as expected of someone from Asgard, an attack that would kill an ordinary person did not leave any injury on him. Lorelai began to speak, "That's surprising, it didn't work on you. Tony Stark, you've piqued my curiosity even more." Then Lorelai crossed her arms in front of her, forming a cross shape. As her arms fell, her clothes instantly changed into a Valkyrie-like battle suit, and she drew a short sword from behind her. Lorelai's own armor had already been destroyed. It was sent by Odin when she left Asgard, and it was also to deal with such emergencies. Amidst everyone's astonished expressions, Lorelai charged towards Tony Stark like a female warrior. If Jane Foster hadn't been there, she would have definitely mistaken Lorelai for Sif. If Sif saw this scene, she would definitely curse Lorelai for being such a bitch, dressing and fighting in her style. Boom, boom, boom. Jarvis, manipulating his suit, relentlessly attacked Lorelai. Facing these attacks, Lorelai used her agility to dodge and move closer to Tony Stark in the ring. An agent who was taking notes exclaimed, "She was even faster than Steve was when he was running." Steve Rogers glanced at the other party but said nothing. He already understood that he was the weakest among the many contestants, and the one Asgard sent this time was no weakling either. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Several miniature missiles were launched and struck Lorelai directly, causing them to explode and engulf her in smoke. Brush. Lorelai burst out of the smoke from the explosion, raising her short sword and slashing at Tony Stark. However, the next second, light gathered on the chest of Tony's suit, and a thick white laser beam shot towards Lorelai. Z-boom. At this critical moment, Lorelai immediately changed her move, holding her short sword horizontally in front of her chest. Boom. Lorelai was blasted away by the enormous kinetic energy. Fortunately, the weapon Odin had prepared for him was not bad. If it were some standard short sword, it would have been blown in half by Tony's chest cannon. The Winter Soldier from the other universe took this hit with his mechanical arm, and the entire mechanical arm was melted and destroyed. Seeing that he had driven Lorelai back, Jarvis immediately pressed his advantage, raising his arm to launch a medium-sized rocket. This was a weapon specially made by Tony. Although it was small, about the size of a palm, it was enough to blow up a building. As the medium-sized missile was launched, a powerful shockwave from the explosion spread outwards from the arena, but fortunately the area was not large and did not affect the audience. Boom! A violent explosion and a huge flame shot into the air on the arena. Even with the protective suit, the successive attacks still seriously injured Lorelai. After all, she was not a real warrior. Although her physique was stronger than that of a typical super soldier serum warrior, she was still injured on the spot when she tried to take such attacks head-on. As the smoke dissipated, blood trickled from Lorelei's lips, and blood also flowed from the arm holding the short sword, dripping onto the arena from the tip of the sword. However, Jarvis showed no mercy. Its mission was to win the game for Tony, so it once again unleashed its firepower on Lorelei. End of this chapter. Chapter 486. 1. Waking up, the match is over. Chapter 486. Waking up to find the match over. Boom. 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 Explosions echoed continuously above the arena. Jarvis paid no attention to the energy expenditure, unleashing all the weapons built into his suit, with only one goal: to win this match. The other side. In the kingdom of Asgard, Heimdall reported the progress of the competition to Odin, the king of the gods, in real time. Your Majesty, Lorelei is going to lose. Upon hearing Heimdall's words, Odin showed no anger, but instead said, it's not Lorelei's fault. This year, there are 3 female contestants, and even Tony Stark has found a way to deal with it. Indeed, Heimdall used his abilities to see that Tony Stark had fallen asleep inside his suit, leaving everything to be controlled by artificial intelligence. Lorelei has a second match coming up. If she can beat Wanda. Odin waved his hand and said, you don't know what chaos magic is, and you've never seen it before, so you don't know how powerful it is. After losing her most powerful ability, Lorelei can no longer pose a threat to her opponent. After all, it's a ring battle, and Lorelei's abilities cannot be fully utilized. As for Wanda, who is known as the inheritor of chaos magic, even if she only has a smattering of chaos magic, Lorelei would not be a match for her without anyone's help. Go down, she has no hope of winning. Odin didn't even need to watch the second match to have any confidence in Lorelei. Heimdall, upon hearing Odin's command, ceased his insistence. At the same time, a question lingered in his mind: why not send Prince Thor instead? Given the quality of this year's participants, Prince Thor had a very good chance. Unfortunately, Lorelei, on whom so much hope was pinned, is about to fall in the second round of the ring battle. After Odin saw Heimdall leave, he murmured, chaos magic has begun to manifest in the world. Could this be the beginning of another golden age? The Aesir have a lineage of records regarding certain special and vast powers in the universe. Whether it is the power of the Infinity Stones, the power of the Creator God, the Eternal God, or the power of chaos and the Phoenix Force, they all mention it in their lineage. However, the Phoenix Force has disappeared without a trace and has not reappeared. However, the power of chaos actually appeared in Midgard. Odin knew that Midgard was no ordinary planet, and this was not just because of the presence of the Ancient One, its guardian. According to historical records, the Aesir gods were not originally born in Asgard, but in Midgard, which is now Earth. It was the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia who gave birth to the first Aesir gods. Even the lineage of Zeus and the Olympian pantheon originated from Midgard, but they were driven off Earth by the enraged Earth Mother Goddess Gaia. None of the original gods on Earth were able to remain. As for the Panther God, Tiger God, Crocodile God, and other deities passed down in Wakanda, they all exist as projections, and their true forms have not been preserved. As for the Egyptian pantheon, Odin looked down on them even more. As long as he is still alive, the 9 realms will still be nominally under his rule, and the other side will not dare to show their faces. The ancient beings are not a concern. The real potential lies with the Ancient One, who resisted the invasion from the lower dimensions, Smith Doyle, the Dragon Ball Guardian under the Ancient One's protection, and Wanda, the highly promising successor of chaos magic. Midgard, hailed as the center of the universe, truly nurtures incredible life forms. As expected, his chances of obtaining the Dragon Balls on his own are slim. The Ancient One wouldn't allow his physical form to participate. If he dares to go, the Ancient One, who has obtained the Dragon Balls time and again, might very well try to stop him during the competition. His current body can no longer withstand such intense combat. If he doesn't fight, he can prolong his life for a few more years. But if he fights with all his might, his body might completely collapse after the battle due to the surge in Odin's power. Although for them, the dissipation of their physical body does not mean death, since they still have Valhalla as their final resting place after death. The most important thing is that Thor's path to succession has not yet been paved, and a show that can make the 9 realms take his abilities seriously is still needed. Secondly, there's his eldest daughter, Hela, whom Smith Doyle hasn't won over yet. Once these 2 things are done, he will be able to go to Valhalla at his leisure and begin his retirement. On the stage, as the flames subsided, the arena remained intact, but Lorelei was no longer able to fight. Covered in blood, she lay on the arena, still clutching her weapon. The martial arts tournament host ran up to check on Lorelei's condition. The countdown begins now. If you haven't gotten up within 10 seconds, you've lost. 1, 2, 3. Lorelei struggled to her feet after hearing the host's words, but the fact that she was still alive after surviving 2 waves of attacks was a testament to the strength of Asgardian physique. Lorelai slowly squatted up using her short sword as support, and the host stopped the countdown upon seeing this. Nick Fury, in the audience, stared at the injured body and thought to himself, so the Norse gods bleed when they are injured, and their blood is red just like that of ordinary people. Clang! Lorelai stumbled, her short sword flying from her hand, and she fell back onto the arena. With tears streaming down her face, Lorelai said with a resolute expression, I haven't lost, I can't give up. I can fight again. She didn't want to go back to that cold prison. She had been imprisoned for hundreds of years and had had enough. However, no matter how strong her will was, her body could no longer support her in fighting, and she ultimately could not get up again. With 10 seconds left in the competition, Lorelai was still unable to stand up and ultimately lost the match. The winner of the second round, second match is Tony Stark. With the host's announcement, the match finally came to an end. Soon the host called medical staff, and several female vampires carried Lorelai and took her into the treatment pod prepared backstage. Due to the serious injury of Ms. Lorelai, the contestant in the third round, the competition will continue in an hour. We hope you will all look forward to it. Jarvis piloted his suit back to the audience area and opened it in front of Pepper Potts, whereupon the group saw Tony Stark fast asleep. However, while Tony was inside the suit, tempted by Lorelai, he was about to open the suit and come out. After receiving the previous instructions, Jarvis released a canister of anesthetic gas inside the suit, which was originally intended to attack special enemies, but was ultimately given to Tony to use, putting him into a deep sleep inside the suit. End of this chapter. Chapter 487 How could a genius like me, Tony, fail? Chapter 487 How could a genius like me, Tony, fail? Pepper Potts looked at the sleeping Tony and said with an experienced expression, Tony's method is to sleep. Sue Ziling, who was standing nearby, said after seeing this, sleeping is actually a pretty good solution. At least Lorelai's abilities can't control someone who's already unconscious to give up the game, but only Tony and Ivan Vanko can do that. Others don't have artificial intelligence to control their suits and win the game. At that moment, with his suit open, the sounds from the outside world reached him, and Tony Stark awoke. Seeing that he was now in the audience area, he asked, Did I win the game? At this time, Jarvis' voice sounded, Yes, sir. Upon hearing that Jarvis had won the match for him, Tony Stark raised an eyebrow and said, My brilliant idea was right after all. The last match was due to a lack of intelligence. At the same time, a thought arose in Tony Stark's mind, if Jarvis could win the game for him, could he also protect the peace of the earth by creating more Iron Warriors? The audience was unaware that Tony Stark had won the entire match by sleeping with Lorelai. They were simply amazed by Tony's ruthlessness. The women in the audience, however, were curious about how the playboy Tony Stark had managed to escape Lorelai's control. Pietro looked at Wanda and said, Wanda, the next match is your fight against Lorelai. The opponent's physique and defense were not weak at all. On this wide and unobstructed arena, they endured several rounds of artillery fire before losing the match. Wanda said with a smile, Lorelai's physique is indeed very strong, significantly stronger than that of ordinary superhuman warriors, especially in terms of resistance to blows. If those artillery attacks were handled by superhuman warriors from the power direction, very few would survive in that situation. But Lorelai's greatest ability has no effect on me, while the chaos magic in my hands is no joke. When I unleash my full power, the damage I cause will be no less than that bombardment. On Corrin Tower, although Wanda didn't learn how to use Ki from Master Cat, he did teach her a lot about the use of chaotic magic energy. She was adept at using magical missiles, whether it was compressing energy to increase its mass and cause greater destruction or increasing its quantity to cause greater damage over a wider area. In addition to these, she also possesses other abilities. In terms of illusion construction, her abilities are not limited to either gender. She can pull anyone into the illusion. She can also create magical protective shields with ease, and her shields are not limited to herself. Seeing his sister so confident, Pietro smiled and said, It looks like Wanda is going to be the champion this year. Upon hearing this, Wanda looked in the direction of Smith Doyle and smiled. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the martial arts tournament host appeared on the stage. The 1 hour break is over. Now, please welcome Lorelai and Wanda, the contestants from the second round, third match. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the fully recovered Lorelai was the first to arrive on the ring. The audience who witnessed this scene were all astonished. My God, how is this possible? Healed in just 1 hour? Is this due to the abnormal constitution of the Asgardians, or do the organizers have a recovery method we don't know about? Steve Rogers, in the audience section, asked curiously, "Are there any superhumans with healing abilities?" Coulson shook his head and said, "I don't know, but according to S.H.I.L.D.'s records of superhumans, there has not yet been a superhuman who can heal other people's injuries with superpowers. However, this may be another technology of the Assassin's Guild. The wax baths they release have extremely strong restorative abilities, but they generally require 12 hours of treatment time. According to our intelligence, Tony's bodyguard Happy was seriously injured and may even face death in the recent explosion at the Chinese theater. But after he was sent to the Assassin's Guild, our people found that he had recovered and appeared in public the next day, with no trace of the serious injuries from the explosion on his body." Steve Rogers was somewhat bewildered. How did this Inspector General of SHIELD have so many valuable items? Does SHIELD have similar recovery technology? Coulson thought of the experiment in Tahiti, then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Captain, SHIELD has not yet mastered such rapid recovery technology. In fact, many field agents go to the Brotherhood of Assassins to enjoy a wax bath to treat their injuries." Steve Rogers had a feeling that Nick Fury was really past his prime. His strength and support abilities were no longer comparable to those of Inspector General Smith Doyle. Just yesterday, Capsule Corporation announced the world-shaking capsule. Pepper Potts was also surprised at this moment. Smith really went all out this time. This treatment speed must have used a treatment pod, at least $300 million. You should know that there is no profit in the Dragon Ball battle. The Dragon Ball battle has been held 3 times, but no fees have ever been charged to the audience or participants, and there have been no ticket sales or television broadcasts. It was all supported by Smith Doyle's personal wealth. Tony Stark said, "Don't look at all this from a capitalist perspective. Money is the least important thing to Smith Doyle, especially with the newly released Panacea." Thinking of the amazing all-purpose capsule, Pepper Potts nodded. Money really was just a string of numbers to Smith Doyle. Those in the treatment pod were amazed by Lorelei's physique. She recovered so quickly. Normally, a treatment course takes 12 hours, but she came out in just 1 hour. Those unaware of the treatment chamber were amazed by the technology held by the organizer, Smith Doyle, and were also curious whether the Universal Capsule Group would launch this treatment product at the next year's new product launch. At that moment, Wanda waved to her brother Pietro, and then used chaos magic to fly directly onto the arena. Lorelei and Wanda stood on opposite sides of the ring, looking at each other. At this moment, Smith Doyle appeared between the two and spoke. "Submission, loss of combat power, being on the ground for more than 10 seconds, or falling out of the ring are all considered losses. The second round, third match of the Dragon Ball battle is now beginning." As he finished speaking, Smith Doyle left the ring and handed the match over to the 2 participants. End of this chapter. Chapter 488 Tony, the Unreckless One. Chapter 488 Tony, the Unreckless One. Lorelei looked at Wanda with a determined expression. She had already lost the Dragon Balls she had won from Caecilius to Tony Stark. If she lost to Wanda as well, she would be finished this time. "Wanda, I am a Banshee of Asgard, your witch tricks have no effect on me." Having witnessed the magic of wizards, Lorelei, despite not being deified due to her Asgardian bloodline, earned the title of Banshee, and her own power possessed great resistance to wizards' illusions. Upon hearing Lorelei's words, Wanda's lips curled up slightly. "I hope you can remain just as confident later." As they spoke, dark red chaotic magical energy instantly swept across the arena, and even though Lorelei leaped up, she couldn't avoid it and was directly pulled into the illusion. The moment Lorelei leaped into the air, the scene before her changed instantly. She was no longer in the arena but inside the royal palace of Asgard. A group of female warriors stood around, with Sif, fully armed, leading the group. Seated high on the throne was Odin, the god king of Asgard. At that moment, she saw Odin pick up Gungnir and strike the ground, instantly silencing the entire hall. "Lorelei, why didn't you win the Dragon Ball Championship? You have let me down too much. You who have not completed your mission are not worthy to leave the prison of Asgard. You will be imprisoned here for all eternity until the end of your life." Upon hearing Odin's cold and ruthless words, Lorelei was instantly consumed by fear. She could still endure it while she was still in prison, but having experienced freedom in Midgard, how could she accept returning there? "No!" Lorelei shouted, but Sif walked up and put a special mouth-burning device on Lorelei's mouth, cutting off her charm power and preventing her from using it. At that moment, Lorelei was trembling with fear, and then Sif led her to the prison, among the outside world. As soon as Lorelei jumped up, she fell down right in front of everyone, lying motionless on the ring. At this moment, Wanda had already learned the source of Lorelei's fear through the illusion. At the same time, she was a little curious that the other party was actually sent by the god King Odin. She didn't expect that the high and mighty Asgardian god king was also coveting the Dragon Balls. She was also curious about what the other party's wish was. Because Lorelai fell to the ground and didn't move, the martial arts tournament host was about to go on stage to count down the seconds. Wanda used chaos magic to envelop Lorelai's entire body and threw her away. Bump! Lorelai fell out of the ring and was disqualified from the match. The martial arts tournament host stepped onto the stage and immediately announced, Wanda wins the third match of the second round. Let's congratulate her. However, the applause was not enthusiastic. It was mostly women who applauded, while most of the male audience looked at Lorelai outside the ring with some sympathy. At this moment, as Wanda dispelled the illusion magic, Lorelai's consciousness returned to reality. Seeing that she was already outside the ring and hearing the announcer's announcement, and thinking about everything that had just happened in the illusion, Lorelai couldn't help but shed tears. The men in the audience, who were already affected, naturally did not give Wanda a warm round of applause. Just as Lorelai was about to do something reckless, Heimdall's voice appeared in her mind. Lorelai, the king of gods said that your defeat in this arena battle was not your fault, but because your opponent is a successor of chaos magic. Hearing that Odin would not blame her, hope returned to Lorelai's eyes, and she remembered the promise she made to Odin. Observe all the participants carefully. Perhaps His Majesty will need your help in the next Dragon Ball battle. Upon hearing that she wouldn't have to return to prison, Lorelai wiped away her tears, stood up, and returned to her seat in the audience area. Tony Stark looked at Wanda, who had won in the ring, and said, she really has a knack for everything. No one can withstand her illusion magic, not even the people of Asgard. Pepper Potts expressed her concern. Tony, what about your next game? Your next 3 matches are all against Wanda, this is your last chance. Sue Xiling and the others looked at Pepper Potts with some confusion. She didn't understand why this was the last chance. Isn't the Dragon Ball battle held annually? If there's no chance today, there's always next year or the year after. Tony Stark's suit is constantly being upgraded. Su Wenwu, who clearly knew about this, did not tell his daughter that this Dragon Ball tournament was the last one, nor did he inform her about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tony, with a smile on his face, began to speak. Have you forgotten how I won the last game? Pepper Potts also realized that Tony himself would be affected, but the artificial intelligence Jarvis would not, and immediately said, go for it, Tony. I believe you can win the championship and achieve your dream. Little Harry and Happy, standing nearby, also cheered for Tony. Go Tony. On the stage, the host announced, the second round of the arena battles has now ended, and there are 2 remaining contestants, Tony Stark, who has 3 Dragon Balls, and Wanda, who has 4 Dragon Balls. The final champion will be chosen from the 2 of them. Now, take a 30-minute break before starting the next round of the ring battle. At this moment, Wanda, who was in the ring, spoke up. Tony, you have 3 Dragon Balls, I have 4. It's pointless for us to fight 3 rounds. How about we settle on 3 Dragon Balls for 1 match? If you win, you only need to play 1 more match. If you lose, I'll be the champion. Looking at Wanda's enthusiastic invitation, Tony shook his head and said, no, we'll only have 1 Dragon Ball per match, don't change the rules. Tony was somewhat tempted by Wanda's proposal, but unaware of the world's greatest martial artist, he believed that Smith Doyle had been persuaded to stop releasing the Dragon Balls. This was the last generation, and for the sake of this final generation to revive his parents, he needed to proceed cautiously. He has 3 chances. Even if something unexpected happens, he still has a chance to turn things around. Furthermore, he has deployed a large number of combat suits above his head, giving him a greater advantage in a protracted battle. When Wanda heard that Tony Stark had rejected her proposal, she didn't care at all. It was just a matter of being disappointed by environmental magic a few times. However, we need to change the type of illusion. After all, if you keep casting fear illusions on someone, it will end up not being a battle but helping the other person refine their mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 489 Wizarding Methods, Invading Dreams. Chapter 489 Wizarding Methods, Invading Dreams. 30 minutes passed in a flash. Tony Stark stepped onto the ring, but unlike before, this time Jarvis controlled the suit as he entered, while Tony himself fell asleep inside the suit beforehand to avoid Wanda's illusions. However, what Tony Stark didn't know was that when a sorcerer wanted to pull you into an illusion, there was no difference between being asleep and being awake. In fact, it would be easier to pull you into an illusion while you were asleep. As the tournament host left the stage, Smith Doyle stepped between the 2 and announced, submission, loss of combat power, being on the ground for more than 10 seconds, or falling out of the ring are all considered losses. Let's begin the first match of the third round of the Dragon Ball battle. As he finished speaking, Smith Doyle left the ring and handed the match over to the two participants. The match officially began, and Wanda didn't bother with pleasantries with Tony. She immediately used the same trick again, spreading chaotic magical energy across the arena and plunging Tony Stark into an illusion. The moment she successfully put Tony Stark into a hallucination, Wanda smiled. However, Wanda was also stunned when she saw Tony's condition, because she knew through the illusion that Tony Stark was sleeping and dreaming before she pulled him into the illusion. In that instant, Wanda realized if Tony was asleep, then who was controlling the suit? AI. Wanda also immediately understood why Tony Stark had won the previous match. As the audience watched Wanda's actions, they wondered whether Tony Stark would come up with a countermeasure like in the previous round, or whether he would quickly lose the match. Unlike the others, Ivan Vanko guessed Tony Stark's countermeasure. After all, Ivan Vanko was using remote control technology much earlier than Tony Stark. Wanda stopped paying attention to Tony Stark's illusion and immediately looked warily at Iron Man on the ring, while the chaotic magic energy in her right hand began to gather. The magic missile in his hand didn't grow larger, but it became even darker red, clearly indicating that it was compressing energy. When Jarvis saw that Wanda wasn't immediately launching an attack to blast Tony out of the ring, but instead was holding back a powerful move, he immediately fired a chest cannon at her. Z-boom. Seeing Tony Stark launch his attack, Wanda revealed an expression of "I knew it." The energy gathering in her right hand did not stop, while her left hand erected a magical shield to block the opponent's attack. Many in the audience were surprised to see Tony Stark launch a counterattack and stood up in astonishment. My God, how did Tony do that? The last time he fought Wanda, he was knocked off the ring in less than 2 minutes. Steve Rogers also asked curiously, did he escape the illusion through sheer willpower? But even if it were possible, it couldn't be this fast, and besides, his will. Although Steve Rogers didn't finish speaking, he clearly didn't believe that Tony Stark's will could break free from the illusion, especially since even Lorelei of Asgard was instantly pulled into the illusion and couldn't get out. Tony Stark is just a mortal, not even a superhuman. How could he possibly compare to the gods in Norse mythology? After thinking for a moment, Coulson said, since we all believe Tony can't escape Wanda's illusion, is it possible that the one controlling the suit right now isn't Tony Stark? Steve Rogers asked in surprise. Artificial intelligence? Like Bimax? Coulson nodded, then said, I think Tony's AI is called Jarvis. Steve Rogers remarked, technology is developing so fast, but aren't you afraid of triggering a machine crisis? I've watched a few movies recently, and they're all about this topic. Coulson said with a smile, you said it yourself, that's a movie. We should trust top scientists like Tony, and Bulma Bimax is very popular with the public. Steve Rogers nodded. He was still adapting to the changes in the world, especially now that things were changing every day. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a new technological explosion. On the stage, although Tony Stark inside the Mark suit was asleep, cold sweat kept pouring from his head, clearly indicating that he was not having a good time in the illusion, while Jarvis kept manipulating the suit, launching a saturation bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with saturation bombardment, Wanda could only continuously supply energy to reinforce her magical shield, which prevented her from even throwing her magical missiles. Seeing that he couldn't break through Wanda's protective shield, Jarvis clasped his fists together and aimed them at Wanda's direction. The next second, 2 red lasers shot out. Whoosh! The laser beam pierced through Wanda's magical shield in an instant. Due to the backlash from the pierced shield, Wanda staggered, but skillfully avoided the laser's attack. However, the entire shield shattered instantly upon being pierced. 2 plates popped out from the wrists of the suit, clearly indicating that Jarvis had overclocked the laser beam. The cutting laser was instantly overloaded and destroyed after being fired. It should be noted that Tony's cutting laser in the Battle of New York more than half a year ago could last until it could cut through a Leviathan. However, the suit, which had been upgraded in the past 6 months, destroyed the cutting laser modules of both arms in an instant. This shows that the power had been maximized in order to penetrate Wanda's shield. At that moment, Tony Stark inside the suit suddenly opened his eyes. Wanda, having suffered a backlash, no longer had the strength to maintain the illusion. As the illusion ended, Tony's consciousness returned to his body. Jarvis, how's the battle going? Sir, welcome back to your senses. The battle continues. We have just breached Wanda's protective shield. But the situation is not optimistic. Jarvis fired 2 palm strikes in quick succession as he replied, clearly showing that talking to Tony did not affect his combat skills. Tony breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he hadn't lost the match. He hadn't expected that the trick that worked on Lorelei would be ineffective against Wanda. He was even invaded in his dream and successfully pulled into an illusion by her. Luckily, he had Jarvis as his helper. Thinking of this, Tony Stark's gaze fell on the display screen in front of him. He saw that the firepower, which had already been severely depleted after the last battle, was now severely insufficient. The various weapons in the suit were almost empty. The micro-missiles, the 2 small missiles on the arm, and the infrared cutting laser module were all exhausted. Even the arc reactor's energy had been depleted by more than half. End of this chapter. Chapter 490 Jarvis and 039's Substitute. Chapter 490 Jarvis's Substitute. After the magical shield shattered, Wanda did not rebuild it. Instead, she threw several magical missiles at Tony, and the palm cannon and the magical missiles collided in midair. Boom, boom, boom. After the two collided and exploded, they dissipated without causing any damage. As for the directly compressed magical energy, it dissipated on the spot due to the backlash from the shattered protective shield, resulting in a significant waste of energy. At this moment, after Wanda blocked Tony's palm strike, she swung her hands towards Tony Stark, and a dark red energy shield enveloped Tony Stark, intending to take him out of the ring. As for dismantling the suit with her bare hands, although Wanda has become much stronger, the secondary adamantium is still not something she can easily destroy in her current state. Seeing himself enveloped by the opponent's magic and moving outwards uncontrollably, Tony immediately used his palm cannon to attack the energy shield surrounding him, but failed to break it. The energy shield that Wanda used to envelop Tony was none other than the protective shield that had just withstood the opponent's attack. This shield could be placed on both herself and her enemies, and she could control the movement of the shield. Before the Civil War, Wanda in the future universe used a protective shield to prevent Crossbones from self-destructing and to move around. However, due to her lack of skill, she lost control halfway through the journey and the explosion occurred before she had fully taken off into the no man's land. Seeing that the palm strike couldn't break through the energy shield surrounding him, Tony immediately gave the order, "Jarvis, initiate air support." The suits hovering on the ground line immediately launched an attack on the several suits that had been aiming at Wanda on the ring, with several chest cannons shooting out from the air and heading straight for Wanda. Boom, boom, boom. Wanda had no defenses above her head and never expected Tony Stark's suit to be there in the sky. Caught off guard, Wanda was blasted away and immediately lost consciousness. As Wanda fainted, the magical shield around Tony disappeared, and Tony regained his footing and flew back onto the ring. At this point, only Tony Stark remained in the ring, while Wanda was blasted out of the ring. Seeing Wanda blasted out of the ring and motionless, Pietro instantly appeared beside her to check on her. He found she was only knocked unconscious but not in any life-threatening condition. He immediately spoke to the martial arts tournament host who had run over. "I took Wanda backstage for treatment." The next second, he disappeared from everyone's sight with Wanda in his arms. The martial arts tournament host, seeing Pietro leave with the unconscious Wanda, was surprised by his speed but still ran to the ring and announced, "Congratulations to Mr. Tony Stark for winning this match. The second match will begin in 30 minutes. Many of the audience members were stunned for a moment. They were first startled by the sudden attack from above, and then they were even more surprised by the speed displayed by the man who had been with Wanda in the audience area. Those who realized what was happening shouted, "Cheating! Tony Stark cheated!" However, not all viewers were calling it cheating. Those who watched the second Dragon Ball battle clearly knew that Tony Stark had used a similar move before. Hearing the shouts from the audience, the martial arts tournament host nonchalantly said, "Please look at the big screen." On the virtual screen, several Mark suits were seen hovering directly above the arena. The Mark suits are Mr. Stark's armor, and their presence above the arena is not against the rules. Weapons are not prohibited in ring battles. Hearing the explanation from the martial arts tournament host, the spectator who had shouted about cheating calmed down. In the audience area, Nick Fury asked, "Jessica, did you see how Pietro appeared and left?" Jessica Jones shook her head. "No, he was too fast. I only saw him suddenly appear next to Wanda, pick her up, and then disappear from sight. He might be a speed-type superhuman." Nick Fury said, "The first superhumans to evolve in the direction of speed, the brother and sister are indeed not ordinary beings." Pierce was also quite interested. Two extraordinary individuals born in Sokovia. He wondered if there was any chance of recruiting them into Hydra. They desperately needed such talent. It depends on the intelligence gathered by the SHIELD agents, but letting Nick Fury test the waters first is also a good option. Steve Rogers then spoke up, "Tony is cheating, isn't he? So, if I'm on the battlefield, can I call on S.H.I.E.L.D. heli carrier for long-range artillery support?" Coulson explained. Captain, the helicarrier might not be counted as your equipment, since the helicarrier requires other people to operate it, but Tony's suit won't involve any other humans. Furthermore, the weapons dropped by the space carrier may not necessarily destroy your opponent, but if those bombs explode and affect you. Although Coulson didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear: the captain's body couldn't withstand that kind of explosion, and those air-to-ground missiles wouldn't have all their energy absorbed by the shield. Steve Rogers also understood. This was indeed Tony's advantage, and the only one who could do the same was Ivan Vanko, Whiplash, who was also a member of the Avengers but did not participate in the Dragon Ball battle. Smith Doyle watched the entire match and concluded that Wanda's performance was clearly superior to that of the Wanda from the previous cinematic universe. After all, it was only 2013 now, while Wanda awakened her abilities in 2015, meaning that being one step ahead meant being one step ahead in every aspect. It is believed that Wanda, after recovering and reviewing her performance, will further improve her practical skills. At that moment, Tony Stark returned to the audience area and immediately called back a suit from the air and replaced it. After all, the suit's firepower was reduced to aerial bombs and chaff. Tony also replaced the reactor module attached to his chest, as the energy was only 47% remaining. Tony slammed the replaced reactor onto his discarded suit. Even with only bombs and flares left, Tony Stark didn't intend to waste them and immediately arranged for them to take off and stand by in the air. Pepper Potts, standing nearby, said worriedly, "Tony, you used your aerial suit to launch a sneak attack this time. Now Wanda will be on guard from above." Tony smiled and then said, "It doesn't matter if we're on guard, the next attack will be a perfectly legitimate one. P.S. There will be another chapter before 12 o'clock. End of this chapter. Chapter 491 Rogue Attack, Saturation Bombardment. Chapter 491 Rogue Attack, Saturation Bombardment, Bonus Chapter 2 for monthly tickets. Wanda woke up 10 minutes after entering the treatment chamber backstage, but she did not come out immediately. Instead, she stayed inside for a full 25 minutes to restore her body to its best condition before opening the treatment chamber and coming out. Tony has a suit of armor on his head, ready to provide support at any time. Moreover, I heard from my seniors that Tony used a similar trick in the previous year, and it was even more outrageous. In the last tournament, his suit was empty when he stepped into the ring. There was no one inside, and he piloted the suit himself to launch a sneak attack from the air. Upon hearing the information Pietro had gathered, Wanda smiled. This was the care her family had shown her, and she was determined to change her brother Pietro's fate of death. "I will be on guard. His suit is running out of ammunition, and I don't believe that all of his suits are made of secondary adamantium. If I can't tear apart secondary adamantium, can't I tear apart gold titanium alloy? Other suits are not a concern." Judging from Wanda's future development, even secondary adamantium is not a concern. It should be noted that even Thanos' armor couldn't withstand it in Avengers Endgame, and he had to call for artillery support, just like Tony did in the previous game. Pietro smiled at his sister's confidence and then said, "If there's danger, you should admit defeat. I don't want you to get hurt. Our future has changed, and we are not in such a hurry to make a wish to the dragon." Upon hearing Pietro's words, Wanda merely nodded on the surface, but inwardly she did not agree. After confirming their participation in the competition, they learned about previous year's events from Su Wenwu, and even if Wanda wasn't particularly bright, she knew that this year's competition was a rare opportunity. After all, this year's competitors are much weaker than the last. Not to mention the Eternals, there are no opponents of Su Wenwu's or Thor's caliber. Otherwise, Wanda might not even be able to deal with Mockery, the speedster who surpasses Pietro. The martial arts tournament host appeared on the stage and announced, "Please welcome Tony Stark and Wanda, the contestants of the second round of the third match." Tony Stark and Wanda entered the ring, and Tony Stark spoke. "Wanda, I've thought about your previous suggestion, and I agree to it." Wanda was also taken aback for a moment, then looked in Tony Stark's direction and said, "A proposal to decide the fate of the 3 Dragon Balls." Tony nodded and said, "That's right, that's the suggestion." Jessica Jones, from the audience section, chimed in with a comment, "What a shameless guy. Are all capitalists like this?" Nick Fury and Pierce smiled but didn't say anything. They were clearly not surprised by Tony's actions. Now that they had a solution, they wanted to expand their gains. Winning one round would decide the outcome, and even if they lost, they would have a Dragon Ball to turn the tide. Wanda was clearly amused and exasperated, but she was also aware of her own situation. Although the brief treatment had healed her injuries, it hadn't restored the magical energy she had consumed. After all, she was human, and the restoration of magical energy wasn't like Tony Stark's, where a change of reactor or suit would bring him back to full health. Wanda is now certain that Tony has changed his suit, as this new suit looks more imposing and tall, a clear difference from the previous model. In the next at least 4 arena battles, as her chaotic magic energy is depleted, her disadvantage will gradually widen. If the battles become protracted, it will be even more disadvantageous. Okay, I promise you, one match will decide who gets the 3 Dragon Balls. Tony Stark looked at the host and said, "Host, Wanda and I have decided that this battle will be fought in exchange for 3 Dragon Balls." Upon hearing that the two had changed the competition rules, the host hesitated for a moment. After all, he was just the host and not the initiator of the competition. At this moment, Smith Doyle appeared in the ring and said, "I agree to your conditions. This arena battle will be fought in exchange for 3 Dragon Balls. Now, both players, please prepare for battle. The game starts now." The moment he finished speaking, Smith Doyle and the tournament host left the ring. At the same time, Tony Stark gave the order, "Jarvis, activate defensive mode. All ranged support suits, drop your bombs. I'm going to bomb this arena for 3 minutes straight." The next second, Tony's suit changed instantly. His arms appeared as 2 doors blocking his way, while the suit on his back unfolded, enveloping Tony Stark and forming a small fortress, somewhat similar to the device used to trap the Hulk in the future. At the same time, a large number of aerial bombs were dropped from above. When Wanda saw Tony's change, she knew something was wrong. She immediately looked up at the sky and saw bombs being dropped. The number of suits above her had increased to 6. This was clearly not Tony Stark's limit, it was only these 6 suits made of secondary adamantium. It should be noted that without the battlesuit fireworks show, he had more than 30 battlesuits on standby, but those were all made of gold titanium alloy, not secondary adamantium alloy. Damn it! Wanda cursed under her breath, immediately raising her protective shield. Watching the bombs falling from above, she gained a new understanding of Tony Stark's shamelessness. Meanwhile, Wanda wasn't going to let Tony Stark off easy either. Before she could set up the protective shield, she pulled Tony into the illusion again, and this time she used multiple illusions. Although they didn't confront his inner self like the fear environment, they were one after another, so even without her intervention, Tony Stark wouldn't be able to escape the illusion in a short time. Having done all that and fully erected the protective shield, Wanda no longer cared about Tony's situation this time. She needed to get through the immediate crisis first. Boom, boom, boom. The bomb landed on the ring and immediately caused a huge explosion. The flames instantly engulfed the entire ring, including not only Wanda's area, but also Tony Stark himself, who was also within the attack range. At this moment, the 6 marked suits in the air continued to drop bombs in turn, keeping the explosions on the arena going. The audience was stunned. This was the power of technology, even magicians had to temporarily avoid its power. Caecilius shook his head. If it were a Camartage mage, they wouldn't be afraid of this kind of attack. A mirror image or a portal could easily solve it. But this successor of chaos magic didn't seem to have a corresponding method. Coulson then said to the captain, "Captain, that's why I said it's ineffective against you. You can't withstand this kind of indiscriminate attack. P.S. 3 updates today. We'll continue to work hard tomorrow, aiming for 3rd place and striving for 4th. End of this chapter. Chapter 492 Infinite Non-Repeating Illusion. Chapter 492 Infinite Non-Repeating Illusion. Steve Rogers looked at the ring engulfed in flames, the heat radiating from it, and said, "This is just the bombs that are carrying you. Few superhumans can withstand such attacks when facing surface-to-surface or air-to-surface missiles." Coulson nodded and said, "As long as they are not ridiculously strong superhumans or have special abilities, firearms still have a great advantage." In Coulson's view, if the vast majority of superhumans did not live in densely populated metropolises unsuitable for artillery fire, then superhumans with a combat power of less than 100 points would be unable to cope with the firepower. Of course, the mages of the Camartage lineage are a challenge. With a mage who can open portals at will and whose distance is unknown, ordinary firepower is ineffective. Secondly, there are superhumans at Hulk's level. Whether it's Hulk, Thor, or Smith Doyle, the firepower of thermal weapons has no effect on them. It's just unknown whether they can withstand tactical nuclear bombs or even larger ones. Steve Rogers nodded. This was why the emergence of numerous superhumans had not caused any upheaval or even sparked a revolution or civil war among the new humans. The existing powers still held the advantage, but it was unknown when this situation would be broken. Sue Xiling looked at her brother Sue Shanky and said, "Do you think Wanda can hold out?" Sue Shanky pondered for a moment and then said, "I don't know how long her protective shield can last like this. Such bombing is too passive for us, and I don't have a better way to deal with it. Because the 10 rings were not passed down, although Sushanki had the strength to compete for the 10 rings after being strengthened by the super divine water, he did not think he could withstand it. After all, there had been continuous explosions for more than a minute. If it were only 1 or 2 bombs, he would be confident with his current physique, but he did not know about so many bombs since he had not tested them. Pietro in the audience looked at his sister with some concern. Wanda hadn't taken any superpowered potions, and he didn't know if her shield could withstand the continuous explosions. Although the flames engulfed the entire ring, traces of the dark red shield could still be seen in the firelight. On the stage, Wanda was now half-crouched, constantly drawing out chaotic magical energy from her body to maintain the protective shield. If the shield broke, she wouldn't be killed instantly, but she would definitely be seriously injured, since the previous high-powered chest cannon attack had knocked her unconscious. Wanda was struggling, and Tony Stark wasn't faring any better. Looking at the changing scenery before him, Tony knew he'd been pulled into an illusion, and muttered helplessly, "This is never going to end, it's happening again." Tony then began his journey through multiple illusions. In these illusions, Tony's experience was no longer the Avengers' complete annihilation after Steve's departure, but rather that he was killed by his own missile during his trip to Afghanistan, and Obadiah completely took control of Stark Industries. Tony Stark, who had just experienced his own death, thought the illusion was about to end, but the scene changed again in the next second. He was captured in a cave and forced to make weapons. Smith Doyle did not appear in the subsequent events. The course of this world has changed dramatically. There is no more Smith Doyle, no more Capsule Corporation, and even superhumans have become extremely rare. Ivan Vanko is no longer an ally but a true enemy. The Battle of New York became incredibly difficult without Smith Doyle, and in the end, Tony even carried a nuclear bomb into the space portal and sacrificed himself. And so, Tony Stark fell into different worlds, experiencing the changes brought about by each different choice. This even included a trip to Afghanistan, where he was saved by a black man before a bomb exploded. Tony Stark was experiencing his own endless loop in the illusion, but Jarvis outside was not idle. Soon, the bombs of the 6 suits in the air had been dropped. However, the next second, more suits appeared in the sky above the arena. This time, there were a total of 30 suits, and each suit was a different model. At this moment, the bomb slots on the back of the suits opened again, obviously to start a new round of bombing. Jarvis kept Tony Stark's instructions in mind. If the saturation bombardment lasted 3 minutes, it lasted 3 minutes. The market price could be higher, but it absolutely could not be lower. At this moment, the audience members stared in disbelief at the dense array of combat suits overhead. They had thought that 6 suits would be enough, but unexpectedly, 30 more had arrived. Wanda, inside the protective shield, was also shocked by Tony's shamelessness. He was trying to wear her down with the suit. "I don't believe that all your battle suits are made of secondary adamantium alloy," Wanda roared, and the chaotic magical energy within her body swept upwards like a wave of light. "What?" Wanda immediately stopped supplying energy to the protective shield and unleashed her full power of chaotic magic energy, directing it all towards the battle suit above her head. As dark red chaotic magical energy swept across, the cores of 30 battle suits in the sky were instantly destroyed. The entire suit was twisted and wrinkled after being swept by the energy, and then fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Ding, ding, ding. One after another, the suits crashed into the ring like dumplings being dropped into a pot, some even crashing outside the ring, with parts scattered all over the ground. Seeing the effect of her full effort, Wanda smiled. She had done her best. Having exhausted her energy, Wanda fainted and collapsed onto the ring. At this moment, everyone in the audience was shocked by Wanda's performance. You have to understand that a full 30 suits were destroyed by Wanda in one move. However, everyone understood that Wanda's eventual fainting spell showed that she had given it her all. Although Wanda fainted and lost the match, no one dared to underestimate her. After all, they couldn't withstand her attacks. Her illusion magic alone was something few could truly resist. At this moment, not all of the marked suits in the sky had perished. 6 were still flying overhead. These 6 suits were made of secondary adamantium and withstood Wanda's attack. However, the suits not made of secondary adamantium were completely destroyed. Jarvis watched as Wanda collapsed, but instead of continuing his attack, he sent a suit of armor flying down and landing in front of Wanda. End of this chapter. Chapter 493 The Champion Tony Stark. Chapter 493 The Champion Tony Stark. While the audience was surprised by Tony Stark's bombardment and Wanda's final counterattack, many discerning viewers noticed that the ring was completely unharmed despite the barrage of aerial bombs. Seeing that Wanda was not reacting at all after falling to the ground, the martial arts tournament host immediately ran onto the ring. The contestant has fallen to the ground. The final 10-second countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8, 7. The 10-second countdown ended quickly, and the martial arts tournament host announced the third ever ring champion, Tony Stark. As soon as the host of the martial arts tournament announced the news, the crowd burst into enthusiastic applause. Many people did not expect that the final champion would be Tony Stark. Before this final battle, many people favored Wanda, but unexpectedly, Tony Stark called up his robot army, and because of the rules of the ring battle, Wanda took all the bombs in the ring. However, the result was already in, and everyone applauded. Many people were also curious about what Tony Stark wished for after being given the chance to make a wish. As the host announced, Pietro couldn't wait to rush back into the ring to check on his sister. He was relieved to find that she had simply fainted from exhaustion due to depleted magical energy, and believed that Wanda would wake up soon as her magical energy recovered on its own. At that moment, Tony Stark's other 5 suits flew down from the sky and landed on the ring, and the Bastion defense mode that Tony Stark had activated on the ring was also activated by Jarvis. Looking at the 7 suits in front of them and the shattered remains of suits scattered all over the ground, everyone understood that Tony had spent at least tens of billions of dollars in this battle. After all, although Tony's suits were not for sale, many people knew that each suit cost $300 million. This time, a total of 30 suits were destroyed. Adding the consumption of other firearms, tens of billions of dollars was not an exaggeration. Many people complained. Only Tony Stark could afford to fight. Most companies would go bankrupt. At this moment, Coulson and the other SHIELD agents knew that Tony Stark's battle cost more than $10 billion. The investment was definitely in the tens of billions. After all, the military's secondary adamantium was not cheap, costing $100,000 per gram. Each of these 7 suits, made of secondary adamantium, would cost more than $5 billion. The exact cost depends on how much secondary adamantium Tony used. At this moment, Smith Doyle appeared in the ring and announced to the crowd, the third Dragon Ball tournament has come to a successful conclusion. Tony Stark is the champion of this tournament and will receive the Dragon Ball reward for making a wish. The event is now over. Aside from Tony Stark and his entourage, all other participants and spectators will be escorted off the island by staff shortly. With Smith Doyle's announcement, the third Dragon Ball battle officially ended. Su Wenwu and the audience smiled. This time, Tony Stark was really well prepared and completely avoided the mistakes he made in the previous competition. At this moment, the other participants and spectators were somewhat disappointed that they could not see Tony Stark make a wish to the dragon, but everyone followed the organizers' instructions and began to board the plane in an orderly manner and leave the island beneath their feet. Even the members of SHIELD did not suggest staying to watch Tony make a wish to Shenron, as they knew the organizers would not allow it. As for what Tony's wish was, Nick Fury had heard about it, but decided to confirm it with Tony Stark afterward, hoping it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Soon, everyone on the island except for champion Tony Stark and his spectators left the island under the arrangement of the staff. Tony Stark, who had been experiencing illusions within the suit, finally awoke. Opening the suit's visor, Tony exhaled a breath of stale air and said, "I'm back, it's so good to see you all. By the way, am I the champion?" Smith Doyle rolled his eyes. Tony's championship victory this time was all thanks to substitutes. Once the World Martial Arts Tournament begins, a new rule will be added: participants can only bring 1 suit to fight. Otherwise, it would be too unfair for Tony or Ivan Vanko to bring an army of steel. Little Harry spoke up from the side, "Tony, you've won the championship. But it seems like you won by sleeping his way in." Tony Stark laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, winning by sleeping is a skill in itself, thanks Jarvis." After saying this, Tony Stark excitedly gave Pepper Potts a hug, then hugged Happy, before stopping at Su Xialing and Su Wenwu. At this moment, little Harry opened his arms and said, "Tony, what about mine?" At this moment, Tony smiled, picked up little Harry, and said with a smile, "I haven't forgotten you, you little rascal. You've certainly had your eyes open this time." Harry nodded excitedly. This Dragon Ball battle had truly satisfied his curiosity and fantasies. Watching Tony Stark celebrate, Smith Doyle didn't disturb him. After Tony finished hugging him, Smith Doyle snapped his fingers, and then a giant white robot appeared carrying a tray with 7 Dragon Balls on it. "Tony Stark, I need to confirm your wishes with you now." As the wishing segment approached, Tony hesitated for a few seconds before muttering to himself, "Should I resurrect my father, or should I resurrect my mother first?" At this moment, Tony Stark was caught in a dilemma. He had postponed this issue until now because he was unsure if he could win the championship, but now he had to face this choice. Pepper Potts then spoke up, "Tony, this is a decision you need to make yourself. There's nothing we can do to help you." Just as Tony Stark was caught in a dilemma, Smith Doyle spoke up, "It's not difficult. You can resurrect your parents at the same time." Under Tony Stark's surprised gaze, Smith Doyle continued, "If your parents died at the same event and time, you can wish for their resurrection when you make a wish. This way, you can resurrect both of your parents with one wish." At that moment, Tony Stark excitedly hugged Smith Doyle and said, "Dude, thank you so much." Sue Shanky, who was standing to the side, also had a bright idea in his eyes. If the same event was used as the subject of the wish, wouldn't all the dead people in the Battle of New York be able to be resurrected with a single wish? P.S. I went to bed late today, so there will only be 2 updates. I'll make up for it tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 494 Resurrecting Parents. Chapter 494 Resurrecting Parents. Sue Shanky looked at Tony Stark. Although he had 1,000 thoughts, he still couldn't bring himself to tell the other man to give up his wish and choose to resurrect the civilians who died in the Battle of New York. He is not the champion, nor does he qualify for this year's Dragon Ball battle. As for standing on the moral high ground to ask others to give up their due benefits, sorry, he can't do it. He's not that shameless. Although I didn't have the chance this time, with the power-up from the super divine water, and now that it's confirmed that the Dragon Balls can revive people on a large scale, as long as I work hard towards this goal, there's still hope to achieve this wish next time, allowing those families who lost loved ones to wait another year. Smith Doyle looked at the excited Tony Stark and said with a smile, "Now let's start making the dragon wish." Tony Stark nodded excitedly. He was about to make a wish. Thinking about seeing his parents who had passed away many years ago, Tony Stark didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. At the same time, he was also very grateful to Smith Doyle for releasing the Dragon Balls and giving everyone hope. Smith Doyle placed all 7 Dragon Balls on the ring and then, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, shouted, "Come out, Shenlong." As these words were uttered, the Dragon Ball emitted a golden light that shot straight into the sky, and the originally clear sky turned as dark as night. Because Smith Doyle's strength had increased to be even greater than when he summoned Shenron last time, Shenron also became stronger because of Smith Doyle's increase in strength. The darkness not only enveloped the entire Earth, but its range even extended beyond Earth, spreading outwards, with Earth's satellite, the Moon, bearing the brunt. At this moment, the Moon also fell into darkness, and the darkness spread further and further away. However, due to the limited increase in power, it did not cover Venus and Mars, which are relatively close to Earth. Smith Doyle was unaware of this phenomenon, but he was aware of the fact that the super dragon covered hundreds of galaxies. At this moment, the golden beam of light that rushed into the sky turned into a green dragon. The other side. With the appearance of the dragon, the other half of the Earth turned from day to night in an instant. However, the Earthlings, who had experienced this for the 3rd time, were only curious and not panicked. After all, they had already experienced alien invasions, so how could this eclipse-like phenomenon make them so easily alarmed? However, many people are still curious, since the reason given by the experts that it is a once-in-a-century natural landscape is somewhat untenable, since no one experiences a once-in-a-century natural landscape once a year. At this moment, the contestants and spectators who had already left the island on the plane also looked out of the plane, and the sky suddenly turned dark. Coulson looked at the dark sky and said, "The sky has reappeared. It seems this is a phenomenon caused by the dragon's wish. What do you think Tony will wish for?" Steve Rogers looked out at the sky, his mind preoccupied with Peggy Carter. He was glad he hadn't told Carter about the Dragon Ball wish, or it would have been another false alarm. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Steve Rogers shook his head. "I don't know what he wished for. Someone like him should have everything he needs and no regrets." Coulson looked at Steve Rogers and said, "Tony wasn't without regrets either. According to what we know, Tony Stark's greatest wish was probably to resurrect his parents. I just don't know whether they will choose to resurrect his father or his mother this time." Steve Rogers exclaimed in surprise, "The Howard Starks? Didn't they die of natural causes?" Steve Rogers was unaware of the cause of Howard and his wife's deaths. He assumed they had died of old age, given that many of his old friends had passed away since his resurrection, and even Peggy Carter might not last more than a few years. Coulson nodded and said, "According to the information released at the time, he died in a car accident, which happened a long time ago." Steve Rogers looked at the shield beside him and then said, "If Howard returns, I'll have another old friend to catch up with." In contrast to Steve Rogers' optimism, Coulson was somewhat worried. Howard Stark was not just Tony's father, but also one of the founders of SHIELD. his return would have a significant impact. However, the one who needed to worry about this was director Nick Fury. But if other wealthy and powerful people knew about the resurrection of the dead, they would inevitably do all sorts of crazy things in order to bring the dead back to life. Thinking about this gave Coulson a headache. On another plane, Nick Fury looked out at the dark sky, with Pierce Alexander beside him. The dragon has reappeared. It seems Tony Stark's wish is about to come true. Pierce smiled and said, "It looks like we have another old friend coming back. It's a bit of a pity that none of us spectators and participants had the chance to witness the glory of the dragon." Nick Fury sighed and said, "We don't know what methods were used in that area, but we can't see anything from the satellite. I wonder if there will be any negative consequences from this kind of canopy situation. After all, the arrival of night is not a good thing. In storybooks, this is the scene when devils and demons appear." Pierce smiled and said, "Nick, do you really want the dragon to appear in holy light like an angel or god in a story? You still need to think carefully about how to deal with Howard Stark and how to arrange things for him. He is one of the founders of SHIELD, unlike Peggy Carter, who was completely unable to move after his resurrection." Nick Fury nodded, and jokingly added, "Maybe it's his mother who's been resurrected." Pierce was feeling rather agitated. He had actually orchestrated Howard Stark's death. Back when he was the director of SHIELD, he had arranged for the Winter Soldier to ambush Howard Stark on his usual route after learning that Howard had successfully replicated the Super Soldier Serum. They successfully killed the Howards and stole their Super Soldier Serum, which even led to an increase in the number of Winter Soldier soldiers. Howard, once resurrected, will definitely investigate the attack, but after so many years, all traces should have been erased, so hopefully it won't cause too much of a stir. End of this chapter. Chapter 495 did not die in a car accident. Chapter 495 did not die in a car accident. With the appearance of the Sky Curtain, intelligence organizations around the world sprang into action once again. The Sky Curtain appears once a year, and each organization still needs to find out the cause of this phenomenon. Not all organizations are like SHIELD and are qualified to know about the Dragon Balls and Shenron's wish granting. Upon witnessing the celestial phenomenon, Ajak, the leader of the Eternals, spoke, "The wishing process has begun. Once the sky brightens, we will begin preparing for the next Dragon Ball battle. First, collect round stones from all over the world." The others all nodded and said yes. As for T'Challa the Black Panther, he only glanced at it and then paid no more attention. Having failed to qualify for the competition, he didn't even get a seat in the audience for this year's Dragon Ball battle. However, his experience from the previous tournament made him realize that he was not qualified to make a wish with the Dragon Balls. He just wondered who would win the championship this time, and hoped that the other party would be an Earthling. Wishing scene. Su Wenwu and his wife, as members of the Assassin Alliance, did not evacuate the island. However, they were far from the wishing site and were still able to see the dragon's appearance from the outer perimeter. Yingli murmured, "Is this the dragon of the Assassin's Creed? It's much bigger than the dragon in Taro Village, and is this color a blue dragon? It's a pity I can't speak with the dragon god. The Taro dragon wishes to meet with him." Su Wenwu shook his head and said, "It's already good enough that the leader allowed us to stay on the island and admire the dragon's magnificence. Next is the champion's reward." In the arena, Tony Stark stared wide-eyed at the dragon that appeared in the sky. It turned out that he really had made a wish to the dragon, not the Dragon Balls. What a magnificent dragon. It can grant any wish. Even though it was only the second time Su Xiaoling and Su Shanqi had seen the dragon, they were still amazed by its greatness. Su Shanqi, in particular, was even more impressed by the dragon's increased strength and unfathomable power. It wasn't just the dragon's size that gave them a sense of oppression. They felt that the dragon could kill them with a single blow if it wanted to. Happy and Pepper Potts were also so surprised that they covered their mouths. It was truly shocking. Little Harry exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this dragon is so cool. It looks completely different from the dragons I've seen in stories." Just as everyone was lost in thought, a cold voice uttered from the dragon's mouth, "Human who summoned me, state your wish, and I can grant you any wish, but I can only grant 2 wishes." As he watched the dragon appear for the 4th time, Smith Doyle's lips curled up slightly. After making this wish, his strength would once again increase rapidly, and he would no longer care about Captain Marvel. As for Thanos, if it's just the version from the E199999 cinematic universe, he'd have to test the strength of a tank. At first, the crowd didn't react to Shenlong's words, but soon they all turned to look at Smith Doyle. Tony asked in surprise, 2 wishes? Smith Doyle nodded and said, "I told you that the dragon's power is also recovering, and the number of wishes it can make has increased. However, the champion's reward is only 1 wish. Tony, go and say what you wish for." Upon hearing this explanation, Tony seemed to recall for a moment, and realized that Smith Doyle had indeed said something like that. Sue Shanky, standing to the side, was utterly astonished. The dragon's wish limit had actually increased. One more wish meant. Tony took a step forward and then spoke. Great Dragon, I hope you can resurrect my parents who died in a car accident on December 16, 1990. Upon hearing Tony Stark's wish, a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes. I'm sorry, your parents did not die in a car accident. Tony was taken aback by this answer. Shenron said that his parents did not die in a car accident. What did that mean? Could there be more to the story than meets the eye regarding the deaths of his parents? Smith Doyle then reminded him. Tony, change the wish to cancel the car accident and make a wish to Shenron. Although countless thoughts flashed through his mind, including reopening the investigation into his parents' deaths, the most important thing now was to resurrect them, so he immediately said, Great Dragon, I beg you to resurrect my parents who died on December 16, 1990. A red light flashed in the dragon's eyes, and it spoke at the same time. Your wish is very simple. The next second, Tony Stark's parents, the Howards, appeared directly in front of everyone. Tony Stark looked at his resurrected parents, and tears welled up in his eyes that he could no longer hold back. The Howards were also somewhat bewildered at this moment. Looking at everything around them, they realized that they had left that damned place and seemed to have returned to the human world. Just then, the dragon's voice rang out again. Tell me your second wish. If you have no wish, then I must take my leave. Before Sue Shanky could say anything to Smith Doyle made a wish to the dragon. Shenlong, please resurrect the Earthlings who died in the Battle of New York against the Chidori army. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's wish, Sue Shanky was filled with surprise. He hadn't expected that Mr. Smith's wish was the same as his own. Now, those who lost their families in the Battle of New York would be able to welcome their loved ones back. Keep in mind that less than a year had passed since the Battle of New York, and in that short period of time, very few people were able to recover from the grief of losing their loved ones. A red light flashed in the dragon's eyes, and it spoke. It's very simple. Your wish has been granted. All my wishes have come true. Goodbye. The next second, Shenron's body transformed back into 7 dragon balls, ready to fly to all corners of the world. At that moment, Smith Doyle reached out, and the dragon balls that were about to fly away did not leave. Instead, they landed in front of Smith Doyle and turned into 7 stones. At this moment, Sue Shanky was not concerned about why the dragon ball hadn't flown away. Instead, he excitedly approached Smith Doyle and bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for saving countless broken families. Tony Stark gave Smith Doyle a thumbs up. He was speechless at Smith's wish. It was fantastic. Everyone present admired Smith Doyle's actions. Sue Shanky also sighed inwardly, thinking that he truly deserved to be the leader of the League of Assassins and the true master of the Dragon Balls. His brother, Sue Shanky, couldn't even get a ticket to fulfill this wish, but Mr. Smith actually made Shenron grant him an additional wish to make this happen. At this moment in New York City, countless people who had died in the Battle of New York were resurrected and immediately went to their homes. End of this chapter. Chapter 496 Death and 039's Precautions. Chapter 496 Death's Precautions. At this moment, Su Wenwu, who was on the outside, stared wide-eyed and muttered, the dragon's power has increased again, and it has actually granted 2 wishes. Yingli murmured, a large-scale resurgence of people means the world is about to change. Within the realm of death, one of the 5 creator gods, smiled slightly at this moment. Interesting, they stole so many souls this time. In recent years, 1 soul has been stolen from the realm of death every year. It is insignificant among so many souls. Those souls that are taken away have not received the attention of death. In addition, there are indeed some powerful abilities in the universe that can resurrect a living being. Death does not care about this and regards it as a reward for those powerful beings. However, this time, a large number of souls were taken away and resurrected. Although the number was only a drop in the ocean compared to the total number of souls in the death realm, it still aroused the interest of death. Death, following the traces of these souls, turned its gaze to the earth. With just one glance, Death obtained the information she wanted to know. Dragon Ball, wish, revival. A newly born power? Smith Doyle, that's really interesting. Having obtained the information she wanted, Death's gaze left Earth, and at the same time, Death, controlling her human form, appeared before Thanos. Death looked at Thanos, the follower he had nurtured, and spoke, Thanos, I heard you plan to collect the Infinity Stones and wipe out half of all life in the universe to curry favor with me. Thanos crouched down, looked at the goddess of death in front of him, and concealed his love. May the passing of those lives bring you joy. Thanos annihilated life partly to appease death, and partly because death granted him power. Death then spoke. A type of Dragon Ball that can grant wishes has appeared on Earth, perhaps with the same effect as the Infinity Stones. I believe that making a wish upon the Dragon Balls can also increase your efficiency. As they spoke, the figure of death vanished, as if it had never existed. Thanos stared at the empty scene before him. If he hadn't been so certain of death's arrival, others would have thought it was an illusion. Earth Dragon Balls, I never expected to attract the attention of death. It seems that death is no longer satisfied with my efficiency in killing, and has come specifically to remind me of the appearance of the Dragon Balls. For countless years, Thanos has been engaged in acts of slaughter throughout the universe in an attempt to curry favor with death, one of the 5 cosmic entities. To this end, he slaughters half the inhabitants of each planet he conquers, offering them as a sacrifice to death to win her favor. Death also grants Thanos a power boost, but he has never dared to reveal his secret love for her. Now, he possesses immense strength, endurance, regenerative abilities, and agility. His skin is nearly indestructible, especially effective against cold, heat, electricity, radiation, toxins, aging, and disease, allowing him to survive without eating anything. At the same time, his mental strength is almost impenetrable, allowing him to resist most mental attacks. He can also unleash energy waves or release plasma and cosmic energy through his eyes and hands. Some of these abilities are inherent to the Eternals, while others are acquired and enhanced through death. Thanos and other bosses will be strengthened, moving in the direction of the comics. Their power levels are too weak. Over the years, in order to better satisfy death, Thanos has come up with a new plan, the Infinity Stones Project. He plans to collect all the Infinity Stones and use their power to annihilate half of all life in the universe to please death, while also using this grand death as a way to express his feelings to the Creator God. However, Thanos' plan to collect the Infinity Stones has not gone smoothly over the years, and he has only found the Mind Stone after countless years. By chance, they found Loki, the second prince of Asgard, who told them that he knew the whereabouts of the Space Stone, which was on Earth. However, the condition is that an army is needed to help Loki conquer Earth and make him king on that planet. Thanos initially thought Earth was nothing more than a barbaric wasteland, where the inhabitants didn't even have the ability to leave the planet and travel through space. However, that place was the territory of Odin, the king of the 9 realms. He didn't know that the Infinity Stones were there before, but now that he did, he didn't want to clash with Odin, so he agreed to Loki's request. Besides, Loki's intervention was Odin's family matter, and he could also take the opportunity to see Odin's true strength. Thanos even gave Loki the scepter and laid with the Mind Stone as a weapon, but the result was not ideal. Loki was defeated, did not get the Space Stone, and even lost the Mind Stone. At that moment, Thanos wondered if Loki and Odin were playing a trick on him. However, when he discovered that neither the Space Stone nor the Mind Stone had been taken to Asgard but remained on Earth, he decided to hold off and first search for the whereabouts of the other Infinity Stones. Thanos didn't dare to openly collect the Infinity Stones, and he didn't even attack Earth. On one hand, he worried that it was a trap set by Odin to pave the way for his own son Thor, and that Odin might even kill a cosmic overlord to pave the way, especially since his actions in cooperating with Thor to quell the rebellion in the 9 realms were even more obvious. On the other hand, Thanos' reluctance to collect the Infinity Stones is now common knowledge. If a major battle were to break out between Earth and Odin, and the entire universe knew that he was collecting the Infinity Stones, it could lead to a coalition of various cosmic powers against him. Thanos, as the overlord of the universe, is no slouch when it comes to strategy. His original plan was to find out all the information about the Infinity Stones in one fell swoop, and to collect 3 or 4 of them at an extremely fast speed, giving other cosmic forces no time to react. Then, he would use the power of the Infinity Stones to quickly gather all the Infinity Stones and realize his ambition. Over the years, apart from the Mind Stone and the Space Stone, he has not had any accurate information about the other Infinity Stones. Apart from a few clues about the Power Stone, he has not been able to find any useful information about the Reality Stone, the Soul Stone, or the Time Stone. As for the Dragon Balls on Earth, Thanos remained in a wait-and-see mode after receiving the news. He searched through countless materials and documents in the universe but found no relevant information, which made him suspect that it might be a conspiracy against him. Having received the warning of death, Thanos realized that the Dragon Balls must be real, but he didn't know why he couldn't find any information about them among the various forces in the universe. However, now that the truth has been confirmed, we can send our men to investigate and probe the situation. However, deciding who to send is something that needs careful consideration and planning. End of this chapter. Chapter 497 Reactions from All Parties. Chapter 497 Reactions from All Parties in the plane. Nick Fury and Pierce watched as the sky returned to daylight, and then they spoke. "It seems my wish has come true." Pierce nodded and then straightened his suit. At this moment, Nick Fury spoke up. "Pierce, how about we make a bet? If Tony Stark resurrects his father, you lose $10 to me. If Tony Stark resurrects his mother, I'll lose $10 to you." Pierce smiled and said, "Boys are always closer to their mothers, I'll bet you." The entire bet was only $10, and it was just a joke between the two. However, before the two could return to Trident Building, a radical call came in from SHIELD. "What? You mean the people who died in the Battle of New York came back to life? It's even possible that they've all been resurrected. There have been at least 100 people who have received reports and information so far, and the initial assessment is that they are all people who died during the Chitauri invasion. Some of our agents who died in the Battle of New York have also been resurrected." Upon hearing Hill's report on the other end of the phone, Pierce and Nick Fury exchanged bewildered glances. At this moment, Jessica Jones, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "It seems that both officers have lost. Tony Stark wished to resurrect the civilians who died in the Battle of New York." Nick Fury then spoke. "Tony Stark truly deserves to be called a superhero. He sacrificed his personal interests for the benefit of the collective." Pierce nodded in agreement. "A true superhero, worthy of the title Iron Man." Obviously, they didn't know that it was Smith Doyle who granted this wish. After all, in their understanding, Shenron only grants one wish at a time. They just didn't know what kind of wish this time had brought so many people back to life. Could Shenron possibly bring back all the Allied forces who died in World War II at once? Taj. Caecilius entered the Ancient One's room and said, "The Supreme Being." Ancient One looked at Caecilius and gestured to the tea in front of her. Upon seeing this, Caecilius picked up the tea and took a sip. The next second, he felt cleansed, and the alluring power that Lorena had left on him was completely dispelled. Caecilius stood there stunned, and upon realizing his actions, he lowered his head in shame. "I'm so sorry, Sensei. I've let you down." The Ancient One was not surprised by Caecilius's defeat, and instead asked, "How did you feel during the period when your mind was affected?" Caecilius thought for a moment and then said, "Teacher, I think I really fell in love with Lorelei during that time. My actions during that period seemed to come from the bottom of my heart, and I don't feel any regret at all now." Gui looked at Caecilius and then said, "That's the power of charm. It can distort a person's will, change their thoughts, and make them serve it from the bottom of their hearts. Some powerful beings in the universe also have the same ability. Although the forms of expression are different, there is no difference in essence. The only way to avoid it is to not touch it, not understand it, and not look at it directly." Upon hearing the Ancient One's words, Caecilius nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Although the Ancient One did not say it explicitly, she still subtly reminded him of the fate that might befall him in the future. As for whether Caecilius would take it to heart, the Ancient One did not concern herself with it. Apprentices have their own fortunes. If this still can't change Caecilius's fate, then he can only make this apprentice his assistant for his retirement excuse. I just don't know if his act of falling to his death will be ridiculed by his colleagues. Asgard. Heimdall, who had originally left, arrived at the palace and began to report to the King of Gods everything he had seen. The main reason Heimdall had to report this was that the ability to grant 2 wishes and resurrect a large area was truly astonishing. After listening to Heimdall's report, Odin said with some surprise, 2 wishes, the second of which even involved a large-scale resurrection of the dead. Heimdall nodded and said, "Yes, God King. The dragon's power is recovering." According to Smith Doyle, the dragon is gradually recovering its power, and this may not be its peak yet. Upon hearing this news, Odin was also very surprised. Wasn't Smith Doyle afraid of causing the death of one of the creator gods by doing this? You must understand that the other party is the being who controls death, the embodiment of all death. Stealing 1 or 2 people from the realm of death is a skill many powerful beings possess. Some dimensional lords even take people away before they die, preventing the souls of the deceased from entering the realm of the dead, just as the Asgardians don't report to the realm of the dead upon death, but rather to Valhalla. Mephisto of Hell, and God of Heaven whom he banished, all possess similar abilities. However, with such a large-scale resurrection, Shenron's power seems a bit excessive. At this moment, Odin thought of a situation. Since the dragons could be resurrected on a large scale, could Ragnarok be avoided in the future? All that's needed is for Shenron to resurrect the Asgardians who perished in Ragnarok. Then, thinking of this, Odin spoke. "Let Lorelei settle on Earth first and gather more information. Tell her not to worry. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, I won't put her in jail again as agreed." She might be useful in the next Dragon Ball battle. If she causes trouble on Earth, we can just bring her back using the Rainbow Bridge." Heimdall nodded. The Dragon Balls were a huge deal. Asgard might even need to set up a base on Earth, which, according to Earth's terminology, should be called a consulate. With Heimdall gone, Odin began to ponder how to obtain one or two more opportunities to make a wish with the Dragon Balls, thus leaving Asgard with a backup plan. Odin can accept not being able to solve his own problems, but he would do everything in his power to avoid Ragnarok, and he would accept any price to pay for it. It seems we still need to discuss this matter with the Ancient One, and perhaps even ask Smith Doyle for his opinion. With this in mind, Odin decided to go see the Ancient One first and see if the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth had any objections. Even if the other party had ideas, he would have to pay a certain price. This time, he could not let the other party stop him again. The next second, Odin's spear Gungnir and his fully armed attire vanished, replaced by ordinary clothes, and he disappeared from the palace, arriving at Kamartaj on Earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 498. My combat power is 53. Chapter 498. My combat power is approximately 53. The other side. Tony, along with his parents and the spectators who had come with him, had already left the island where the competition was being held, while Smith Doyle opened a portal and took the League of Assassins directly back to the base. After returning to the base, Smith Doyle gave everyone some instructions, asking them to keep an eye on the resurrected person's life and activities, before heading straight back to his office. His consciousness then entered the system space, and he entrusted the stone-shaped Dragon Balls to Bulma for safekeeping. After the wishing session ended, Smith Doyle waited until everyone left, made all the necessary arrangements, and then quickly entered the system space. The last evolution of the Dragon Balls gave Shenron the ability to grant 2 wishes. He was also curious whether his reward would double if his wish doubled. Smith Doyle was clearly looking forward to his 5th wish in the lottery. However, once inside the system space, Smith Doyle found that nothing had changed. The wish lottery was still drawn once in each of the 3 directions, and it had not become 2 draws. In other words, the increase in the number of wishes and the strengthening of the dragon's power would not affect the number of times he would receive rewards. Smith Doyle felt a little disappointed but not disappointed by the result. After all, the 3 wish draws were already very powerful rewards. At least they didn't make him collect fragments, right? No longer dwelling on these matters, and considering his increased strength and the need to update his character roster, Smith eagerly opened the character wish lottery and began observing the characters on the planet. Coming to the bottom of the lottery, Smith Doyle looked at the meteorite above his head with anticipation, only to see that, just like last time, the characters inside had changed a lot. Many weak characters who had not been drawn did not appear again because of his improved strength. The characters currently visible are Geese, Rikum, Badu, Nankian warriors Nail and Jinyu, Jaeger team members Salas, Nez, and Bardock, in normal state. Looking at the updated characters, sure enough, after my normal combat power reached 22,000 points, Gudu from the Jinyu force was updated. I still feel very sorry to have missed the time-stop divine skill Smith Doyle, which is a divine skill that can truly achieve victory against the odds. Unless the opponent is so powerful that their defenses cannot be breached, you can kill them during the time stop. However, since we've already missed it, we can only wait for the time skip superpower in Dragon Ball Super. Unfortunately, compared to Gudu's time stop, time skip is far inferior. Although Gudu was removed, a character who wasn't from the Namek saga, Bardock, appeared, or rather, someone who appeared in a flashback in the Namek saga. Kakarot's father was also a Super Saiyan whom the Frozen Devil clan had seen in the past. However, this Bardock's fighting power is not that of Bardock who can transform into a Saiyan, but rather the Bardock from the final battle on planet Vegeta, whose attire reflects his battle-worn appearance. Furthermore, his character is after the Jinyu Force and the Machina Special Forces, which means that this version of Bardock has reached a combat power of 22, which is his strongest form before traveling back in time. As expected, this power level follows his own combat strength. Now, even at full power, he can reach 22 combat strength. Whether it's the 10x Kaioken or the Great Ape transformation, he can still reach this level. However, the characters mentioned above are all at their normal combat strength, which is still a huge improvement for Smith Doyle. 5050531061502122. 201.2. At this point, Smith Doyle could no longer see the figures deeper into the planet, but even that glimpse of gold excited him greatly. While it's impossible to obtain the deepest character cards, every Dragon Ball fan is extremely excited about the Super Saiyan form. However, the Namek saga will end after the Super Saiyan series. With the full power of Super Soon or Frisia, if they were facing Thanos from the cinematic universe, they could probably kill him with a single finger. After all, the power-up version of Thanos was really weak, but the comic book version of Thanos, whether it's Thanos without the Infinity Stones, Thanos with all the Infinity Stones, or Thanos with the heart of the universe, all have the power to beat up Super Soon 1. However, Smith Doyle is not worried. Based on his understanding of this universe's Earth, the entire timeline is extremely similar to the cinematic universe, somewhat like a twin universe of the E19999 universe or the 616 main universe. After all, so many people have been resurrected, and 4 years have passed without any trace of death, so it shouldn't be a comic book universe. Clearly, Smith Doyle was unaware that the death of this universe had already befallen him, and that Thanos was not the Thanos of the cinematic universe. The thought of activating Super Soon mode and being able to roam the universe freely, reaching or even surpassing the level of Celestial Father, excited Smith Doyle. Speculation. Looking at the various figures on the planet, Smith Doyle had no interest in the Jinyu Force and Cooler's Jaeger team members who were heading there. He directly activated the Kaioken tenfold, pushing his combat power to 22. Then, he focused all his energy on a Kamehameha and fired it upwards, thinking that the weakest Bardock was the one in the meteorite. He hoped that he could shoot down either the King or the Piccolo sphere with a combat power of 150 million. Soon, under Smith Doyle's full-force attack, the Kamehameha wave bypassed the characters in the front row and struck a ball of light in the back row, shattering it. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for acquiring a Kabata character, worth 50. A card appeared before them, depicting Vegeta in the latest Frisia army battle suit against a purple background. Skills: Gallic Cannon, Artificial Moon, Giant Ape Transformation. Initial combat power 50, using the character card grants access to Vegeta's abilities and Soon bloodline. Smith Doyle was extremely excited to see that the character he had drawn was Vegeta, who had recovered from near death on Namek and possessed a power level of 50. This power level was terrifying, especially considering that he could use the Kaioken tenfold and the Great Ape transformation. Because of the power of Vegeta's bloodline, he does not lose his mind when he transforms into a Great Ape, and he also gains the ability to create an artificial moon, allowing him to activate the Great Ape transformation at any time. End of this chapter. Chapter 499A Support. Chapter 499A Support. He could easily overpower Hela now, without even needing the Kaioken. Even if he were to return her to Asgard, Smith Doyle felt there would be no problem. He could even test Odin's strength by activating the Great Ape or the Kaioken. At the same time, the concentration of his Soon bloodline has been further enhanced, and his combat power of 52.2 is no longer far from reaching 300 million and unlocking the Super Soon transformation. Furthermore, with this buff, in the next character draw, the characters he gets in the front row will be worth at least 50. He can even try the Great Ape transformation now, since with Vegeta's bloodline, he will no longer face the situation of losing his mind. After confirming the results of the character wish lottery, Smith Doyle did not immediately proceed with the fusion, mainly because the improvement was too enormous. Previously, the improvement was only from 2,000 to 10,000, or from 10,000 to 20,000, but this time it reached 50, and after the tenfold Kaioken, it reached 520 million combat power. He wasn't even planning to test it on Earth, fearing that a single explosion would destroy New York City. The character wish draw was over, and Smith Doyle turned his attention to the item wish draw. Open the item wish lottery and look up at the meteorite above. Each ball of light contains a variety of items, and this time the items have been updated. Frisia's Legion Battle Suit 2nd Generation, 3rd Generation Battle Power Detector, Soon Single Spaceship, Namek Spaceship, and Frisia's Large Spaceship. The potential of the Spirit Tree Fruit, the Spirit Tree Sapling, the Power Pole, the Flying Nimbus, and the Grand Elder was developed once the potential of the Supreme Kai Sword, the Potara Earrings, the Time Machine, Android 8, Android 16, and the Old Kai was developed once. Smith Doyle was overwhelmed by the sheer number of items, but he quickly noticed something unusual mixed in. The Grand Elder's potential was developed once, and the Old Realm King's potential was developed once. Smith Doyle could understand the potential development of the Grand Elder, as that was a scene from the Namek saga. However, the potential development of the Old Kaishin involved the Majin Buu saga. However, when Smith Doyle thought of the Supreme Kai Sword and the Potara Earrings, he instantly understood. However, these two opportunities still caught Smith Doyle's eye. Of all the things inside, only the Spirit Tree Sapling and the two potential developments truly captivated Smith Doyle. The development of the Grand Elder's potential is quite obvious, with Gohan and Krillin among the beneficiaries. Smith Doyle, considering his constantly merging Saiyan bloodline and a portion of Namekian bloodline, realized that his potential would be terrifying, potentially even exceeding 1,000,000 power levels. As for the potential development of Old Kaioken, it was even more terrifying. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan was directly upgraded to the level of Mystic Gohan, who could crush Majin Buu. The upgrade was so exaggerated that it was even higher than the boost from activating Super Saiyan 3. If he could get these two opportunities, he could prepare to transform into a Super Saiyan, especially with the potential development of Old Kaioken. He even suspected that it would allow him to fight at a level comparable to a Super Saiyan. However, both opportunities were located deep within the meteorite, and Smith Doyle wasn't very confident of obtaining them. Nevertheless, there were many valuable items inside. He even saw the hardest metal in the Dragon Ball universe, which had broken the Supreme Kai sword, which even Kibito couldn't lift. Of course, there were also many other items that were hidden and unseen. As Smith Doyle drew the lottery, the figure in front of him blasted a Kamehameha towards the celestial body above his head, and then shattered one of the light spots. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for acquiring the Saiyan individual spaceship. Upon seeing that it was a Saiyan individual spaceship, Smith Doyle was momentarily stunned. Its usefulness seemed rather limited. However, with this spaceship, Bulma can research and build a larger spaceship. On the other hand, it can be used to explore the universe. However, with the space stone in hand, he doesn't have much need for a spaceship, but he can experience it. He just doesn't know how long it will take to fly to Netherheim. Smith Doyle was somewhat disappointed with the reward from the second lottery, as he did not receive the Grand Elder's potential development. Although disappointed, he knew there would still be a chance next time. He just didn't know if the Grand Elder would still be able to bring out the potential if he reached the Super Saiyan level next time. After confirming that it was a Saiyan individual spaceship, Smith Doyle's attention turned to the partner lottery. The last partner lottery was hosted by the martial arts tournament host, which didn't help him much, but it added a little fun, so hopefully this time it will have a better result. Clicking on the partner wish card draw, Smith Doyle looked up, hoping to see some characters deeper in the world. Bull Demon King, Sea Turtle, Oolong, King Bailoff, Dende, the Namekian Elder, King Yama. Thanks to the power of the 10x Kaioken, Smith Doyle saw the depths of the planet, where he encountered the 4 KOs of the 4 cardinal directions: Android 17, Android 18, Mai, Pan, the Grand Kaio, the Supreme Kai, Kibito, Babadai, the Old Kaio, the Dark Dragon, Ultimate Shenron, Zamasu, Whis, and others. Looking at the figures in the front row, Bull Demon King, Sea Turtle, and Oolong, Smith Doyle can be immediately eliminated, as they are no longer of much help to him. King Bailoff is a decent scientist who can create combat robots and spaceships by hand, but with Bulma by his side, he can be eliminated directly. As for Dandy Smith Doyle, he considered it a good treatment, with abilities no weaker than a Jack of the Eternals. As for the Grand Elder, if he were to actually acquire him, he would have no shortage of people with potential for development. Smith Doyle doesn't hold out much hope for the 4 Supreme Kais, or even the androids, Supreme Kais, and Old Supreme Kais. He hasn't fused with Vegeta's power yet, and even with 10 times the power of the Kaioken, he only has 22 power. His Kamehameha wave is nowhere near enough to reach those powerhouses who have hundreds of millions of power. Instead of heading straight for the Elder's Orb, Smith Doyle unleashed a full-power Kamehameha, and a partner summoning card appeared before him. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for acquiring the support-type combat partner Dandy. Upon seeing that he had obtained the Namekian prodigy Dende, Smith Doyle fell silent. He had clearly gone for the Namekian Grand Elder, since the Grand Elder's potential for development would have an effect on everyone in the League of Assassins. Compared to the Grand Elder, Dandy's strength was clearly much weaker. Of course, there are some benefits as well. Smith Doyle's self-harm training can be restored with the help of Dandy. After all, Smith Doyle did not engage in near-death training before because of the limited number of Senzabines and the relatively weak enemies. Now they can really let loose. At the same time, Smith Doyle is a little curious if Dandy can upgrade Shenron. Can he also upgrade his Dragon Balls? End of this chapter. Chapter 500 The Tough Ancient One. Chapter 500 The Tough Ancient One. Having used all 3 wish draws, Smith Doyle's strength has increased dramatically and significantly this time. Smith Doyle was quite certain that his normal combat power after fusion was definitely at the sub-celestial level. As for whether it was at the celestial level or a single universe, Smith Doyle couldn't judge. At the same time, Smith Doyle also discovered a weakness of his own. That is, even after all this time, he still hasn't gained the ability to survive in the universe. In the Dragon Ball universe, characters who can survive in space include Frisia's Ice Demon Clan, King Kai, Supreme Kai, God of Destruction, Angels, and Broly's protective shield, which can also float in space. However, he has not yet obtained their character cards. As for the Namekian bloodline, one of their abilities is that they can survive on water, but they also need photosynthesis. With water to drink and photosynthesis, the function is to satisfy their hunger and prevent them from starving. However, they still cannot survive in space. Otherwise, Namek would not have almost become extinct due to climate change. Otherwise, they could simply fly out of Namek and stay in space or on a nearby asteroid. Of course, this weakness is mitigated by the existence of the Space Stone. However, it is not a perfect solution, as external objects will eventually be lost and the Tesseract will also malfunction at times. Next time, Smith Doyle plans to use one of his wishes to gain the ability to survive in the universe. After making arrangements for the next Dragon Ball wish, Smith Doyle discovered that he would not get the chance to evolve the Dragon Ball this time. You know that once you fuse with it, your strength will reach a normal combat power of 522,000. The last time your combat power broke 10,000, you ushered in the evolution of the Dragon Ball. Could it be that you need to reach 1,000,000 or even 100,000,000 to usher in the second evolution of the Dragon Ball? The other side. Ancient One frowned slightly as she looked at Odin, knowing full well that the Dragon Ball wish had stirred something in Odin's nerves. The main reason is that the Ancient One did not expect that Smith Doyle would be willing to resurrect the Earth beings who died in the Battle of New York. This huge fluctuation caused the already different timelines to veer even further into the unknown. Ancient One, I need to ask Smith Doyle for a promise. Ancient One looked at Odin and asked, what do you want? You even sent Lorelei to Earth this time, are you still worried about her? Odin said, how could I let it go? But this time I'm not doing it for myself. Gui thought for a moment, then spoke, Ragnarok. Odin nodded and said, that's right, it's Ragnarok. This prophecy appeared in my father's time, but it hasn't appeared in my generation. But I'm worried it will happen in Saul's generation. I need a wish to protect the people of Asgard. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One already knew Odin's wish and that it was for the future of Asgard. What makes you think you can impress him? However, before Odin could speak, a terrifying pressure swept across the globe, and even the Ancient One and Odin, who were far away in Kamartaj, could feel its terrifying aura very clearly. At that moment, lightning flashed across the sky above the League of Assassins, and Smith Doyle's blood energy cleaved through the sky like a sharp blade, shooting straight into the universe. Just now, Smith Doyle fused Vegeta's character card. Smith Doyle did nothing extra. The 52 battle power released in the instant of the fusion of auras was enough to terrify all living beings on Earth. Smith Doyle immediately gathered his aura. Fortunately, he had worked hard on his aura training over the years. In addition to integrating the character's abilities, he had also discussed with the Cat Master, which enabled him to gather his aura immediately after his strength surged. Ancient One looked at the silent Odin and said, Smith Doyle's strength has increased again, Odin said slowly. This aura is among the core strength of the subfather level. But even if he were to be enhanced tenfold or 100-fold, he still wouldn't be close to the Heavenly Father level. However, his growth rate has somewhat exceeded my expectations. Gui nodded. For Odin in his prime, a group of subfather level powerhouses wouldn't be enough for him to fight with one hand, and there was a clear dividing line between the father level and the subfather level. Specifically, the subcelestial father level mainly operates within its own universe, with the ability to destroy planets. The celestial father level involves the multiverse, while those above the celestial father level are still confined to single universes, such as the celestial gods. For example, the Ancient One has the ability to travel through the multiverse and even send people there. Odin, fully equipped, was able to fight against a powerful celestial without dying, which shows how strong the opponent is. Although he has given up the destroyer armor, the Odin power accumulated over countless years has long since erased the gap between the opponent and the destroyer armor. Of course, Odin's power had reached a point where the other party could not withstand it, but precisely because of this, no one was willing to bear the wrath of Odin on his deathbed. Ancient One said, let's all go. They have a bond of camaraderie. Smith Doyle is also handling Hellas matter. Wouldn't it be more promising to improve her strength? Odin said, it will take Thor quite some time to quell the rebellion in the 9 realms. Hela was sealed away and not in Asgard. If she returns and stays in Asgard, she can even get infinitely close to the level of the Heavenly Father. Upon hearing Odin's words, the Ancient One responded firmly, I don't care what you think, I'm already giving you face by allowing people from Asgard to come to Earth to participate in the Dragon Ball battle. But when it comes to making wishes with the Dragon Balls, you can only follow Smith Doyle's rules. Odin looked at the Ancient One and slowly spoke. What if I participate in the next edition? Gui immediately said. Then don't blame me for getting involved too. Odin paused for 2 seconds and then said, he is not your successor, nor even a sorcerer of Kamartaj. Gu said expressionlessly, it's my choice. Seeing that the Ancient One had brought the matter to this point, Odin slowly spoke, I will have Thor come to Earth as soon as he finishes dealing with matters in the 9 realms, and I will have Lorelei set up a place here that is similar to an embassy on Earth. Gui slowly said, Can? Odin nodded, thinking to himself, since I can't directly ask Smith Doyle for or exchange wishes, I can only try to win him over through personal connections. So, Hela, brotherhood and love. Thinking of Hela's situation, Odin shook his head. It would be good enough if this eldest daughter were the one who would trigger Ragnarok. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.